can't breathe and yeah, I still stand tall. You see me stop, you see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. The money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Etrafından dönen oyuncu karşı çok güzel bir headshot'la bir tane daha vuruyor. Fırat neler yapıyor?
It is the final day of group stages here at the VCT Stage 1 Regional Masters, where 4 teams will be fighting for a chance to progress to the first ever Masters playoff stage. Welcome back, everyone. I am your host, Yinsu, and joining me today is Mitch, who is fresh off the mic. It is great to have you back on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Sue. You know, it's a pleasure to be back here with you. I'm excited to really get to break these games down, because as much fun as casting is, you don't really get a chance to sit back and appreciate the game when you're in the moment.
Well, joining Mitch and I will, as always, be Lothar. How happy are you to be reunited with Mitch today, Lothar?
Hey, Yinsu, and I'm very happy because now I have my buddy back who makes me look tall.
I mean, Mitch, that's all you're good for, apparently. But I'm happy to have you here back with us as well, because we have an absolutely huge day of competition coming up. But first, let's take a look at some of the top plays from the Masters all over the globe.
The rest of the push now begins. Level low.
Fault line perfectly catching Dimisic. Shout. Oh, he tries to knife him. Shout.
공짜로 가져갈 수 있는 그런 화력 차이거든요. 그렇죠. 이렇게 되면은 정말 소모 없이.
네.
와, 성당 연기.
네.
기가 막혔습니다. 지금 성당 폭발.
오, 이번에도 했습니다.
와,
명째.
3명을 다 맞췄어요.
네, 트레이드한테
와, 키아. 몇 번 이기죠?
이거.
에이스? 설마라 키아 에이스?
Honestly, I always feel so proud to see Logan in there. He is a great representative of our scene right now, but also we saw a little bit of the action in Korea, a region that's been sort of the trailblazers, I should say, of the Valorant scene right now. And Lothar, I don't know if you noticed, but Stacks, the guy who basically perfected the breach and made that agent popular, is now playing Sky. So I feel like the meta is shifting a little bit there.
That is correct, and I'm actually not really surprised, because when you think about it more, Sky is just a more universal agent than Breach. She can heal, she has scouting abilities, she has Flash that has longer duration than the Breach Flash, and also her ultimate is a 6 charger instead of a 7 charger, which makes her, let's say, more often useful on the battlefield as well. So it's kind of cool to see that the teams that were playing Breach are slowly changing to Sky on the maps that they are required to. But, you know, then you see NA being 3 months behind us. Now they're starting to use Breach, but they don't use Sky.
As usual, right, Lothar? They're always a little bit on a lag there. Maybe it's the ping. But I gotta say, you know, when we talk about Sky, obviously she's a very beneficial agent, and I like what you said, right? On the maps where she can be used, because on Breach, you still get so much value on certain angles, certain maps. You think a Split, for example, most teams are going to be using him because that ultimate is just so strong whenever you're looking at choke points where you can just get free map control and probably free kills off the back of it. So we'll never see that agent completely die out, but it's so good to see teams, as you said, Lothar, experimenting with these other agents like Sky in there instead.
Well, we've seen both of those agents being played. You know, some teams sort of still prefer the Sky, but Breach is one of those reliable agents. But speaking of teams, 2 teams have already made it through to the playoffs stage here in Europe. After yesterday's action, Heretics and FPX took down NiP and Dfuse, which means they have made their way to the playoff stage, to the semifinals. They're going to have a chance to fight it out, and they sure do look like 2 of the strongest teams in the competition right now, don't they, Mitch?
I think it's fair to say at the moment, if you're talking top 2 in Europe, you cannot have that conversation without at least debating a little bit around Heretics and FPX being in there. For a long time, FPX were that #1 team, hands down, whenever G2's legacy fell apart. But now, Heretics, they're on the cusp of challenging for it, and honestly, I just want to see a head-to-head BO3, make it a BO5, why not, between those 2 teams to really determine it once and for all.
Well, we also have the lower bracket, of course, so NiP and Dfuse will have another chance. Lothar, and they're also looking pretty good despite the results yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean, NIP did lose to Team Heretics, but that doesn't mean they will not win the lower bracket. They will face Acend, which will be an interesting rematch between those two teams. But how we have seen NIP play yesterday, I felt like they were a little bit outclassed when it comes to the gunpowder that they had against Team Heretics, and the Heretics were looking insanely good.
Well, those 2 spots have already been taken, but there are still 2 more spots up for grabs for the remaining 4 teams. But it is elimination day, which means the teams that lose today will be going home. We will be saying goodbye to them. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the schedule so you guys know exactly what is happening today. Because first up, it is a rematch between NIP and Acend in that Group A lower bracket, followed by Dfuse versus Guild. Mitch, this has got to be one of the most important best of threes for all of the teams here today, maybe in the entire time of Valorant competition here in Europe.
Winning this series could actually be the thing that determines whether or not you make it to Worlds at the end of the year. With how the year is shaping up now, next Masters being international, there's not going to be as many slots, there's not going to be as many opportunities to build up points. So this is definitely somewhere you want to maximize your output on. And it's scary as well, as we'll touch on later. You know, even though these matchups on paper might look kind of one-sided or easy to predict, that's just not the case with the way these teams have been performing recently. These are actually some seriously tight games we've got in our hands.
We are really seeing games come right down to the wire. And one of those teams that's been keeping it quite tight with their matches is Guild. They will, of course, be in action a little bit later. And I sat down with Safe to chat about their challenges in the competition so far. I'm now joined by Guild's Safe. Hi, Safe. Welcome to the show. You guys have had a couple of quite tough BO3s lately, taking things into OT on a few of those maps. I wanted to know what you feel like is the reason that you guys haven't been able to close games out with, you know, the ease we're used to seeing you guys do.
I think it's as Bonker mentioned before in the last interview that we've been having a lot of I guess nerve problems in the team where, like, you know, games that aren't streamed and people aren't watching, we play very confidently and we know exactly what we're doing. Whereas games that we have people watching and, you know, there's a lot on the line, we start doubting ourselves or start doubting our decisions, and then it gets kind of laggy. We get into this like in between phase where we don't close rounds off because we're doubting ourselves. So.
Well, what do you think is a solution to that? Because, you know, as the sort of game progresses and as we go back to LAN, playing on stage is going to be even more scary and nerve-wracking.
I think the solution is to just play even more, you know, because the more you play, the more you kind of let loose, I guess, in that sense, because you're getting used to the feeling of, you know, people watching you, commenting about what you're doing, you know, their opinions, stuff like that. Just let it happen, you know. The more we play, the more we come into that zone.
Well, in terms of your individual journey, you've played quite a few agents ever since the game has come out. But over the last 3 months, you have only played Cypher, Killjoy, and Viper. How are you finding, I guess, this new-ish Sentinel role that you've been put on Guild?
I think it's very fun. I think that, you know, the community as a whole just doesn't understand the value of Sentinels in general. Because I remember, you know, when I played for NIP that a little while, I played Raze, and then I always had a lot of respect for Chihuahua in that sense, because he was one of the best Sentinels I've seen. You know, I think he shut down matches for us. You know, they're actually doing the impact that you're not seeing because they're not throwing nades or stuff like that, but they're actually locking down sites in order for us to rotate, or, you know, something that has greater meaning. And I'm just happy with that role in general. So.
Well, you're definitely doing very well in it. And like you said, you know, a lot of the other Sentinel players are also thriving in the scene right now. And lastly, I wanted to ask you, because you guys are going to be facing Dfuse, a team that you as a 5 have never played against before. What are you expecting from them?
You know, I see them as 5 hungry Frenchmen, and they're coming for us, but we're going to go for them. So, I mean, you know, it's going to be a battle for sure.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with your game later.
Thanks.
Well, the last time we saw Guild in action, they played against Alliance and gave us a heck of a load of OTs. And Lothar, I know you prepped something in your lab to sort of demonstrate and break down how Guild performed in that match.
Yeah, I did prepare one small short video, one video about their attack round on Split. I'll show it up right now. So this is a round where Guild is at attack on Split. They do a 1-3-1 formation. They play against Alliance. And they do use their utility to a full extent to get map control. You can see the mid smoke from Omen, which allows Raze and Breach to take map control over on mid vents if they want to. Then on the right hand side, you see Cypher with the camera and the trap take control of A main. Now on the side of Alliance, you have 3 points that are very important for the defense. Omen holding the operator when it has contact on A main if someone crosses. Then the mid vents trap allows them to not have anyone in the A tower, and because of that also we'll see 3 players in the B tower because they can shift that positioning there, which is very important for the defenses and rotations. Now pay attention to the Breach. He has a very interesting position because his job, if there's no one pushing on mid, he will have his utility being used on B garage in case Cypher has a contact on his camera. He can use it flashes, he can use his fault line, he can use his rolling thunder there. Now another main point here of this attack is where Breach reaches mid vents, and this will be a crucial task. He needs to destroy the trap once he knows about it, and he will know about it pretty fast. After that, they will try to fake out mid-mail with some utility, which will probably shift some defenses towards A site. And this is a very crucial moment for the entire round. You will see a few things happening because of that trap being destroyed. Now this is the map control from Guild. You see Sage and B-Link trying to make sure no one is flanking them, and will keep going mid to help out the teammates on mid vents. Now this is the fake that is happening. You will see that. So interesting. I'll go back to it. My video just crashed.
It happens, Lothar, it happens. But Mitch, I know you've got a few things you wanted to say about this round as well, so feel free to jump in.
Well, I mean, looking at just what we saw there, as we moved throughout the round, what we were just about to see was a thing that Guild are so good at doing. They like to sow the seeds of false information into their opponents' heads. Even though a rotate had started and there were 2 players now towards the site they intended to hit, they still pull back out of vents, shift walk up into heaven, break the wall, use a bit of utility. I think it was a flash that was used as well. They're just making a bunch of noise before slowly coming back down. And what that's doing is stopping when that tripwire is destroyed, when they spot players outside A and they're thinking, okay, there's definitely a presence, there's very little time, this is probably an A hit. But then the B players can't move because they've just received contact, they've received pressure, and you're not going to completely abandon the site. So it means when they actually do execute, there's only 2 players on that A site to defend. And ultimately, this is what gives Guild a lot of rounds. It's mid-round tactics that really just throw you off on your rotates and in making definitive decisions on what your opponent's doing.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for the analysis. Guild will be back in action a little bit later to see if they can replicate that Alliance result versus Dfuse. But we have to move on to our first best of 3 for today. That is, of course, between NIP and Acend. Lothar, I know you kind of expected this, but a lot of people didn't expect NIP to be in the lower bracket. Talk us through how they got here.
Yeah, I was one of the guys that was actually predicting that Team Heretics will win. But, you know, it was still a close match. I feel like NIP wasn't playing to their full strength when I'm playing against Heretics. There was, I feel like, a little bit of fear coming from the fact that Team Heretics started from a high C. You know, they played against the lineup with Yinsu. Yinsu was going insanely hard on them and just wrecking heads left and right. He had like 7 first bloods in general on the Reyna. But I felt like Heretics were just a little bit better than NIP on the firepower, and because of that now we see NIP in the lower bracket. Now in here in the lower bracket, I don't feel like they should be very worried because they already played against Acend and they won 2-0, but those matches were 14-12 and 13-11, so not really, you know, so confident, not really a confident win coming from Ninjas and Pyjamas.
Well, it would be a very big upset, I would feel, if Acend are able to, I guess, get their revenge this time around. As you said, it is a rematch, and their coach, MBS, is pretty confident about the rematch today. In fact, he told me that he feels it's going to look pretty good for Acend. I'm now joined by Acend's coach, MBS. Hi, MBS. Welcome to the stream. Right off the bat, I just wanted to ask you, because the last time we saw you guys play, you absolutely dismantled Ballista. But Nib are obviously a very, very different opponent. How tough will these guys be for you today?
I mean, we faced NIP in the first match, right? We are very aware how they play. We're very aware of what kind of a team they are. You're right that they're quite different from Ballista, I would say. Ballista had like a very explosive style. We did like a lot of prep work to prepare against them, and I think that, together with our guys performing well on that day, showed the result that we saw. And against NIP, we did a lot of preparation before. Of course, we did some extra preparation this time as well, since like we saw how they played against Heretics just yesterday as well. I'm pretty confident in our abilities. I think NIP are like a very good team. I think their fundamentals are very strong, especially now that when Akukos joined them. I think they play the macro side of things very well. I think it will be a close series. No matter which way it goes, I think it's going to be some good games and a close series for sure.
Well, of course, they lost to Heretics yesterday, and that is why they are in the lower bracket. So did you find any weaknesses in their game? And if so, what do you think they are?
Some particular weaknesses. I mean, if I had a few, I wouldn't say them. But overall, I think NIP and Heretics are both kind of similar in a way that their fundamentals are just very strong. So against teams like that, it's quite hard to look for gaps. So we're just gonna try to stick to our game most of all, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, as you said, this is going to be a rematch. You have played against them before, but why do you think that you guys weren't able to sort of overcome them last time? Because the game was very, very close.
Yeah, the whole series was really close. Like when you look at the score, it's 2-0. But overall, when you look at the rounds, they won like 27-23. So it was a close series, and we were leading both of the maps. I think it was just we couldn't close the games, and we worked on that. We have like a very good mental coach in the team that helps us a lot. We have sessions with him like every week, individual with players and the whole team. So closing out games is something that has to do with pressure a little bit as well. And we're like a relatively new team. We've been together like for 1.5 months, 2 months now. So overall, I think we showed that we could beat them. We were leading both maps. We just needed to close the games. And unfortunately, last time we couldn't, but I'm pretty confident that this time it will be a little bit different.
Well, lastly, I also wanted to ask you about your agent compositions, because you guys run the Viper on more than one map, which is not something we're seeing in Europe right now. But is there any reasoning that you have Killes and Bone Cold both trying this agent on 2 different maps?
We've been playing with like a lot of different compositions. I think after the VCT2 qualifier where we kind of failed, and we had like a week where we had complete freedom almost, and I just let them play in whichever map, whichever agents they wanted. We tried like a lot of different things, and that's how we actually ended up with this composition. Like Killes is playing Viper on Bind, but on Icebox is Bone Cold, and Bone Cold is like our main smoker, so it makes sense for him. But how we came to Killes playing Viper on Bind was just basically we cut out a Sentinel, and Viper is like a smoker, but half a Sentinel as well, if that makes sense, on defense especially. So it just made sense for everyone, and the double smoker composition for us worked really good as well. And then we actually, when we came up with that composition, we noticed that, hey, it's actually very similar to what Fnatic is running as well, right? Like only the Jet and Raze was the difference, so yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, MBS, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you.
Well, Mitch, they're doing their homework, and we have already witnessed what can happen against NIP when you do your homework and preparations against them from the results yesterday. Of course, Acend and Heretics, there is a disparity there, but this matchup is a little bit closer than it looks on paper, isn't it?
And most certainly, I mean, it was already mentioned that earlier on when they played, it was 13-11 and 14-12. Now, listen, you can do your homework all you want, but we know there's a man on NIP that's going to be very ready to look back at those VODs and figure out exactly how you play and pick apart your game plan piece by piece, its existence. So for Acend, or Akukos as he goes by, for Acend, this is somewhere that they have to think massively into it when it comes to, even when it comes to their map approach. They might need to change things up, and we're seeing the players right here. The key man that we've got to look at is CNED. I mean, this guy is unbelievable. I gotta give a shout out to Coldamenta. He's really impressed me, and he also comes from Battalion. Back in the day, we were covering that game, so I appreciate seeing a familiar face around here. Bone Cold with his 3Ks or 4Ks as he's showing here has also been phenomenal. He obviously mentioned in the interview about him playing Viper, and I've really loved seeing him in that role.
Well, let's actually take a look at the stats because we do have some prepared. A bit of a head-to-head so you guys can see sort of how good these players are and what kind of impact they are making. And Mitch, I know you mentioned CNED, and if you look at that, those numbers there, 19.3 average kills and 18.2% first blood. That is astronomically high.
Yeah, one of the things that you have to point out is that CNED is playing the role that has kind of faded away. With operator changes that came into play a while back, teams started to drop off that weapon. So when you invest into it, you've got to get some high reward for it because it costs a lot of credits. And we've seen CNED take it up on the jet. He's playing like it's a 6-month-old meta, and he's still coming through and delivering serious statistics. I mean, 18.2, he's rivaling Nukie for that entry percentage. And I gotta say, you know, between the two of them, I don't know who I'd rather face.
Well, probably not CNED, because I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to begin to counter an AWPer. But then again, Nuki, yeah, I'm not the best person to ask that question. But Lothar, if we take a look at the NIP side, those stats for them is a little bit different, right, to what we are seeing on Acend, because they have their stats sort of more evenly spread. The average kills are definitely feeling like each individual member on that team is doing their role, and they don't really have like a CNED-esque person that's flashy and impactful in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, literally what you said. They are evenly spread. The stats are there. When it comes to the kills, everyone basically does their job, and what is very important that I'd rather be in a team like that when everyone has a role kind of in a certain setup way, and this is very important to mention that Acend was a team that was putting a lot of pressure on CNED in the past. He had this burden on his shoulders that he had to carry in the opposition where NIP just kind of has to play their own game and make sure everyone does their job properly without having a one hard carry. That is actually very impactful when you have a team like that. And Acend is changing to a point where they don't want to look like that team anymore. And if it would have this matchup like 3 weeks ago, even maybe 4 weeks ago, I would say Acend will have a hard time against a team like an NIP. But because of that change, they have less weight being put on CNED. I feel like they're gonna have a better chance at winning against NIP.
Well, NIP have also gone through some changes, right, Lothar? And even with their map pool, because they're starting to pick up things here and there that they didn't do before.
Yeah, in general, I feel like the teams, every single team, you know, and this is very cool to see that the teams progress in the map pool. Less and less teams seem to have the same ban every single time. Of course, there are some outliners. Like, in example, we see NIP play every single map. You know, they have every single map played at least 3 times. Let me just check my stats. Yeah, at least 3 times. Every single map is at least played 3 times in the last 20 maps. They played Icebox 3 times. That was the least played map from them. But then we have Acend played 5 times. So it's evenly spread. And that is very important when it comes to map vetoes the further we go into the game, because we're going to get way more maps in general, right? Each half of a year, we're going to have a new map introduced to the game, and teams have to practice all of them.
Well, let's have a look at the map vetoes now, actually, just to see what the teams have picked and banned. And Mitch, you know, Acend coming into this with a 13-1 on Icebox. It's going to look pretty scary for them if we do play Icebox. And yep, it has been selected by Nip of all teams, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, them choosing to play Icebox here, it's a statement of confidence from NIP, and I was actually going to say, I really hoped that we got to see this map, because last time it was Acend, Haven, and then Icebox. We're actually getting a completely different veto, with Icebox being picked and Bind in there instead. I like the idea from Acend, presumably banning out their Ascent, just to avoid having to play against... oh, they went the other way, did they?
Yeah. It was Nip that banned Acend, and Acend banned Split.
So they were willing to play NIP on the same maps then, which is something that, again, very brave considering the fact that you can very much rely on a Kukos coming in and counter-stratting, anti-stratting everything you did last time. You better have a deep playbook. But hey, now they get to take them on Bind. Is that a good thing or not? Well, it's untested versus this lineup, so I hope they're prepared.
Well, Lothar, we speak about, you know, preparations and doing your homework, but the last time these two played against each other, which was literally last week, the rematch before today, you know, we saw Acend and Haven, but today Acend has been taken away and we're going to play Icebox and Bind first. Do you think that maybe throws a little bit of a spanner in the works that they're playing on two maps or they didn't play before?
I feel like that might actually be more beneficial for Acend than NIP, since I do understand the ban from NIP though, like banning Acend against a team that is playing more like a mix, you know, like very high skilled players that play less like a structured team. It makes sense to ban Acend because it's a map that kind of promotes a more loose gameplay than on other maps, but at the same time, Acend now bans Split, which is the worst map in my opinion for Acend, which is a very good point, right? And then we're gonna have all of the maps that are favoring an operator player, right? We have Bind, which is very good for operating players, and we have an Icebox, which is very good for operators. So in general, I feel like those two first maps might set a tone for the way the match will just go forward. And I'm a little bit surprised that we had been, you know, we're seeing Icebox being picked instead of Haven for NIP.
Well, last time they played, obviously, we had that super close game. As we said, it was 13-11 Ascent, and then on Haven, 14-12. It makes sense as a little bit of a switch up. What I'm actually really surprised at is the fact, because I was assuming right away, without even looking at the veto, when I saw maps picked, I'm thinking, okay, Ascend have come in and banned Ascent. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that NIP have decided to leave Bind open. It doesn't seem like the better option for them when you look at their more recent games. Like, when they played versus Heretics, they were looking pretty weak here. They had a decent attacking side, or defensive side to start it off, but it just wasn't enough. Taking a 13-11, it's a small gap. And if you're doing that versus Heretics, a team that, yes, they're strong on Bind, but you know that your opponents are insanely powerful here. I mean, versus Ballista 13-3, versus OG 13-6. I mean, they've given Ascend a very comfortable map to play on, one that I'd argue you can definitely pug on as well. So for NIP, I see that as a mistake. I see that as a big win, let's say, for Ascend, unless NIP have got something up their sleeve in the last 24 hours. They've changed their Bind a lot.
I also just want to quickly point out before we move on to predictions that Bind and Icebox, that means we're going to see Viper and Viper, back-to-back Vipers, because Ascend, they play Viper on Bind and they play Viper on Icebox. So it's a very good day for both of you, Mitch and Lothar. But we are going to quickly take a look at the predictions because your girl was awful at them yesterday. I was 0 for 0. I was the Mitch of the day, let's put it that way. And I've backed the same teams as yesterday. And Lothar, you and I are the big brain analysts. But Mitch, a cheeky little Ascend prediction there.
Yeah, I feel like map pool, they've just got a little bit more to work with in terms of recent results. Yes, NIP play every map, but it could almost be their downfall because I feel like they're mediocre when it comes to especially Bind. After seeing this veto, I'm 100% in the Ascend ship.
100%. I mean, it was 53% earlier in rehearsals. But Lothar, what about you after seeing the maps? Are you also 100% NIP right now?
Not 100% NIP, but it definitely shifted a little bit of my perception. It's kind of cool to see that on paper you have like some predictions, right? And then you see certain context of the choices that the teams are making, right? First one will be the map choices, and then second one will be the composition choices. So right now I'm shifting a little bit towards more a 50-50 than one team being favored to win, because before that I was thinking NIP will take it, but the bans are shifting it towards more for a 50-50 for me.
Lothar, we're not allowing 50-50s
All
here.
right,
You got
well,
us quick.
51 for NIP.
Ooh, okay. I think I'm with you there as well, but we are going to head into Agent Select now. And as I teased before, we should probably expect that Viper pick from Acend. Killers usually plays the Viper on Bind. You know, they run the No Sentinel comp, and Agent Select, here we come. Not expecting too many surprises there. And Mitch, as I said, Killers straight in there with the Viper.
I'll be honest, I wasn't quite ready for the bind, but I am definitely ready for it now, knowing, of course, that Acend like to play their Viper. That already puts a smile on my face. We're seeing similar comms coming out from NIP again to what they've been playing over the last 4 games, but I want to quickly point out that this team of NIP, yes, they beat Heretics. It was 13-11, but the context of that, they won both pistols and they went up 7-0 in the early rounds of the 2 halves combined. With that much of a lead to barely edge out the victory and then go to that map versus a team that are insanely comfortable in this map, I don't know. I'm not feeling confident at all for the Ninjas.
Well, Lothar, 51% NIP overall, but what about Bind? 51% for NIP on Bind as well?
Well, I would say so. I really don't like the way that Acend is playing, like their composition here, but that's my personal choice, right? The Jet, instead of a Raze on this composition, just doesn't clear as many angles as Raze would. And we have seen yesterday a great example of how teams starting to play Raze with the more double satchel movement being used more frequently, right? Then you combine it with the breach flashes. In this case, we could combine it with the sky flashes, which are very important. And it's like if the Jet utility, right, in this case being just the knives and the operator, will not have as much impact as the paint shells and showstopper from Raze would, then I'm not sure about the offensive capabilities being like 100%.
Well, it is CNED after all, so we will have to see what he can whip out on this map. But it is time to head into the game. You guys might notice that Pansy has decided to ditch her bold cap from yesterday. Over to you guys.
Thank you. I don't know what that means, Yinsu. I'm not sure why you're flaming poor little Tombiz like this. It's actually terribly toxic. I'm gonna go on Reddit and make a thread. However, I do have to cast a game first, and of course I am joined by Hypoc. Your thoughts on this one, Hypoc? Because as soon as I saw that veto, I think we're on for at least a 3-mapper, if not a surprise 2-0 to Acend here.
Yeah, and I love the fact Mitch kind of led into that, but whether or not this is kind of a confidence play in terms of the map veto process, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, one thing I will say is Bind. Against Ballista, it wasn't actually CNED that was kind of head and shoulders above. Like, a lot of that performance came on the back of Keyless and Starzo. Now, you could argue agent composition-wise with Ballista playing like Phoenix and Sky. There's a lot of flashes to deal with, break off a lot of those angles, especially the early round kind of, you know, look for a cheeky operator pick. And to say as well that it came out 13-3 with that scoreline, the fact that you can't get an operator up and running with that economy cushion as well was a really interesting consideration. Now, coming back across to this, I don't know, maybe we will see a little heavier lean back onto CNED here.
Yeah, so win conditions in this, I believe if Acend play their traditional game, they'll probably do pretty well from this and win map 1. NIP need to overdo our expectations, I think, and show growth on this map, because yes, they do play a full map pool, but some are substantially weaker than others, and also we've had a very limited pool of them against tier 1 teams. Their games against G2, of course, heavily balanced our thoughts towards them, but now we have to see how they fare against the wider scene. And of course, Acend are a very deadly little team to go up against. It'll be Acend on the attack to begin with, and NIP to try and defend this, and already a little bit of a battle for Shower going down, and Rhymes could be the first one to find the frag.
That's, yeah, swinging perfectly on the Aldron. You spout Keyless as well. Try and clear him out of that corner. Rhymes going to be able to survive. A very, very slow approach here. Obviously, he's seen it actually. The back of that contact in lamps is that's going to creep up. He might find this open. He will get the headshot. Again, should have anticipated JD's position as well because of the owl drone early on in the round, but they're going to try and reinforce behind this. Yeah, JD falls. to get themselves some side
I'm
control.
not sure
initially.
what pulled Korea's rotation there. There may have been an audio cue or some pressure that was put towards B that caused him to lean away, but CNED found a huge amount of space, right? That walk up short, yeah, contact towards Shower is the perfect timing to catch the pinch. This should be over and done with. Akukos is dead. I don't see a way back in, if I'm honest. Nice little molly lineup for Bone Cold. Should keep the spike, so it's not good. That's a bit of a problem. This creates a bit of space, but CNED's still there, and CNED is still doing CNED things. Chihuahua is dead and gone. Pistol round goes to Acend, and I kind of just talk about how much space CNED got after. So of course, shower pressure happens, but the timing, the intuition to make this walk is very, very solid from him. And yeah, there could have been maybe that consideration of, okay, well, there was an owl drone. I haven't seen anyone back away. Maybe they doubled up in shower there, but still, the value he got for that walkout was massive.
It wasn't, again, just pointing out the Korea rotation. Off the Aldrin, they obviously saw 2 people, but they had no information on shore. So for Korea to kind of preemptively rotate away, I guess he's the third man. He should have been able to double check short before rotating. So put that in the past. And Starzo actually get all the way down here. They're going to walk up behind it. It's a stack for NIP over on A site. That nade's actually going to slow them down massively. So rethink this approach, but the minimap Chihuahua's actually drifted all the way out hooker. He's walking towards market. He might catch this rotation here, and he will, yeah. Keyless does fall on the other side of the map. That's a big kill.
That's pretty big. He's bought time as well by staying postured up to allow for 2 players to now lean on over this way. A fair enough response as well after feeling out that stack, but they are a player down and a couple of tags now felt. CNED 51 HP and Bone Cold 37. Chihuahua is up for this and he gets even more. This is good damage being done. And now I don't want to say a reasonable 2v2. JD has to be important to this, considering he's the one with the Sheriff. Rhyme only has the Classic. Now, post-plants are going to be curious, because look at JD's position. A gun recovered, another frag found. This is a disaster for Acend. Oh, impeccable play from JD. And that was all set into motion by that little bit of work earlier on.
Chihuahua, Sheriff. It's just it's going to be a storyline of this series once again, clearly. Time and time again now he's able to find his value. And again, that's off heavy presence shown on A and just no control over market. Absolutely none whatsoever. The fact that he comes in, finds that first kill on Keyless, pretty much turns the round back in their favor, right? They can anticipate the rotation coming out. Chihuahua sits back and finds a further 2 kills, which at that point they're just bonuses, right?
I'm a little surprised they're able to get away with that. And credit to Chihuahua for just straight up confidence play on that. Finding those 2, I expected him to fall back to side, but no, his value was there to pick up these kills, but CNED's gone, well, I've seen you do it, so I'm gonna go and do it. A little overzealous on the peak there. I feel a little unnecessary to continue down. The one was fine, could have fallen back, I feel. And now this is a bit sketchy. A 4v3, rifles, of course, favoring the 3, but still, gotta be a little cautious on this now.
Let's see. Down drone's going to come down long. Yeah, Korea swings on that one. So they're trying to deny these weapons going over to Acend. Went to Mike. Oh, he didn't actually catch it. You can see on the X-ray how close he was. Korea with a jumping headshot. Gonna find that one regardless. Now just a matter of time. Starzo trying to retrieve the spike here, but a Classic at this range. It's going to be difficult for him to find. This one will upgrade to the Sheriff. Again, finds himself on a 1v3, and it's a tall order. Close this one out.
I think Korea's got the consideration here. Yeah, barrel's been shown. And look, you get gifted jumping headshots. So surely you'll be fine. And JD bails him out. So no harm, no foul. A little sketchy, but 3 alive is okay. I didn't like the Akukos push down B long. I understand why you'd go for it. The first one was fine. The commitment to swing that corner, I feel you're going to come up against packed up players, right? There's going to be 2 or 3 down there. And sure, it's up against pistols, but the danger of you losing that rifle and it being unrecoverable is pretty high.
Well, I mean, we saw glimpses of this on Split, right? Where I remember 2 rounds in particular where they they got first blood and then they kind of double dipped and over committed.
Short's open again. Hold on.
Retaining that control.
If they're doing this double stack towards showers, I wonder if this bit gets readable. Short was open last time, CNED exploited it, and he's going to do this again. Now, he can catch their rotations. They've already got presence towards the backside of shower, so it is on towards that Sova to play catch, but Starkzo knows this. They've read this like a book. They're very well prepared, and that's a shutdown, though. They all pile up, and what a misplay. Even with the right information, they fumble the execution. Line up for him, and you can never write off NIP for the guns at their side. They can still rifle like the best of them. But that was a bit of a misplay from Acend.
And actually, I think it was the Seekers getting sent in there, and Kuko's hitting the TP rotation from B long. It was only 2 Seekers that went into showers, so I guess they fancied the numbers advantages there, but NIP flipping that one ahead immediately. Now, CNED and Commentators got it all to do to recover this round, but the spike,
One enemy
it's
remaining.
not close by. Korea already finds himself in. Chihuahua finds CNED on short. Look to your right. Oh, we had to step. Korea actually made a step there. I think right now, look for some damage. Try and hold on to this rifle. Get something done in the next round for
30
Acend.
seconds left.
I like the double face there as well. On site, just making sure there's no free 1v1 without a trade. Also, we got to talk about spacing on that too. This is just fundamental errors, and we talked about pressure. We heard it. This is gonna be a save from Commentators. So unless they start hunting, which they might do, but they've only got 9 seconds, it should be kept over. But this is where I think you're going to start seeing that pressure. If they were fully well considered, because as I said, the plan coming into that was great. They had the right idea and the correct read. They knew that double stack in showers was exploitable, even after noting, you know, okay, if no one's playing up on short. You saw how much room CNED got before, got in, perfect, found one. Yeah, eventually they got down the Sova as well. Now, I hope we get to see this back. Indeed. Now, yes, of course, you've got the Seekers coming in, the Flash comes in, but look at the spacing on this. Lined up, no trades, super clustered on this, and the spacing was atrocious. Again, you're going to get a fight, but having full faith in just, I think it was like 1 flash to set you up towards that, potentially 2+ players, little bit of a fumble in my eyes. But again, I think this is pressure certainly mounting on these teams.
The Cena's going to pop the Blade Storm off the rip in this one. JD immediately takes him down, though. Actually, no pivot elsewhere. I mean, it was an early peak off the orb, but no kind of counter pressure to catch any of those players coming back from long either. As Acend actually just going to go through and hit A here. It's Korea and Chihuahua to hold down the fort for the time being. Wow, again, times his peak perfectly. Comes out, finds the second as well. Commentators reply of 2 of his own. Hunter Shuri comes out to try and deny that plant going through. As Bone Cold and Commentators both have their ultimates up here, so they have 2 post-plant ultimates at their disposal.
Let's see what they do with it, right? So they put down the smokes. Molly, Stim Beacon, if they want to use that down here, I find much worth at this point. Aldrone going out doesn't really find too much. So 1 Heaven, 1 CT, and 1 on ramp. Commentators does have to be instrumental, but he doesn't want to be the almost first to come out. Maybe he can trade on Bone Cold, but 2 HP isn't much to play with. Now already Ultimate pop, looking for the first target. Doesn't quite find it. Ultimate goes in. That's good timing. Here we go. Suddenly it's game on. Commentators. This is great work with very limited amounts. And now he gets his ultimate. He's got to find this, though. Akukos is sending it, and he's dead. Sit and just accept the fact that Commentators just destroyed you with 1 rifle with merely pistols around him against a full-on buy.
That was a sick round. A sick round. Again, after the first blood, actually going in NIP's favor here. The showstopper unfortunately invested inside lamps, and Commentators was playing close by. I thought for a second this first tag was going to miss, and he wasn't going to readjust to find the second, but Commentators closes that one out. Again, it took a lot, but I'm fine with that. Invest both ultimates to secure that round. It's a big round win for them. It puts a bit more money back in their favor economy-wise, and NIP actually only really with 1 round to spare, looking at Korea and Rhymes. Yeah, actually, I mean, that's a massive win for Acend there. Again, off the back of Commentators saving the Vandal from the previous as well, so making absolutely sure they can find the value in the return.
Very impressive work there coming out, if I'm completely honest with you. You don't often, you see, we always talk about, you know, the you call it like a Russian buy, but that was a saved over rifle with pretty much an eco. He was able to work that so perfectly, and that combination with Bone Cold on 2 HP, just perfectly done, using the utility really well. The smokes were invested at the right time, the molly as well, the ultimate. It was his kind of, parting gift, like, look, I'm dead, so here you go, I'm gonna give you this and get out. That was so well done. Credit to not just Cold Mentor, but also Bone Cold on that. I really want to highlight he used what he could. And this looks like they found a little bit of a method. Now, I'm pretty sure they're going to try and clear through showers. If there's presence there, then they're going to know, okay, it might be that double stack, but there's nothing noted. So I want to see how Acend now approach this site. It looks a bit more standardized with those smokes. See if they maybe have a similar sort of approach to things, but no, they're very cognizant of the fact, well, okay, that shower presence isn't there, but Kriya's on the site. Now, that's going to take down Killers, but the spike has been planted, so maybe a worthwhile trade.
Got to reset here. I mean, NIP now have the numbers advantage. The post play in terms of utility has been weakened, but CNED will find Kriya. Rhyme trying to make his way through. Well, the mentor will be there to greet him. Actually, Rolling Thunder going to get invested here. They're going to try and clear out short here. The cage goes down. Could see a tap onto a JD. Unfortunately, loses out to Starzo, but there comes the molly through Starzo with a 3-piece. Acend may have found that gap you were talking about, Lauren. And the important thing here is I was going to notice, I mean, Ascend's composition, right? It's post-plant strength, right? The Sova, the Viper, the Brimstone, and all that execution onto showers. I mean, especially with the spike being taken over to the doorway. That's not Ascend's win condition, right? It comes down to this post-plant strength they have. And once again, there, Keyless coming up to challenge. I mean, going a little deeper than he maybe should have, gets caught out by the trap wire. But if Acend can get in with just those 3 default smokes, get the spike down and reset, they just have to hold market, right?
And this is I'm liking how Acend have approached this. They seem aware that there could be some aggression, and there was a dabble of it. Now they're going to know 2 players towards Hookah, 2 pieces of utility have committed from this side of the map. So already that's going to be a note now relayed to the rest that, okay, maybe there's a switch up towards A. Let's have a little look. Now they lean back in. We do have Cypher dedicated towards showers, Omen on the site. Last time, Omen did pretty well. He's going to have to do even better than that, even with less. So Rhyme's your danger man, and Kriya has found a connection. Coldament has gone down. Bone Cold trying to just chip on towards the site, get in there, smoke's still up. If they get the spike down, that's where the dangers truly begin. Nice little molly as well, just going to keep things locked in, allow some security, and post-plant time. This should be the strength for Acend.
No, they're not actually resetting away from this, though. They're happy to stay close by. Kila's going to find Kriya. CNED will find a Kukos as well, so already the kills going in their favor. IP down to 3 here. Rhyme, no utility whatsoever. Get 2 kills if he wants to get the reset on that paint shells. A very slow approach here from an IP. They're finally going to look into lamps here, but clock is ticking away right now. Nobody looking to peek. Bone Cold actually going to shut down JD, and that's going to be Rhyme completely resetting for the save here. Bone Cold going to try and hunt him down. Yeah, just a little, well, I'm not sure if that was just a little bit of hesitation or what there, Laurie. It was strange to see them kind of anticipating one of Acend to peek, and they just didn't give anything away.
NIP were working with, I think, the one rifle on Rhyme, and then the others were on, I think, Sheriff's Classics, you know, not much, but they were looking for potential trades, and you're right, no one was really giving them much, because why would they? They've got the post-plant. You've got an agent composition that's hyper dedicated towards that. You're not going to see people just be like, well, I'm just going to rush you. That's not what's going to happen here. So I feel like NIP do need to maybe call a tactical timeout on this and kind of talk through what's going on, because I think they're being very readable right now with at least the kind of shower presence, how open shore is, and the way that Acend are kind of noting that is pretty clinical. Now, if they can switch things up, if they have a new look to go to or maybe an adjustment, then fair enough. But keep in mind, Acend don't have to run this every time. They've had a good read for a couple of rounds and can go, okay, well, let's just default out for a bit, see what they've changed up, see if there's a difference, see if they commit to some aggression, and it might just be through short here, coming out of Hookah straight towards the fight.
See that up with his paranoia. And another flash from Kukos as well. Not going to find anything initially. They're going to hold on to this there, but Bone Cold actually swings. I'm not sure why there wasn't a second swing with Rhyme there. He was just left solo. First blood will go in favor of Acend, and a little bit sloppy. I love the idea, but if there's 3 bodies there, why not double peek it?
Sure, what? And another single peek. No trades. I'm a little worried. Don't get me wrong, I get why you'd maybe try and sneak a pick here and there, I get that. But 0 kills being able to be traded so far, or attempts at kills. Now you're going to see, well, a little bit of a intention of adjustment. Chihuahua does find CNED, gets himself caught up as he tries to get out of there. Chihuahua just eats the flash. But there's 3 players to try and deal with 4, so overwhelming numbers going to be piled towards A potentially. It's going to be JD on the other side. Bone Cold gets himself locked and loaded, wants to get in there and quick flash towards the back of Showers, but JD's good for 1. Good trading, nice spacing. Acend going to get towards the site for free. This should be a plant, and there goes Seekers.
Yep, the reveal. Both Starzo finds the first, Keyless swings on the second. Again, just a fantastic readjustment there from Acend. I actually think Korea's ultimate was noted on B long there by Commentators, and then as soon as Chihuahua shows through Hooker, you can see straight away they call that it's 2B. They swing right around. They literally isolate JD. I mean, if he's playing this deep here as a solo man, it's a free site. Nobody can rotate quick enough to stop that kill coming through. Really, really good stuff from Acend.
Acend are living rent-free in NIP's heads right now. And I'm sure Akukos, of course, the, previously named, kind of like Prince. You know what I mean? He's just, I know, right? Like, who's heard of him? Akukos now, of course, is a great IGL. He should be able to get a grip on this and come up with maybe a theory or two. It might just take some time. And I don't know how deep they have their kind of preparation on this. I don't know how deep their protocols go, because this collection of NIP is still relatively new. Now, this should be a comfortable round for Acend. This should be 6-3. Let's see if any danger begins. Here comes the first attempt at it. Okay, Akukos finds 1. That's about it. That's all you're going to get for that one. Acend find the 2-for-1 trade. Spike is down, and now they become the bigger beast. They become the post-plant team that their agent composition complements perfectly.
Molly and Orbital Strike once again, so even if NIP are able to work a miracle here and off at least 2 of the remaining 4, there you go, you can hear the Molly going out. JD actually identifying the fact that that's a possibility. Taps it, the Molly comes through, gonna force him off. Korea now. Fight gonna tick away. There's not an awful lot you can do about that. Actually gonna pop flash out off Hooker. Throws the paranoia out to try and get a kill. He will find 1. Again, found all but done now. Just gonna look for some economy damage. JD did manage to retrieve that Vandal on long. And once again, I mean, I was gonna make this point. NIP reluctant to kind of challenge pre-plant.
Yeah.
To kind of stop that down to obviously weaken Ascend's chances of resorting to this post-plant utility setup, but that was the first time we've really seen it on A site. They haven't really dipped their toes in terms of stopping the execution coming through. Other than, I'll be honest, the misplay by Acend to kind of stack into Showers on that one round with the Seekers.
Okay, and this now, for me, I'm enjoying watching Acend, but as someone who enjoys the game, I'm waiting for NIP to find an answer. And they've gone back to the same old, the pressure towards Showers, but the quick TP goes through. So, interesting approach. They're going to read the play here quickly, of course. It is going to be a very quick B hit. Ultimate used to clear out the Octagon, the little garden area. And in we go. Omen's still there, and they're actually postured up on the fight this time. Much better proactive crossfire. Chihuahua makes it out, but Korea doesn't. But I like that idea, taking a bit more of a proactive crossfire in it. Now, Starkso completely unawares. Chihuahua just playing the smokes to perfection. And now time for rotation has come in. NIP finally, after taking a little bit more of a forward fight, seem to have a chance. Oh, no. Let's call the Mentor and find a little more. Now, with that happening, with this revealing all those positions and potential, should be game over. Let's see what quick crossfires get set up. Okay, you've got Cypher on the site, and then you've got Raze behind, and then, being in towards Hookah is kind of the death of this round. Unless that Viper wants to peel all the way around and add a little bit of paranoia to the matter. That could be a potential to try and dig that player out. You can already see that Existence, or aka Akukos, is checking on that. Now, Kiles, aware of the position though, tries to make her way out. Not going to happen. Really good situation there in that 3v2. They stayed patient. They held the crossfire. Very well done by NIP. But also, Hypoc, I want to talk about them kind of taking a more proactive fight, kind of sitting postured up on this. Well, this is what we wanted, right?
That's exactly what I was just talking about. Right there, I mean, NIP not afraid to take the fight as the execution comes through. And I mean, at that point, it might sound weird, but if you've got 2 players over there and you're anticipating a 4 or 5 man execution onto the site, I mean, at that point, you know, if you can find a 1-for-1 or 2-for-2 trade, it's almost advantageous, right? And the fact that it's from behind smokes, the trap wire obviously reveals one of the players' positions there, works out perfectly for them. But that's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. Stopping Acend from just walking in for free, getting a spike down because you feel as if you're in a 2v5
Now,
defense.
the thing I want to see is how they then adjust that towards A, right? We've shown that, or we've seen that they can do it proficiently towards B, but again, that double stack towards showers is super readable. It's been giving away some part of the game, right? It's kind of the, you know, well, okay, they're double stacking showers. We clearly worked that out. We know that short's open. The adjustment for NIP here is, I'm curious to see what they want to do to try and deal with that site pressure. I know that Mitch always loves to, you know, when you see a Sky, it's very hard to op against it, potentially. Now, it's not quite the Phoenix-Sky combination, keep in mind. But in my mind, I'd love to see someone applying pressure from maybe Heaven or just kind of being super mobile with it. Now, I don't know if that's something within NIP's wheelhouse that they want to lean into. We just don't know how much depth they have here. I just think that, again, if Acend hit a bit of a roadblock, they'll go, well, okay, we can just go back to exactly what was working before. Our site hits have been pretty diligent. Yeah, a couple of dangerous rounds, but more often than not, we've got the correct read.
Yeah, you're right. And I think, you know, talking about the operator in that scenario, it's one of those things where you can almost get that free first kill from a position like Heaven, so deep that it either makes them second guess the full on execution coming through, or it just gives you that strength in the retake. I mean, if it's the Viper or the Brimstone you kill with that first peak, right? It's massive value. It weakens their setup. But right now, I mean, that round's a fantastic example. Whether or not we see a full on readjustment here from NIP, and they want to resort to almost taking that deathmatch aspect, right? It's like, okay, the site hits coming through on A, we're going to gamble stack one way or the other. We either fight or we commit to retake. But the condition for them there is just not giving anybody away on the way in. And speaking of operator,
yeah.
We got it. Korea actually will invest this time around to try and hold down A short from a very close by angle.
I don't mind it. Look, you got the catch off, right?
It's that depth,
no one
right?
predicts it yet. It hasn't been seen yet. It hasn't been noted yet. It's 1 for free, and you should be able to back away. I guess he's self-sufficient in his own flash, but without any presence noted yet, I want them to start leaning the third man over towards B. I'd like to see that adjustment maybe from JD. I don't know, or whoever they'd like to see do it. If they start feeling that pressure on B, whoever makes that call of hit some rotations, they've heard a Sky flash up long, might be time to consider rotation. Here it is. Rhyme, starting head through that CT rotation, decides to lean this way. There is still the Sova, who could potentially be a problem if they go for a quick TP here, because that's going to crunch Omen on short. That's going to be a problem, but that's yet to be seen or done. This is a very different look from Acend, isn't it?
Is indeed, and actually the one consideration to make here is Killer's actually had his ultimate online, so this is another good example of where NIP want to prevent them from getting that
There it is.
access to site. Cold Mentor actually finds the first. Yeah, Seeker's going to get thrown out.
30 seconds left.
A lot of pressure coming through showers right now as Rhyme going to hit the rotation back over. The Showstopper comes out. This could be terrible for Ascend if they stack up on top. Korea actually what? He found that one with a ghost. He was getting pressured by Cena with a rifle there.
Oh, that was so sick.
Now it just comes down to one. It's just
That was so sick. How on earth did he handle that much pressure? Starkso, though, can at least pull a peek out from Kukos. Maybe feeling a little silly here. Don't need to give up these fights now. 4 seconds. One of you can face and accept the death, and it'll be Ryan, but he doesn't even go down. Good work from NIP on the adjustment. We said we wanted to see a little bit more of that maybe op potential. I didn't expect the Ghost to come out as well and do nicely, because honestly, the way Ascend played that was a really good read. Let's talk about that as well. They kind of showed presence at B. They left Sova towards A. That's fine. They keep a little bit of, presence towards A. They make sure no aggression happens. And then when this hit comes in, they crunch basically that, postured up site presence, which would have been a pretty standard answer from NIP. That would have been a really good crunch potentially. But Korea bails them out, 1 with a banger and then 2 with a pistol. That is big work. Now we go back in 6-5. Both teams now have a bit of an answer to this. This is now down to the nitty gritty. All those ultimates they've got to play with need to come online.
Oh,
He's got 2 for.
Find 2 Bone Cold and Starzo will fall. CNED will pick himself up a Vandal, but he still has the Blade Storm available as well. We're going to have to back away from this, but what a huge, huge opening to this round for NIP. Korea immediately finding value with that operator. Now it comes down to a 2v4. CNED and Cold Amenta. Actually swing back over towards A. Anticipate it was a 4-man stack for NIP. CNED going to find Chihuahua. He unfortunately does not come out on top of that one. The recon now, Commentators just got to flip back and forth. Try and get something done to recover this round. Last 1.5, a 1v4 for Commentator.
Now look, he's done the ace. Just has to continue on that path. Let's see what you got, Commentator. Not Chihuahua. Come on, give me Commentator POV. There it is. Let's have a little watch. A 1v4. There's no reason to not go for it. Now, the first pick, sure, that can happen. Now, the second creates space. The problem is they're being closed in, so Raze and well, it'd be a Kukos should be on red alert. They are, as the map got smaller and smaller and smaller, attention gets called 6-6 on the half switch. A pretty good game. Now, let's talk about the kind of pendulum swing, right? This is two very good teams, so this is what happens. First of all, Acend, great statement. That was a shot. A 2-for-1 discount for Korea, and that ops made a big difference, but we'll come to that. Let's talk about the pendulum swings in this game, Hypoc, because at the start, Acend had a really good grip on the game. I think their hits were great, their reads were great, but then NIP, the adjustments were just as good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Acend weren't really expecting that. I think when they're given that much space in the first half of their attacking side, they're almost... I mean, you should be anticipating it, right? But it's literally from one end of the extreme to the other. And trying to play so deep initially and giving up that side control, I guess made Acend maybe a little confident, maybe a little bit of complacency on their side. They're unable to, but hold that thought. Rhyme actually double satchels all the way into showers here.
And in a hurry.
Fortunately, yeah. Right there. Desperate for that opening, but that's the solo man over there. Is Rhyme just trying to bait out rotation, but look at it. Yeah, Bone Cold's actually going to head all the way over to A. CNED was considering it. Going to leave 2 men over on B site to hold it down.
This is going to be either impeccable or disastrous. Korea was the first man forward. Now CNED on the swing. Gets the info. That's enough. Can at least pull out a little bit of utility, but he needs a little bit more. He needs some support. We do have the Sky on the cross as well, a really important position, but drawn away to have a little peek towards long. Flash goes in, he can readjust now. Focus towards it. The Flash has caused so many. This is sick work. Korea Starkso. Oh, Starkso just straight away finds 2. Massive presence. This is lovely work. But Chihuahua wants in on the action. A 1v2 now carved. Where is that spike? Okay, is that on the other side? It is. It's on the other side of Hookah. Now that's important. Chihuahua. Oh my god, he's got it.
No way he gets this and gets back out.
So
no
sick.
way.
30 seconds left.
Chihuahua's giving this some chance.
They're not going to have... Okay, yeah, so now they know he's giving away the audio cue that the runaway there, they have to assume he's taking the spike.
They can't.
They're hanging around just to double check.
Yeah.
They're waiting for that smoke
because
to
they
dip.
can't 100% believe it yet. There's still a potential chance he's trying to bait them, right? There's a chance he's waiting for them to try and lean towards A. They have to play as a pack. They can't risk splitting up. And now he's given himself a chance. Chihuahua in the 1v2. Starkso did really well to stop this from being a complete whitewash of a round. Now, they do have some utility left on Bone Cold. Keep that in mind. But he wants a quick fight on one of them, potentially. Sitting towards U-Haul or Lamps. Starkso works forward. Okay, position noted, Chihuahua. Oh, the timing is so sick on this.
This is beautiful.
They're not sitting it yet. Chihuahua continuing forward. Smoke goes in. He's going to find the free 1v1. He's got one! He's going to dip away. 21 HP! And now, Starkso put under pressure. Chihuahua. The timing! He can't quite get it right, but Starkso should have time on the Dfuse and keeps control of the round. But that got so close.
What an effort. Wow, I mean, honestly, it's only the molly that really changes the tide of that round. The fact that he times, as soon as they pop the trap wire, recruits in behind them. This is just beautiful from Chihuahua. Starzo starting off as well. Again, I said it the other week, this guy making a case for being one of the most consistent Skys in Europe.
I'm with you. The value of that.
What a round that was.
And keep in mind, imagine what would have happened without Starkso bailing them out like that, or Chihuahua not popping off. Who knows how that round could have looked, but you just had 2 players exceed expectations substantially on that. Now, money-wise, of course, this will then swing to keep that, you know, the money rolling in real nicely for Acend here. Get the Spectres up, no rifles coming out, just kind of keeping it cool. And Kiles, the timing's excellent on that, actually, really good timing. This is going to force them to fight or flee, and they go forward. JD dies for it. That's really well timed, just as their utility got committed, so they wanted to utilize that. Now, yes, they've cleared Lamps or U-Haul, but now they're stacked on the site. Maybe this is part of the intention. Chihuahua's found CNED. The push from Kiles, that's worth it. He'll take that death, as it's now a 3v3, and the spike yet to be planted.
Yeah, that's it. The molly coming in from Bone Cold all the way over on B site. See it landed on default there. Commentators gonna find Korea. Get it even more Difficult for NIP to get something done here. Starter actually going to swing through. I thought Ryan might actually catch him on the way in there. It's Chihuahua who remains with a Sheriff. Cole going to shut him down from heaven.
Okay. 6. Gilles. Just nasty play there. Really feeling the timing right as well. Committing the utility just as they've committed theirs. So it's just forcing them to fight on it. That was so nicely done. Now, of course, here comes the bonus round. So NIP traditionally should pick this up. They have substantially better rifles coming in against 2 Buckies, Spectres. I'd like to see maybe something a little more aggressive, and it looks like that's the case. You can already see the double stack towards Showers, double stack towards Hookah. Yeah. I don't mind it. I think you got to try something a little bit different in this round. Otherwise, you're not going to win a traditional fight against a full buy.
Yeah, actually, Bauer positioned well to greet them. They decide to push further out. Again, the 2 Buckies being over towards B, expect them to sit back and wait for NIP to give them. You can see Cena just that range lined up on the right click. Ryan walks this. He walk peeks this. It should be Cena winning this all day long. Yep. Gonna get it. Gonna dash out. 1 weapon removed immediately for NIP. The other thing is actually they've reset over on A, so it's much deeper hold for the defense over there. And actually the preemptive rotation coming out from Commentators, they're going to try and reinforce this, Lauren.
43 seconds now. First flash committed down towards short from Sky there. Kriya. Cena just holding a way deeper angle. Nice little kind of deep off angle on that. And this is where things become a bit of a problem. They've been worked away now down to 3. And now the 3, look at the utility they have left. Kukos has to be so impactful in this. And I don't think he can be. This is a straight up save. Welcome to game time.
10 seconds
I can't, I mean, from that alone, I can't help but get the feeling NIP are a little rattled here on Bind. Again, spread very thin.
That's not good.
Chihuahua gets picked up as well.
Or if they lose these guns. Okay, JD keeps his. 2 left. What's the money like?
I mean, that's huge though, because we're always talking about always survive with the 3, right? The majority.
No more charges left.
Save coming through. That actually changes it quite a bit, because I don't like the triple force up. You can see JD's actually going to put 1200 back into this round, and that puts him on 0. Now, this can get a little funky if Acend hit double digits here.
It's broken the economy to the degree where, well, okay, well, we saw the Commentators can do it with 1 rifle and 4 pistols. So you have better odds, I guess, traditionally than that, but as it stands, bonus round collected, economy damage done, killers again, right place, right time, forcing the fight, all information now noted. Whether they force this issue and continue forward, yet to be seen. Damage being dealt, Commentators sitting deep here, doesn't want to allow those sheriffs find too much work. Oh, a bit of chunky damage coming through. And they've got the site under wraps. Now, spike should be planted pretty soon. Who's got that spike? Is it a Kukos?
It's a Kukos, yeah. I think they're anticipating getting a kill for this
the
plant
spam, JD. Cena just not loving that. That is the worst way to go. Trying it out and just get sprayed through on now. Okay, we got to see this post plant setup. 2 of them watching that CT cross. No one actively watch. Actually, no, I tell a lie. JD is watching the push out from the U-Vent. Seeker's invested, finds 1. There's a swing off the back, though. Oh, that's really good work! Bone cold! 3 out of nowhere. NIP and Tatters are now just JD. Left in a 1v3. Spike now halfway, all the way. It's not going to be stopped right now. Coldament is dead, but that ain't the Dfuse. And Acend. Keep it moving in the right direction.
That was disgusting. That was actually disgusting. Again, NIP just kind of trying to bait Acend to come in and challenge the site beforehand.
Enemy remaining.
That readjustment was actually insane from Bone Cold. Like, actually disgusting. What a retake. Again, just a few important factors there. Keyless, once again, he's trying to convert that Spectre. You can see he tried to make a play and get that cheeky kill to obviously get that economy rolling. And now they're in a position where CNED's going to invest the operator into this, and they're looking so comfortable for the rest of this half.
Oh yeah, their money's established. And they can be confident, get a little cheeky in a couple of rounds maybe. Cold a mentor there. Goes for a little walk. Gets himself some goodies. Maybe going to leave Bone Cold just kind of postured up there, leave him pushed a little further forward. But now you're going to see the long creep coming out from NIP. Rhea trying to get to the wider angle. Gonna put Killers on notice, but Cned, this is the new look here. Let's see how he handles this one. Readjust, still going. Killers is there. They're yet to kind of step across the line, though. That's what we're waiting on. The Kukos. Just biding his time. Killers. Again, forced to play further and further there. To be fair, though, they aren't using this utility to get to the site yet. Now is the first step towards the site. That's Rhyme taking space. They've finally got a bit of room to work with.
Once again, trying to get some little bit of contact. Korea actually going to overinvest. Oh my word, Acend 3 quick kills here, and it's going to deny the plant as well. Things falling apart at the seams in this round for NIP. Chihuahua 23 HP, stuck in hookah. Ened going to clean it up. Wow. Acend just happy to sit back and let this happen. This is, I'll be honest, some of these rounds, NLP just seemingly lost when they're given this site control. They don't know how to react to Acend just, you know, being happy to sit back.
Well, I mean, so much utility was invested. It looked like on towards B long. Great time being bought by Killers there, using the Viper really nicely to, again, hinder it, allow time for rotations to come in. You had Cned in the right place already with that op, but it was the retake. It was so well formed. Even investing the ultimate from Bone Cold just to make sure that, you know, the spike can be recovered. You saw the Sky Flashes poured in towards Hookah. There was no recovery there. And I imagine timeout for NIP in this, because once again, their money's in a lower end of it, so not ideal by that means, but they're up against 11. They are struggling in these rounds. Acend look drastically in control of the money and every other aspect of this game as it stands. I need to see a little bit more from NIP.
I think actually more in control of the pace as well. NIP just seem to be offbeat in terms of anticipating what Acend are going to do. There's actually Kilo's going to pop the ult right at the start of the round here. Gets the roll over short. Again, naturally, to force NIP to consider B site more so, but on the defensive side, it's a 3-man stack. Bone Cold, Starzo, and Coldamenta. Ready to greet them if they decide to push through.
Kind of forcing the hand, isn't it? Can't really walk short in this. You're almost wanting to maybe make that play through showers, but you're gonna have Cned up in towards heaven with a fair crack towards watching it. That's where his eyes are trained on. And the other intention would be to go for that B hit. That'd be the other kind of, you know, thing you'd be considering. Now it looks like they're gonna go for the showers play. So this could be a potential big Cned round. If positioning's right, aim's on point. Let's see how they try and approach this one. Gilles, he ain't moving unless he has to. And with no presence noted, Flash now going to be committed towards B long. Nothing noted. Here we go. It's game time. Now the TP's big. That puts Cned in a spot of bother. This should speed up the hit through showers, but he's back and he's ready. Killers. Perfect angle. His 3-2 split is now cut in half. He goes down though. There's still a chance. Coldamenta's here. Cned is here. And Coldamenta is ice cold today. This guy is so sick. Now Kriya though, still alive, but with everything in front of him, a 1v3 now? Absolutely not. Starkso keeps it in check. And once again, Acend looks so well prepared.
I mean, I know Lothar is just going to be cringing watching that. The fact that they come through and try and walk challenge through Kiles's ultimate. It's not pretty. This is uncharacteristic of NIP, to be honest with you, to look this lost for an answer. Usually very versatile. They're able to kind of troubleshoot things on the fly, and right here, Lauren, it's not what I was expecting.
No, look at the confidence. It's almost bubbling over. Cned's just going to take long control. Okay, instantly
Look at this.
get on those rotations. Through the TP goes the flash, so that's already a bit of an indicator that, wait, they're going to find this out quick. We're in trouble here, boys. Already the pings towards shower, just trying to keep that in consideration. And look how these guys are playing. Acend have just taken half of the map away from the ninjas to try and play with, but here we go. NIP on the site hit. No one's offering anything up. Ultimate's invested. They got to find something. 0 finds for now. Rhyme even catching a bit of damage, and Killers is right there. That's 2. He wants some more. He might get some more. NIP down to 3 here. Kriya dabbling with the idea of going towards Lamps, but do you want to go towards Killers? Because I kind of don't. This crossfire is favorable towards NIP though. Chihuahua and Kriya finally pull it together, and now it's finally a favorable scenario for them. Cned got the knives out. Maybe there's still a bit of life in them. Bone Cold's got a smoke or two to put into play. He's still got some work to achieve. There we go. Goes towards a spike, draws the players out. It was close, but not close enough. And waiting in the smoke is Omen. Kriya is just about keeping a lifeline in this for NIP.
That was so interesting to watch again. The fact that Acend back up and they're ready to re-aggress as soon as both of those ultimates are burned out. The Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper finding absolutely zero value. And it's that small kind of 2 to 3 seconds where you have a window to challenge either just before the spike goes down or as you hear that audio cue. And right there, Keela's showing just textbook how it's done. Dips in, finds 2 kills. Unfortunately, he's traded out. But right there, I mean, the fact that he's in lamps, he either does that or he dies for free, right? And that's what NIP were missing.
Oh, they're also missing a player now. Zened, so quick. I was like, oh, there's no way. Boom.
Dude.
Smashes it.
Once they get rolling though, it comes back to we come back to just a Jet being able to just bully a team. You can just go for what 5 or 6 different peaks at the start of every round.
Seen it.
If you're gonna convert them.
Gotta be careful now. They lost Hookah control. He's still looking for that pick though. He's so desperate for it. He actually might catch the cross. Sees Omen on the bait, but that's JD on the swing. Really good bit of work between NIP there. Pressuring up as the time was on the right sort of side of it. And now here we go. Let's see what Killers can do. Not too much this time. Finds Rhyme, but not much more. Starkso though also been pretty clutch, and so is Bone Cold. The 2v3 spike now being planted. It's gonna creep the smoke. Now they've got 2 players towards long. Spots one. Kriya sharp today, expecting
Ready
that.
for it.
Bone Cold tries the other side. He finds the first. Didn't take a piece of damage, and he's got a smoke left. He's also got his molly left. This is where things get a little scary. Now he touches that spike. Pretty sure he's gonna be noted, but he's got that molly to play with. Here we go. Finds the fight, spots at least Cypher on the left, and he knew there was an Omen down here. So he knows that both these players are in this position. He's got to find a fight. Just outdone by Chihuahua. A nice attempt, but once again, NIP clutching this round out.
Yeah, Chihuahua just the discipline there to hold onto his spy cam to use it into the smoke there, just to double check. I love that, but. I mean, that's all off the back as well. That's the NIP just forcing the issue. They literally try and re-aggress onto the fact that they spot the operator and they try and overwhelm it, right? They just try and throw some bodies towards Zened. And again, I mean, Kriya narrowly escaping death with that TP onto site. Right here, I mean, a much better look from NIP. They looked way more comfortable there as opposed to trying to play this default spread very thin at the start of the round. Not really any information garnered. And right there, it's like, we see the operator, we force it. Literally force their way onto that site.
Timeout coming in. Unsure who this is called by. This might be Acend, I could imagine. Unless someone's, faking the old technical timeout. But I feel as though Acend might want to just get a little bit of grip on things. Again, they haven't been too bad. They've been losing in a couple of kind of post-plants here and there. It's not terrible. It's just... we know that NIP have some incredibly good individuals, and if Chihuahua's having a series, there's always a chance. I'd still say Chihuahua is one of my highlight players from this team. Sure, Kukos is a great IGL, but Rhyme off to a big start here. Looks for the... Ooh, the freebie! He just felt it out. I don't think Ordamenta made a step, but he's dead regardless.
Right there, Akukos, you can see where he was positioned. The fault line was actually sent from market all the way in behind that Viper wall in showers. Ordamenta was actually stunned up by Akukos there. It's going to find them a very early kill in this round.
Now, Zened could be interesting here. Follows the bullet. The man's found Chihuahua. That is the heavy hitter gone. That is a huge scalp to claim. Starkso in the right place as well. This is a pretty scary hold. And you still have Bone Cold towards Hookah. This could change things if they're going to clear that well or not. Rhymes could be the one to try and do that. Now, spammed out, but he gets that swing on it too. Now, where's that spike going? Back to A. Look at this adjustment from Kriya. But Killers is still here. Now, how does he want to play this? Zened's going to be called over, but he's been smoked off. If he walks that, he's a madman, but I've seen crazier things. He wants to. He's dying for it. He actually gets the lean through.
Oh.
Now, spikes to be planted. Can clear close at least. Good. Baffled. The Omen just went for a walk there. He was way too ahead of what NIP were even expecting a player to be at. You saw Omen just casually walking around. No. But now Starkso plays it well. Finds a peek on Kriya. now a 2v3, but these post plants, I don't think we're going to see them really go for this. That op being in play should keep them on the save.
Indeed, as nobody for NIP still trying to remain just a little bit disciplined on site. Again, at this point, don't want to see them chasing down. I want to see them try and build some momentum in the economy. Make this comeback a reality. Another very, very nice round from NIP. And again, you're right, Kriya from the shadows, the readjustment to heaven. As soon as he's not challenged there, I think NIP anticipate there aren't enough bodies on A. So right there, I mean, if you can pinch using the Omen ult from heaven and short, or showers in this case as well, it makes it so difficult for that single player, which in this scenario is keyless, to really do anything. There's so many angles to worry about.
NIP got another one back. Double digits is when I like to call it a comeback. That's my line that I stick to. Now, one more. We have a game on our hands. Gotta get that one more on the board. Acend looking for that start. Was that a tag? I thought Rhyme is lucky to be alive. That felt so on, but just through the wall enough that it's caused a bit of a tag. And this will send them towards the other site for now. Maybe just that op presence is enough for them to reconsider, or maybe this was the plan all along.
Guarding here.
So actually the one way down on short going to create some more problems for NIP, and already you can see Acend's got himself tucked up into heaven. If they try and walk this, it's going to be so awkward. Rhyme actually going to satchel across. We'll get through with the paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury from Cold Mentor actually going to find a double attack there. Can he convert one of those? No, he can't.
Yelez called upon now. They've taken over towards Lamp. Acend trying to keep a track on this one. Spike's yet to go down, so if they keep their eyes on this, there's a potential, but you could see Acend was worried about showers there. There's the smoke coming into it, so he can repeat towards short. 30 seconds now. There is a time limit on NIP's work here. They've hit the brakes for a second. Killers once in. Oh, just gets the spray. Outdoes Kriya. There it is. Acend still able to peek in, but he gets swung on, but there's a trade out. Bone Cold, great work towards Chihuahua. And JD now called upon. A 1v3 presented. 45 HP and not a lot to play with. Spike now down. You can see the patience on Bone Cold. Not to push on his own. He wants everyone else here. Flash gets eaten by JD, but no one there to swing yet. Gets spotted though. And now problems start to mount. All the utility put in. He's been revealed. And JD, what can he do with this? Again, the spike being diffused. It's going to get to halfway. At the very least, JD needs to do something about this. The spray's not good enough. But Starkso is. It's 13-9.
Wow. What a performance from Acend. I mean, just... You can see this is another team we can say that once they find momentum, once they find their rhythm, they're not afraid to come out and play the operator like it's, what, June 2020, right? Acend just going for jump peaks again in the early round. And right here, I mean, that's a major flaw. If we look at this kind of difference in the playstyle here, NIP, when they want to spread thin on these defaults and play these very slow rounds, if you can't find that operator or you can't anticipate where the peak's coming from, you lose one, that whole structure falls apart.
You're spot on, and I think I'm probably more impressed with Acend on attack than I was on the defense, but I think that was just because I loved seeing their adaptations, the way they exploited NIP, and we hadn't seen people doing that too well yet. But NIP in this form, with a Kukos being that IGL, the big name to obviously be beside them, we have to wait and see how deep the pool goes for them. We don't know how much depth they have yet. They've had a couple of great victories over the likes of G2, but we haven't tested them against the wider scene. And this was, as said, a surprising map veto that have led to this scenario, but Hypoc, is it just me who thinks this is going all the way, like a map 3 game or a full series? Because Icebox is now on the horizon.
I tend to agree with you. I'll hold out judgment until, maybe we're a few rounds into map 2, Lauren.
I like the reserve. All right. But for now, we're going to head to a short little break. And when we're back, the desk will be joining you to talk you through everything we saw and give you a little bit of an idea as to what's coming up next.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank.
To the European Valorant Regional Masters, where Acend are one map up against NIP. This is an upset in the making, and joining me on the analyst desk is Mitch and Lothar. Lothar, to put it plain and simply, what went wrong for Nick?
I really like the way Hypoc commentated on one round 18, when he said, oh, Lothar has to be tilted here, and I was tilted to Cosmos basically because of how NIP played against a Viper. The round 18 was just nuts, you know. I feel like NIP played really in an uncharacteristic way to themselves, that they just tried to push the ultimate from Viper without using any utility beforehand, right? And then they just wanted to go for a one-way on the showers in the same manner. So they basically just went like pigs to a slaughter. And that's how I felt the entire game went, where NIP allowed Acend to play to their game plan. Acend basically has a post-planned lineup that wants to plant the bomb and then play somewhere far away to have that Brimstone and Viper utility being used on the spike. And it felt like NIP just allowed them to do that without really fighting for the sides and without having any real plan to counter that positioning on like the far positions from the spike. So I'm really baffled how NIP was prepared to fight this composition when we know that Acend is playing exactly this.
Well, on the other side of this, Mitch, what did Acend do well there? Because we did see some excellent retakes from them.
We definitely did. And I mean, when you've got so much utility to block off all these sight lines, obviously a Brimstone is fantastic, but I'm looking towards that Viper wall, especially B site. Killaz was able to put it down, not just one position, not just two. Round to round, it was changing. We saw him use it in one round. Passively, he's playing on that site, he puts down the wall, and it's cutting off sight lines. That was the round where they managed to defuse it behind the wall, leaving the Sova kind of clutching his head in his hands going, how did I let this happen? Next round, he plays with it aggressively down long, uses it and the Poison Orb alongside a Snakebite to initiate early fights and get involved in that duel. The next round, he's going to the other site, playing mid-A, ulting, and using the wall again for retakes on B. I've really enjoyed watching Killaz on this, and the interesting thing for me, looking at a Viper, typically you don't expect him to deal a significant amount of early round damage, and yet he had exactly the same first bloods to first deaths as CNED did. 4 openings, and he lost 3 duels total out of 7. It's exactly what their Jet operator did, which is damn impressive for a Viper.
Yeah, and to talk about Cena, right? He was allowed to basically play that operator because we know how expensive it is, right? After the patches and how the economy works right now in the game of the 9k cap. You're not allowed to play operator if you're not snowballing rounds. And basically the snowballing of rounds was happening because NIP didn't have a plan on how to stop the way Acend was playing. And even when you have that operator, there's a lot of situations when you have to save to get that operator into the next round. So I'm a little bit in an awkward spot because I predicted NIP to play completely differently in my mind than they are playing right now. So I'm a little bit worried about the icebox.
You know, just on the topic of CNED, that's one thing that we breeze past in this, and I'm very happy for that, because in most games, you'll see people consistently talk about him. He's the main part. I said coming into Challengers, when we first stumbled upon this team, I hadn't seen them play yet, and I was like, from what I'm hearing, it's CNED and 4 dudes, and that's just not the case. This is a well-drilled and a really efficient team, and one thing that highlighted it was in that last round, it was a 1 versus 3. The attacker from NIP goes to plant the spike on the A site. Bone Cold is inside of showers. His teammates are on the way towards the site. He knows this player, it's like, I think there was 20 seconds or 13 maybe even left, if I remember correctly. He knows this guy's probably sticking the spike, but he doesn't peek. He sits there. That kind of patience is, look, Bone Cold's already got some frag highlights out there. He was doing really well in this game, but he tucked in, he waited for his teammates, and they peeked him together, double peeking in, a triple, I think, looking for every angle they possibly could to make sure they could trade. That level of discipline is something that we haven't seen from many teams, and certainly not what you would expect to see from a team that's CNED and 4 dudes, as I had earlier said. I'm loving watching Acend all week, all month, and I hope we get to see lots more of them.
I mean, to me, it's Bone Cold and 4 dude, actually. Who's CNED? You got Bone Cold. Chat, don't kill me. I love CNED. Big fan. But let's move on to Icebox, because Lothar, you know, when we saw the map vetoes, you felt like this is going to favor Acend. And after what they just did on Bind, how big of a mountain is this going to be for Nip to climb?
Well, NIP has a good record on Icebox so far, but if they're gonna play the same way as they played Bind, I don't know. I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, you know. But I really like how Acend have their plan set up for Icebox. Typically, you know, they push a lot of from mid to go on to B. For those paths are not really used by many teams. They play it really aggressively, but at the same time they play it together. And this is something that I loved before. Acend is trying to play more as a team. So looking forward to Icebox.
Well, the best team always wins the game, as it would be usually. Let's head into Agent Select now, because the teams are ready, and I'm very, very excited for this map, because we could potentially have a upset on our hands. The team that loses today in this best of 3 will be going home. Mitch, Kriya is hovering that Viper.
Is he gonna do it? I mean, this would be very interesting if they make the switch up now, putting Kriya away from the Omen and instead onto the Viper, but no, they're gonna go with the traditional. Now, what I want to point out here, CNED's gonna pick Jet 99%. So the interesting thing, Lothar said that Acend love to play this super aggressive. Now, both teams are very strong on the attack side, so it's the defense that I'm looking at starting out there. NIP need to give me a good showing, but for Acend, it's no wonder that they like to play aggressive, as Lothar said, right? They play double duelist, and the clash of styles and ideas behind how you should play this game, a double duelist versus no duelist, or I mean Sage is kind of a duelist in this composition. It's really interesting to see those different takes on how to play, and now we get to see how they come up against each other.
Well, this is it, you guys. We could have an upset on our hand if Acend are able to take map 2, and no one loves an upset more than Hypoc. Pansy, I hope you can rein his excitement in for this one.
Well, it is a tall task to try and rein in old Hypoc. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if it's even possible. But I love an upset too, don't get me wrong. I think that we do have to also take into account that I do feel as though this is a substantially better map for NIP Hypoc. I think this is one that we can say is a little further into their wheelhouse. Not without faults, of course, but again, one map result is a little drastic to read into just yet.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, on the flip side of that, what I did like from Acend was just how drastically they were able to change the pace versus Ballista. Again, a team we were expecting to come out with that explosive play style, but I mean, Acend just took it to them. Now, the problem being, I mean, we just talked about this in between maps, right? Is NIP like to do this 3 or 4 round fact-finding sort of play style and then kind of react upon that. Now, Acend is showing us a number of different setups, a number of different variations to how they like to play on Bind, and Icebox, I think, leans into that. I don't want to see Nip kind of step back and allow Acend to almost condition them on attack.
Yeah, let's have a look, though. Let's see what Acend do here, because they've got a very attack-heavy roster. A lot of agents selected do tend to lean this way. I mean, look, I'm sure 10s on Reyna will tell you it's another way, but not everyone is 10s. But still, already Rhyme's gonna potentially find a lot of information off this. Yeah, Rhyme's done very well in this position, but the problem is they lost out on a Kukos hit. So suddenly it's not looking so likely. JD catching on the cross, though. One more would have been great, but JD now surrounded. Still gets one. That's good work. Still finding value here. Bringing it to a 2v2 means this is still a pretty reasonable round. They can hit the brakes a touch. The spike still needs to be planted, which it will be soon. So, Acend should be able to get some side control, but I'm looking at Chihuahua in this, let's see what he can do here.
One enemy remaining.
Actually got a double face on. Yeah, Korea gonna fall immediately in Chihuahua. See, coming in all the way from the attacker side spawn, seemingly unchecked for the time, but ooh, we caught the barrel there.
One enemy remaining.
Well, we can find the first, and actually swings on to the second, but can't close it out. Keyless will find his third on the round, and I love that execution onto Boiler there.
Yes.
The walk up, the wall up to challenge as soon as Bone Cold drops that smoke. It gives him a perfect opening there, but JD, a heroic effort to try and hold the fort down for NIP here.
And
just can't escape away.
no, and even adding to that, Chihuahua reading that kind of late game crossfire perfectly. He knew exactly where the other player was going to be. So you can see the intuition on these players. And I'm glad the desk was talking about different compositions. And I think people sometimes overly read into, well, that's just one style. It's also the players you have to work with. Some players aren't suited to hyper-aggression or, you know, potentially duelists. You have to play to the hand you're dealt, right? And some of these players play agent pools that are drastically different. And if you force a player into that, it changes style and it kind of removes some of their brilliance away from them. I think sometimes you do have to play to your players' strengths a lot more than just the considered meta, which is I quite like seeing the difference here. Now, CNED gonna get given some free information. This is a stack though, but at least the lucky part of this is they've seen JD, who was here last round, so no additional information has been caught, at least with this.
Yeah, they can't necessarily read that this is more than the default on the side of NIP, but the owl drone potentially going to give away a more. I'm not sure if they managed to shut that down before they could spot the third player. Seemingly, actually, they did, as CNED going to back away, and the rest of Acend as well.
That's good. Good work, good read.
Chihuahua's got it all to do now, as he has the sheriff. He has the sheriff.
Good luck.
30 seconds.
If he gets an angle, but Bone Cold in a really nice position to catch that rotation. That's good from Chihuahua, though. That's the spike now lost. The others were more postured for fights. Chihuahua gets the shoulder peek towards one, trying to kind of float back through. Starks, though, should have a better angle on him. He does, so removes that threat. And now Spike should be planted. I don't think there's anything really in the utility kit to deny that. Priya only with the classic. It's going to be JD, if anyone, to really try and find some momentum changing here. Utility invested, CNED finds Kriya, and now just JD left in a 1v3.
Who left in the clip there? We'll actually find CNED. So again, looking to do a little bit of damage onto the economy. We'll be able to retrieve one rifle, maybe. Actually, no, I can't. What was it? He kept through a... Was it a Spectre there? Yeah. So the Spectre and the Vandal saved through. So it's going to be a scrappy purchase on the side of Acend. Maybe going to see CNED make a play for this orb on A. Maybe play the Blade Storm into this one. I guess a consolation prize, at least for NIP, to do that much damage. They're going to bring 5 rifles into this one. Nobody close to their ultimate. Actually, JD the closest 2 away from the revive. Side of Acend, nobody really... enough of an impact to get theirs on. But speaking of impact, CNED straight up on top of Tube. And this is what I was talking about. That pace change that Acend showed. Oh my God, Bone Cold just actually got him fully blind from the paranoia here. This is how you convert a scrappy purchase right here. That's straight away the readjustment. All out aggression early on in the round. And NIP punished.
It's something we've talked about at the very start, and I think that we're seeing more and more teams get better at converting these bonus rounds. Some characteristically more than others, and I can't wait for the statistics out there, you know, on the various sites to really show that. And once we get obviously a bigger pool of maps to be seen and tournaments, of course, but we're seeing more and more teams realizing how valuable this bonus quote-unquote round is. And if you have something specifically in mind for it now, if you get readable, you're going to get worked out. I mean, if you haven't already checked over on Reddit, Nookie saying, you know, they broke out the Reyna just to purely kind of throw someone like, you know, a Kukos off the scent of things, to switch things up because he was too readable on his race normally. It's too easy to kind of predict for someone who knows that they're going to be read into. So these small adjustments, these small ways that they can change up these rounds are really interesting to watch. Now for Acend, they've done perfect for their beginning. First 3 on the board. Convert the bonus, and now the money goes in the kind of hole for NIP here. They can have a partial buy, force if they want with Guardians or bits. It's not great though. Look at Chihuahua. He's left in that terrible predicament too. It's like, you're going to have to come in with less. What do you want to go in less with? You know, is it the weapon you're going to come in with, or you can't spread the wealth that far?
Going to be Guardian on Rhyme and Kriya. They will reinvest back into this. And that's off the back of obviously one of them falling. They tried to save through 3 weapons, but now Acend kind of anticipating this. I guess anticipating a funky buy or maybe a little bit of aggression from NIP, but this all plays into Ascend's hands. The way they're able to switch these rounds up. NIP not really doing what we know they like to do, which is finding early information, getting a feeler on the round very early on. Acend gonna actually lean back towards A. It's just one man defending it right now. It's only JD on A site.
They've got info. I mean, Akukos
Actually, look at the swing here.
will have called this, but now Cypher's kind of leaning back towards middle. Maybe trying to get through the kind of connector there, but already they're on site. They've had the information. They've done not enough with it. And look at this depth from above with CNED. Leaps over, just hands out executions. And now 2 alive, and neither in positions to really make much happen. Akukos is here alone, pretty much. Kriya is a mile away from being able to help him out and do anything with this. It might just be save time. Don't know if he can even save here, really. There's too many players coming through. No chance.
Yeah. And Kriya's now in a position where he's saving a Guardian.
Oh, feels bad.
I mean, I hate to come back to it, but as I said it on Bind, it looked as if NIP were a little bit rattled. And I said to you, you know, 3 or 4 round allowance for NIP where they try and get a feel for the game. And right here, just the first 4 rounds going over to Acend. It's not looking good, I'll be honest. It's really not looking good. I'm not sure NIP can really come back with this sort of playstyle. Again, we saw it on Bind. A few rounds they were happy to just switch up and you know, go balls to the wall, and those rounds look comfortable. Right here on defense, though, they're just sat so deep that they're effectively waiting for the push to come out from Acend. And right here, I mean, unless you gamble stack in, you're always going to have that 4v2, 5v2 on one of the sides. As you see here, it's pretty much just CNED and Keyleds that find all of this entry onto A.
Sorry, mate. Trainers aren't allowed in here. Look at those little bodyguards. Little doorman. Not letting it happen. At this point, money-wise, let's have a little look. NIP, they still got the Guardian, I guess, but they do at least fashion a purchase. This is probably the biggest round, and look at the adjustment of aggression coming out from NIP. This is gorgeous work. They have absolutely just thrown them through a loop. Now, yes, they lose the initial pick, but then to have to retake this territory is going to take so long, but that's a good response from Bone Cold.
Bone Cold.
Out of nowhere. Finds NIP and just slaps him across the face. Bone Cold has just evened out this round drastically. That's gonna be for free. Kukos finds a floating CNED, just yeeting through the air, and now a 4v2 begins, but it is a post-plant 4v2. One of the 2 positions is noted, and JD is still trying to clear through middle.
They're relatively split here. Again, I can't help but feel this is a scenario where NIP are going to say, yep, we've got to save this. Yes, if we can get any more damage onto the economy, let's do it. But yeah, you can see JD drifting all the way back over. I'm wondering actually if he's considering going for an economy revive over on A. Akukos still over here causing problems for Acend. Tap the spike. Actually going to bring, yeah, 1 more kill is going to go over to him, but Bone Cold still inside the ultimate. Just shut that down again. I hasten to say, what if JD was there with him?
And either it be a miscall or just he'd have had to have called that I'm just gonna go for it. You know what I mean? Maybe just a straight up individual call, feeling it out, feeling out the information. But JD simply just said sure, and that's fine. And exactly,
have fun.
He's playing against such odds, and people are like, well, why weren't you hyping that? Because it didn't come to anything. We're not North America here. We don't just yell needlessly about rounds that go nowhere. Shout out to my homies. I'm kidding. Oh no. I'll backtrack. I'll say I like, who do they like out there? 100 Thieves?
Hello, Reddit.
100 Thieves, they're great.
Hello, Reddit.
Love them, Steel. Shout out to my boy. I don't know. I don't know if they like him anymore. He's been kind of toxic. They've been turning on them. Ugh, it's all falling apart. 5-0 though. I think again, no one's having much impact from NIP. They're behind the ball. I actually quite like that aggression. Let's talk about some bonuses there for the Ninjas at least. I like the aggression on A. I don't even mind that they necessarily lost a player. You know, if you're going to go for those aggressive leans, it's always a high risk that you're going for. Doing that on probably one of the only full-ish buys that they've had, maybe a little sketchy, but you have to try and make some adjustment because by default right now, Acend are playing a substantially better game, very all-encompassing. And now, you can see the caution on CNED though. This is the impact of having those aggressive rounds. It does take them a little bit of time now to clear on through, but they've at least got the step towards the right direction. They've taken over the same sort of space. Got the default going on. Viper's still kind of lingering around towards B. This is an adjustment though through middle Hypoc. Looking towards what we're seeing from Priya and Akukos, they do have that mid-presence building, but they still have to control that A site.
What do is actually Aldrone getting dealt with is going to force the wall out of JD, and they're going to play a little deeper here. So anticipating this A hit coming through. And really, I mean, this has been the slowest approach we've seen from Acend. So you're right, with just that one round, Acend are now maybe reconsidering their approach. The Recon Bolt going to ping nothing though. Prime happy to sit alongside JD for the time. Oh, Cena did just spot. I'm over behind the screen here, and actually the hit's going to come through. So JD actually potentially going to get isolated on backside.
We're coming through. I'm waiting for impact on this. Killers does get a bit of a problem, but he's managed to stay only for so long. Actually, CNED and Killers convert the kills. They've got 17 seconds. They might just get that spike down. No! Akukos, Rhyme, double up together, and there's still a chance in this. But look, no guns. I'm looking for the recoverable weapons. Bone Cold's allowing them nothing. The re-aggress on the flank has just cut them off of the knees. Chihuahua gets himself a rifle, but by now he's lost control. Everywhere around him became a threat, and Bone Cold's lurk has been just filthily good.
This is clinical from Acend. Absolutely clinical. I mean, NIP looked lost, and that's not a phrase I think I've ever said on any other game that we've covered. And this is the time where I'm almost begging NIP to say, look, you're already at a 6-round deficit. Like, why not get funky with it? Like, go for some, you know, defensive pushes, get a little more proactive through mid and B, because right now Bone Cold is just being given full B lane control. And right here, this is a massive tool for Acend. If they can just keep the focus of NIP on B, even if it's just, you know, 1 or 2 players, it leaves that door so wide open. This time around, though, Kila's over towards A site, and
camera taken out.
Creep down B lane will start.
Priya finding the first, but here comes the problem. The double swing. Oh my, what? CNED out of nowhere finds Chihuahua, and now this is a problem. Korea tries to re-aggress. That's a surprise, but CNED again doubles down on this. This could have been a disaster if it wasn't for CNED still making this work for themselves. However, cut off for now. They still need to keep control of what's potentially lurking behind them, which will be a Kukos. And now CNED's got the deeper angle. He can control this line of sight, which is actually pretty massive. When they finally work their way up, they're still waiting on that flank, but no one is giving this away yet.
Yeah, they've slowed this right down, actually, and see again, it's only really JD on site.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna hit the full rotate. I'm not sure if Akukos is gonna catch this. He's got to be looking.
Has he got vision on it?
He's just crossed over.
Okay,
He's gonna catch it. Thread the needle through mid here. 20 seconds left. Acend have to force the issue now onto A.
Ooh, okay. Akukos, 13 seconds. By the time you know what you've got to do here, a clear plan in mind. But a flying Starkso denies it. And a quick spike plant. Anything to stop it with? Nothing! Spike goes in, they're just about holding on. Rhymes found Coldamenta. Starkso and CNED still alive though. The post plants are going to be vital in this. What can they do in this? The adjustment, the op? Can it find a good position to play with? Reds comes in, Starkso says no. He's doubled down! And CNED's there as well! I can't believe they still stick the landing on that.
My God. This is actually insane. Once again, Acend just looking so comfortable on Icebox. And even those late round hits, we've talked about this time and time again. And Kukos' only job there is to slow them down. Slow them down. That was filthy. I'm glad that just stopped me from what I was saying. Yeah. Can we just see that again another 3 times?
It's so sick. And 2 players in the team getting 3 Ks each. So you love to see it. You love to see it. Ooh, 7-0. This is a masterclass from Acend, I've got to say. Normally, NIP, I think, have a really good grip on the game, but they're being completely just written out of this. They've been read.
I mean, this is the problem here. Without a duelist, without a Jet, without a Raze, without a Reyna, these defensive pushes that I'm kind of wanting from NIP, they're so difficult with this composition. So difficult. I mean, really, JD's the only one that can... Okay, that was ugly. Bone Cold still comes out on top of that, but right there, I mean, it's so difficult for a Breach and a Cypher to come in and find these low-risk early round peaks and get away from it. They almost have no, like, you know, peel individually.
Okay, Korea. Waiting patiently over towards B, but I'm looking to see where Acend go with this now. They've had the 1-for-1 trade out, Bone Cold loss, and a Kukos lost. So Cena looking to crack open a chance, and the timing, if he gets it just right, okay. You don't re-peek that now, do you? You do not re-peek that, Chihuahua. Maybe you do, I don't know how confident you are, but if I see a Jet with an op down middle, I'm like, you know what, I'm alright, I'll go somewhere else. And it looks like this B lean, so it will come down to Korea holding this angle for now.
Well, so that's the Korea ready to agree. Actually going to find a fantastic headshot onto CNED. That will slow things down. Literally 11 seconds left on the clock here, and actually Keeler's going to find 2 of his own, but they have to get through. They have to plant the spike. Korea, now he's got it all to do. JD finds the first. Korea will clean it up. Oh, it's not pretty, but NIP will post their first round win.
Korea bailed them out, I felt there a great deal, and keep in mind, he's now on 4 kills, so it's not like he's been popping off, but the kills he got were so imperative. Chihuahua's timing was good. Keeler's made it a little sketchy, to say the least, but still, well controlled in the end by Korea. I do see an op coming out for JD. I'm waiting to see how that gets utilized. So you've got an op out, and then Rhyme on a Guardian. Feels weird towards A. Yeah, it really does. And Cena, it's like, a challenger has appeared. Allow me to have some fun. You can't get away as quick as I can, but JD can put up a wall and try and readjust the battlefield a little. There could have been a pick there. There could have been a real quick pick. CNED, though, gonna kind of peel away from this. Let's see if there's any flanks, any naughtiness. Nothing for now, but a hefty lean towards A. You've got 4 players on the defensive side over this way. JD does find Killers. Big pick coming out there. Now looks again for some more. No. Bone Cold expected it. Already had that angle. JD just kind of slowly walking into it was not good enough. And now 4v4.
Yeah, that's it. Acend gonna hit the brakes, but Commentators himself a cheeky little kill. Eyes on the minimap. Korea on this late lurk. He might actually catch. Really good timing here if he can get in between, but Commentators ready for it.
Korea still wins?
Korea actually loses out.
How did Korea win that fight? You could see on the minimap there, on the adjustment, now Korea expects more aggression! Korea single-handedly trying to save NIP at this moment. They line up and he's going to just dismantle them all, and now Bone Cold called upon. 30 seconds, spike to hand. He's got 3 players to find.
His ult's going to fall. His ult's actually going to fall here. Yeah, he can't get back into it. He will find Korea. Now he doesn't have that safety net on site. Oh my, is that going to clear that? Oh my word, Bone Cold.
It's forced out at least some knowledge, and now he gets it. Oh, I don't see a clean 1v1. It wasn't clean enough.
NT.
Really, NT.
I don't know how Korea won that 1v1 with Commentators. I'm not sure. Just well, you can see it there. I mean, he just absolutely smoked him, but they tried to double face, but I mean, pretty much just lining up for him here. Korea putting an IP on his back. But it's only 2.
Yeah,
it's only 2 rounds.
These 2 rounds have been because of... I want to say Korea in this. The way he's been kind of evening out some of the initial damage, even on those lurks, has been excellent. You could accredit that to the rest of NIP for buying the time when they tried to hit the site. However, here we go, straight into this one called Commentators, trying to get this one started perfectly. CNED, though, going to go on the chase here. He wants to get involved, but already stunned up, hits the brakes for a second. The rest of the team come in. This is looking like a retake from start to finish unless there's another part of the plan in mind.
Well, this is it now. They're going to get in. They get a clean spike plant. Now they can reset. You can see on the minimap now already Bone Cold is setting up for that post plant. And NIP don't really have anything. Other than time, they need to get in and pressure this. It's already taken too long.
They need something. They need a couple of steps, and CNED already worth his value. Killers there in perfect combination. There's no favorable fight, no 2v1, no effective trading. The spacing is so good. Rhyme, though, that's not bad. Catching CNED on the repeak, on the adjustment, but Killer's still there. Still doing work on the Reyna, and there's the res towards CNED. Now time's a factor, and I think with that op in hand with JD, it's time to back away. Save again, NIP. This one's looking rough, and actually Chihuahua's being fought, and that's the gun gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we talked about on Bind, is if Acend can just get in uncontested, get a clean spike plant, and reset, and right there, I mean, it's another switch up once again. They hit hard, they get in, find the plant, they get out. Right there, I mean, you need to see NIP either challenge before the plant comes in, or very aggressively come back and challenge that post-plant setup. Nobody on the flank, everybody coming through spawn. They're basically funneled into either peeking heaven or coming behind screens. It's just, it's really awkward to watch.
8-2. It just feels like there's been such a awkward economy for NIP the entire time, but look at this quick progress up towards B long as it stands. You do have two on the other side, Korea being one, and Korea, I feel, has been such an imperative factor for NIP, but he's down to just the Sheriff. Chihuahua's there with him. Now, again, let's see how this take works. Normally the flanks have been pretty big for NIP, mostly because it's been Korea on the other side, but let's see if this one's gonna work out. Bone Cold, clearing, moving eyes away, and a bit of a break, a bit of a pause for Acend here. Maybe looking to see if there's any aggression trying to catch a flank. I'm looking at Reyna as well here. See what Killers can garner towards middle. There has been traditionally a player lurking. No one deciding to go for this just yet, and now we see the wall goes back up, the ultimate gets invested, and it looks like CNED might be in some danger, but luckily, very mobile.
I got the spike. Spike down, B.
Rhyme's still going to find Starzo, though. Oh, Bone Cold just threads the needle on that first. Then we'll find the second as well. Oh my god, JD will trade out. He still has this revive, but they've just not been able to find it. Rhyme will catch a gun barrel. Clean that up, and it's just Coldament left standing. Right, all the way back in lane. Actually, 25 seconds. He's got a challenge. JD there to greet him.
Bone Cold is making every round look possible.
Last round in the half.
This guy is sharp today.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. If this is 8-4, this is like a miracle for NIP. With how this half has turned out, that would be a huge victory on their part.
JD with some great work coming in, of course, towards the back of site, but we're looking for repetition, and if NIP have taken this long to become kind of held accountable towards this, it's going to be an interesting conversation on that half switch. The economy finally falls in commentary favor, but at least somewhere fair for NIP, but Acend with a quick bit of a play towards middle. Look at the pace coming out from these guys. Acend a straight through middle right now. This is massive on the switch up, and now NIP are in curious position to look at the amount of space they found in Killers right at the helm of this. Working his way forward, Bone Cold's there with him. Korea does find Bone Cold, but by now the spike is in a bad spot, but they are still just infiltrating behind enemy lines. What an adjustment from Acend. Great call from whichever person made that.
Starzo's in their spawn to find that kill. JD actually going to find CNED up on top of site. But it's a 2v3 now for NIP. Empress gets popped. Chihuahua, got to be careful here. He will win that 1v1 against Starzo. Neural Theft goes out. JD actually going to find another one. The last one gets revealed. NIP actually flipped that around. They will close out 8-4 in this half. Wow, what a round.
It was a round, and the work going back in between JD and Chihuahua was fantastic. But keep in mind, the post plants were uncomfortable. They'd taken mid, but to get that spike down, they pushed obviously through towards site, so the post plants were kind of uncomfortable. But great work between JD and Chihuahua to make that all happen. So again, credit early for Acend, and then NIP on the clutch factor coming in. 8-4 on the half. Hey, it's given them breathing room. It's not a lot, but it's enough. Now, you could argue, of course, that... I don't know. Yeah, you could argue that Ascend's roster is pretty comfy on attacking, on them instigating. I want to see how well they defend now.
Yeah, that's really the saving grace for NIP, to be honest with you.
Recon bolt.
I'm hoping you can. Yeah, I'm hoping you can see something because I can't. No, we're back. Okay. But I mean, a lot rides on this. The 8-4 scoreline is always a talking point. But right here, I mean, Acend in terms of round 2 conversions, double digits, and with the way this has gone, hold that thought, because actually NIP very aggressively going to push under tube here, but Acend there to greet them initially. CNED and Stars are all finding kills. Korea will finally respond. This round's all but wrapped up. And again, just... oh, it's actually crazy to see NIP just... This is so uncharacteristic.
It is, but...
like, right there, it's like, yeah, we're just going to take this deathmatch.
Yeah.
This deathmatch execute, which we barely ever see them do on
I just don't know if it's stylistically what works with them, right? And again, this is where I'd love to be able to have someone like a Kukos come on and talk through some of the decision making. But I think a lot of us read very heavily into NIP's kind of burst onto the scene with the results against G2, which is fair. And the display they showed was excellent, but the depth we didn't know yet, because there was still a relatively new team to our vision in that regard. Now, Commentators could be on for a bit of farming. Let's have a look. Gets enough vision to go, probably shouldn't repeat that, but I will. Damage being done. Not too afraid of the pistols, clearly.
Rightfully so. Yeah, actually, Bone Cold, a really cheeky spot. He's going to get some early information as well if NIP decide to lean back this way. And you can see on the X-ray, that's exactly what's about to happen. Hold on. We'll find Korea the first. Actually going to re-aggress. We'll find Rhyme as well. Finally traded out by Kukos. They will get a weapon upgrade. Stars, though, going to swing off this, though. That's the first Chihuahua. Will shut him down with the Sheriff.
Okay, the clutch duo themselves, Chihuahua and JD. Oh, 12 HP and 22. Bet ET all? I don't know. Maybe. Show me some magic. Nah, not today. No magic. They've worn out magic tricks. JD got the heal off, but a quick shutdown. That's double digits for Acend now, which is the scarier factor here, right? NIP, I worry about them on the attack too. How easily able are they to instigate in this? Can they create as much space? Can they do as much work? Momentum, confidence, all in Acend's camp. Like, hands down. You've had Bone Cold having a great series. CNED still being CNED. You've still got Killers up there doing well, but again, like, Commentators isn't even particularly required. He's got 2 kills, and he's doing just fine. It's fine.
I mean, really, with the way Bone Cold, Killers and CNED are playing, it's no real surprise, to be honest with you. IP gonna look to quickly find some control down B lane. Again, Cena got himself tucked up top. Got 2 teammates actually to counter peek off him, so it's gonna be really tough for NIP to crack through this setup here from Acend.
Poison orb emitting.
Patience being shown for now, excluding Killers. That means everything on this. They're going to clear this angle with intention. Oh, the timing! Killers! I thought they were going to swing at the same time, but he still finds Chihuahua and makes it out of there as well.
That's the advantage. I mean, you can send Arena forwards into that one and done spot almost and completely unpunished. Yeah, I mean, seeing it getting in behind here, it's got to pull NIP away from A. 27 seconds left now. Oh my word, Bone Cold just tapping him out in mid. Kukos will finally respond. Round. All but done. Stars are going to clean it up. This is an absolute clinic from Acend here. NIP just look lost, Lauren.
Yeah, the answers aren't coming through. You're right. And I mean, okay, let's burn through the kind of conversation that you've got to have. One, you've got to be able to tame Acend here, which, when this is happening, quite difficult. On a scale of, like, things that are difficult, that's very much towards the top end. Bone Cold's just having a game. So, okay, you got to break that confidence. 2, you got to keep your economy in a good place to try and build back in. I'm already seeing Marshals, Bulldogs, and a Classic and a Spectre. It's not great. Oh, nope, there was a Guardian. And then you have to account for the fact that Acend still have probably a very solid game plan behind just the aggression that they can work with, the kind of, you know, throw it at the wall and see if it sticks sort of rounds. And keep in mind, Bone Cold's just invested in Ultimate. Another bit of depth that they can work with here to basically lock off the entirety of A. For NIP to pull off the next couple of rounds, they have so much against them.
Do indeed, as we know, going to be something for NIP to consider. And I mean, I know Lothar's going to be on the edge of his seat right now if NIP decide to walk push this. Again, I'll be honest, it's going to tilt me if it happens. Bone Cold's going to get early information here as well, and you can kind of duck in and out. Actually, he's going to get spotted out. Chihuahua will deal with it, and the ultimate will fall. That leaves an opening for NIP here. Coldamenta needs to get something done. He's actually going to commit to holding on to side. The Rolling Thunder and the Paranoia, though. Chihuahua will clean it up.
How much can you ask of one man? And here comes the answer, though. Right back at it. Sarkso and Cena crack in towards the side. And that spike is on the swing with Kriya, and that's on the wide angle now. That's not safe to be recovered. Nikukos left in the 1v2. Map point will be posted on the board. 12. If he doesn't manage to convert this. Spots out 1. Looking for the second. Don't know how he's going to try and corner off this fight favorably. They're doubled up, and oh, the timing's unfavorable to every extent. 12-4. And Acend have looked so formidable in this. They've controlled every aspect of this game.
They have, and I mean, now NIP just reaching desperation stage. This is so far away from the way I thought this was going to play out. Honestly. But Acend just once again stepping up and just showing the confidence, just sheer confidence to take the fight to a team like NIP. And like I said, NIP really restricted by this composition. They can't make that pace change switch up and go for that early round punish. CNED now with an operator on Boiler, actually swing and a miss on the first and the second. NIP again going to get themselves under tube very quickly. Chihuahua headed towards kitchen.
Yeah, let's go again at it. Let's see what can get done. 12-4, Keeler's already finding JD. Oh, Keeler's. Look at this. Look at this work he's putting in. And now Bone Cold. Yep.
Spike.
Yep.
Spike.
Yep, and Bone Cold's here. So they can all put their attention towards that side and say, hello, this is Bone Cold's time to shine. 2 in a row. He is just working with surgical precision on that aim. And now Kriya, called upon in the final moments here for the Ninjas. We've thoroughly enjoyed what they brought in the past, but today they have been outdone, and Acend have been at the helm every single step of the way. Now Kriya trying to make the adjust towards middle. I guess he's got a rifle to play with, so that's something. See if he can get past the first step of this puzzle, that first piece. He's not got a fun fight on that. Killers has got him. It's 13-4, and it's Acend picking up the victory over NIP.
That was just, I mean, both painful and fantastic to watch at the same time. I mean, NIP just completely dismantled by Acend there. And I mean, if that's anything to go by, just Acend impressed me the first time we saw them play against FPX. Was a very slow, kind of methodical playstyle, right? But now they're showing that they can flex out on the other way. And we've talked about CNED being that impact player and kind of going back to, you know, that old meta of Jet can get away with murder in the early round. Against NIP right there, they were just unable to punish that. They were unable to punish any of the aggression that Acend was showing. That was yes, a spectacle.
It truly was.
And I mean, a big statement made by Acend.
Now, the biggest question in my mind, though, and this is more for the people at home than anything, is the player of the match. With Bone Cold having a performance like this, can he beat CNED? Now, I know the fans will always back CNED no matter what. Bone Cold had a really good series, though. So, guys, make sure you get on the socials. Make sure you let us know your player of the match. You have a couple of options there. CNED, of course. Keeler's as well. A fair shout for him in this, too. Have a little look through, see who you fancy, and let's see if Bone Cold's done enough to maybe change over a couple of those CNED fans to vote for his teammate. Who knows? Anyway, all that said and done, I think this is a great display of Acend's depth, and as you're right, showing a little bit of versatility to the looks. We've seen that kind of I said structured approach, but still, we're seeing more and more of them coming forward. Enough from us for now. We'll be back for the second series, but let's head over to the desk to break up everything that's been seen after this break.
Got the money in the bank.
to the European Valorant Regional Masters, where Acend have just eliminated NIP. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined by Acend's Bone Cold for a quick interview. Welcome to the stream, Bone Cold. You know, your coach MBS said this morning that you guys were well prepared, you guys did your homework, and it really, really paid off. What did you do differently this time around against NIP compared to the last time that you played against them?
So the preparation from our coach was really excellent. He got.
We are It's okay. We are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, you know. Bone Cold, we will get him back soon, I hope. But, you know, what can you say? After that performance, his PC is probably overheating. Mine would definitely be Mitch if I were to drop that many frags against NIP.
Yeah, I'm surprised, man. I'd say his mouse mat must be on fire after all that flicking. It's he's going to need some new gear, but I'm sure they'll have no problem with entertaining sponsors after that kind of a run. NIP out of Masters, and it's Acend that take them. Not many people would have seen that coming, you know. Some did. We got our gloating out of the way earlier on today, so I have to throw some of mine in there. Hope you don't mind, Lothar. But I gotta say though, Acend, they played a clean game. They played a great game. I really enjoy watching this team. I said it earlier on, I'll say it again, man. This is it shows the depth that Europe has.
Well, Lothar, while we're waiting for Bone Cold to just quickly sort out everything. The wait is over. Sorry, Lothar, I will come back to you with my point, but we are going to bring Bone Cold back again. Bone Cold, I hope I have you with me this time.
Probably. Hello. Is it working?
Yes, yes, it is working. Hello, I know we were making jokes about your mouse mat and your PC there, but you were absolutely outstanding today. What did you make of your own performance?
I'm just gonna say, like in Finnish we call this suonari. It's pulling vein. I just feel like everything just clicked. We had really good energy going into the match. I was like, our team was just feeding me like info where they went. And I don't know. Today I was just built different. I don't know why, but it all went well.
You've always been built different. I've been shouting that off the rooftops on Twitter lately. But, you know, like you said, going into this game, you felt like everything was working out. And your coach, MBS, did say to us in his interview this morning that you were very well prepared. So what do you think the difference was between this match compared to the last time you played NIP when you guys lost 2-0?
Yeah, so I feel like we kind of broke the ice when we first faced NIP. On the first time, we didn't really have like a lot to lose, but we had a lot to win. So once we broke that ice on the first series against NIP, we just grew stronger after that. And I feel like our mental going into these games and the energy going into these games, with the great preparation of our coach, everything just sailed smoothly for the whole series.
Well, you guys dismantled Ballista on Icebox and now NIP as well. What is your approach to this map and how do you think this map should be played? Because whatever you guys are doing is working.
Yeah, we are just giving a lot, like it's a really open map, so we give a lot of freedom to all of the players to go their own ways and to find openings and reactions. And we have been sticking to that mostly.
Well, you know, moving on, you will be facing FPX next at the playoffs. Congratulations for making that, of course. And, you know, the last time you played against them is very much like the NIP story, right? 2-0, they sort of edged you guys out. You have a rematch again. Do you feel more confident now, given you're able to beat NIP this time round?
We do. I feel like any given way, any given day, I feel like we can win against any given opponent. So we're just gonna go with the same momentum we had today, and we're gonna see how far we can take FPX on the series.
Well, lastly, I know you guys, you know, beat NIP today. That is a huge achievement, a big upset here. But I think arguably the bigger achievement is that you are the player of the match. You won the poll with CNED in it, which I don't think we've seen ever. So congratulations.
Thank you a lot. It's actually amazing. Thank you for all the Turkish community for voting me this time. But against FPX, just be ready to vote for your boy.
Don't say that, Bone Cold. You deserve it. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you back here against FPX.
Thank you. Great.
Well, Lothar, Nip are out. And while I do also want to talk about Acend really quickly, I just want to get your opinion on why Nip didn't turn up today.
I would have to kind of double down on what I said after Bind, right? They just seem to not have a plan on how to approach Ascend's team composition, how they typically play, and which I find very surprising because I don't know if you guys remember, but before we went onto Icebox, I just said literally in one sentence, Acend really likes to aggressively push mid on Icebox, kind of like just brute force it, right? And then the first 3 rounds is literally that, when NIP is completely unprepared to stop it, which takes just literally just 30 seconds to see on how they played before. And the same thing happened on the post plans when NIP this was a less post planned composition from Acend than on Bind because they didn't play Brimstone, and yet NIP was retaking like 5 people from the spawn side, which I found so surprising. NIP just kind of looked, I hate to use this word, but lost, like completely lost without their leader keeping them in check.
Well, they have been eliminated, but we do have another best of 3 coming up. One more spot left for playoffs, and that is between Guild and Dfuse. Lothar, Guild have already played a round of eliminations. They are familiar with this. They know how this feels. How do they deal with that last match against Alliance?
Well, it was very close, and I have to say, Guild looks, I would say, the most nervous from all of the teams that we had in challenges and masters so far. They sometimes make really basic mistakes, then they proceed to the next round to play it perfectly. You know, it's kind of like a windmill of emotions whenever you watch Guild. Yasin is a guy who has this insane first blood participation, but at the same time you cannot expect him sometimes to do something completely out of the blue. You know, it's such a hard team to read. I would love to watch them and feel like, I know what they're gonna do, and then suddenly they completely switch up something to completely different and out of the box thinking, you know.
Well, the nerve issue is a really good point, because even Safe admitted it, right, in that interview, that they feel nervous on big occasions. But on the other side, their opponent, Dfuse, Mitch, these guys don't really look like they ever get nervous in any situation, ever.
No, I mean, level-headed, even when they're in 1v4s, 1v5s, it doesn't matter. Sheriff or Vandal, they'll get those kills. And I think the clutch potential of this team, something we touched on and said, okay, you know, Alliance made a lot of fundamental mistakes, but when it's FPX, it won't be the same, right? Dfuse won't stand nearly as much of a chance there, and yet 13-11 on most maps. I did not think I would say that this year, but we could be seeing FPX in this spot just as easily. It was a handful of rounds that separated the two teams, and for Dfuse, coming up against Guild with the shakier form that Guild have been on recently, I feel like coming off that game versus FPX, these guys have got a fire lit under them. They know that on this server, on this day, they should be the better team. And again, another team in Europe that's competing for that top spot. I don't think we have a #1 team anymore. I don't think it's as clear as it was back in the day. Right now, you can see it swap week to week, month to month, which is a luxury that for at least 8 months we were lacking.
I absolutely love the depth right now. And speaking of depth, we have some stats here, as you guys can see. And Lothar, as you mentioned, Yasin with the first blood percentage.
Yeah, 23.7 first blood percentage. But you have to take into account that some of his first bloods are, you know, not as impactful as you would like them to see. It was a good example from the actual match of against Alliance on Split, when it was 12-11, and Yasin went in with his showstopper on attack to on defense to stop the push from his opponents when the opponents had a res available. It was such an odd spot. He gets the first blood, but then he dies, and they're in the position when there's still 5 people alive on attack, and they're defending with 4 people alive, and it was 12-11. And this kind of comes back to the point which I was making before. You cannot expect them to do something logical because something just doesn't go that way, you know? And it's kind of hard to predict how do we play because of that. Maybe that's the way that they want to play as well, because they are hard to read. Such an odd spot.
Well, we have to move quickly to map vetoes just to see what these two teams decided to pick and ban today. Of course, they've never played against each other before. This is going to be the first time we see them, so it'd be interesting to see what maps they have decided to go for. And as you guys can see on your screen, it is going to be Split, Acend, and then Haven. Mitch, we know what Dfuse can do on Split.
We absolutely do. We've seen it time and time again, and most recently in what was a loss and what did break their 7 or 8 game win streak, the FPX game, 13-11. Incredibly strong defensive half came through from them. They put up 5 rounds. They put up 6 on the attack. It wasn't quite enough. You have to, again, look into that game and provide yourself some context. The fact that they lost both pistol rounds. If they managed to pick up one of those, it could have been OT. It could have went further. There's no telling what would have happened. We know FPX won that series, but Dfuse certainly cemented themselves as a solid team on this map.
Well, it's actually quite funny because we have to use the FPX split metric because Dfuse took them to 13-11, but Guild, Lothar, actually beat FPX on split.
Yeah, the thing is though, Guild on split is such an odd team to watch because their attack time is just so late. You know, they tried to plant in the last 10 seconds, and we had many times seen before that they actually missed the mark because of that. The spike was lost somewhere in a weird spot. They couldn't get it back. They couldn't plant because of that, or just straight up planted in the last 5 seconds, got killed during the plant, and the round is over. So it's an, again, interesting team to watch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be also a little bit more difficult to predict, at least for me personally, on split with these two teams. But we are going to head into Agent Select now and see what kind of compositions they have gone with. But Mitch, on the whole, we don't expect anything too crazy here.
No, you wouldn't expect massive changes in such an important game. You know, this isn't where you trial out that 5 duelist setup you've been thinking about running for a couple of weeks or that you saw on a Reddit post might just be the new meta. This is where you stick to what you know. You don't come in with any surprises. And I think when you look in towards Guild and their setup right now, again, it's going to be what we're used to seeing. And then when you swap to Dfuse's side, we knew we were going to see Jet come out from Takis. Get so much value on split with those close range duels, the ability to dash out of there. And of course, you've got Raze to back that up as well for much of the same reason.
Well, these guys are ready and gearing to go, and so are we as well. There is only one more spot left for playoffs, and it's down to just Guild or Dfuse. Pansy and Hypoc, take us through split.
We'll do our very best for you guys. Thank you so much for the wonderful kind of prelude and breakdown as well of the previous game and leading into this. And yes, a bit of a different affair between these two. I think some more elements of slight unknown. We don't have previous results to go off of. We haven't seen these two clash. I think we're learning more and more about Dfuse every time we see them. Guild have also been on the rise, Hypoc. I feel that's do you feel that's a fair statement, that they've been kind of impressing a little bit? Or where do we put Guild at the moment?
I mean, they've just been so hot and cold for me. And you know what? Actually, the interview earlier does shed a little bit of light on that, right? We've seen some, borderline rookie mistakes, right? And it comes into what the desk was just talking about, these late round hits where Guild, I guess, want to lean into that. They want to lean into kind of the chaos factor of some of these rounds, but they're not equipped to do so. And I'll be honest, there's been a few, I think back to the Fnatic game with Guild on split, where I remember afterwards Boaster was basically saying they got to the point where 20 seconds left on that last round where Guild weren't able to get the plant down on B site, whereas it's like that. Like, unless you have the information to make those late hits count, it's completely pointless. I'd say Guild going to get started very quickly.
Okay.
Roden actually finds one. How? I'm not entirely sure. Takas as well.
Yeah, okay, let's kind of take this as it goes. This was a very fast kind of all-in hit, and it's not really done much to dissuade Sting plays coming out so far. I think this is kind of wrapped up early on, unless something like that happens. Draken apparently somehow finds 2. And I don't understand how that got so close, but it did. But Dfuse regardless win it. The first frag that came in was wild. The equalizer from Draken was very well positioned to catch it, but maybe a mistake or two to even allow it to get that far. But let's watch this back, because that was kind of a, blink and miss it. So this is Draken kind of equating things back all even. Draken, look, sharp with the pistol. We'll say that every day of the week. But even then, just the fact that Roden got the first so quickly, and it just felt like it missed a bit of that punch to the site take, right? The guild's approach was fine, but it didn't quite have the teeth to it, all bark and no bite.
As now we can see Guild now do what I guess we would expect to see them do pretty much every buy round, which is a lot of mid focus. They're going to leave Safe to kind of control that A flank. Try and close the distance a little bit if they want to make the most of these. Well, I say make the most of these weapons or put these weapons to use. Obviously, no investment on the side except for the Sheriff of Draken. That's what I mean. Guild, they're happy to just sit there. And again, another thing really on some of their save rounds, we've criticized them for not even really getting themselves into a position to make a hit, to even pressure.
No, I'm very much with you on that. I can see what you're saying. I think a lot of us have kind of been waiting to see what the evolution of that approach is. If they can actually refine it a little, maybe make some work with it happen. And, and you're right. You've got 35 seconds. Spike re-aggressing towards middle. And no information on middle. And now things are gonna get a little bit weird because Roden's gonna get everything. Absolutely everything. Finally goes down to Yassine. 20 seconds. Spike still in mid. Yeah, you might be able to get another. No, you don't. Takas is there. And Draken, he can't crack through main. There's no way in. It's intent we look for. Now, of course, I don't always expect people to convert these rounds. They were working with pistols. But if it's okay, we want to cost them some weaponry. Maybe we can catch a late lurk middle. But by the time they got to middle, there was no one there. So they check towards mailroom and they lose 3 for it. I want to see a bit more intent behind it. Just I'd like to see the theory to their approach.
Left.
Oh yeah, we can see this is 20 seconds left on the clock here, and Roden's done fantastically. But again, there's just no pressure through the mid round at all. Walk back to garage, walk back to mid. At that point, it's been so much time. Taka's actually going to hear the cage drop behind him. So again, no surprises. Exactly the same setup once again from Guild. They're going to try and walk mid as 3 hit. Safe now going to drift away from A main. Actually, Dfuse look to shut this down. 3 players going to get spotted on the spy cam here. And straight away, I'm liking the adjustment. Guild are now going to prioritize ropes and try and get in behind this setup from Dfuse on A.
This isn't bad at all. Quite a nice approach, but if he wins that fight, you're seeing with a really important trade, that means at least the spike's recoverable, back to hand. Safe needs to win his, and he does, even doubles down. Excellent work from Safe, and look, we can question a lot with Guild, but I will never doubt Safe's ability to clutch out some of these rounds. We have some very clutch players in this. You can look at the entirety of Dfuse and go, wow, we've seen Logan, Roden, Takas, all of these players having their moments to clutch out, but then Safe is just an equalizer. Now, as this stands, this should be a comfortable round win for Guild. They do have the better buy. This is the bonus for Dfuse. Unable to convert so far. They went for, you know, a little bit of a kind of an interesting approach. They triple stack towards A, trying to maybe make a quick play, trying to maybe account for a little more than they would if they held traditional positions. Unable to get anything really for it. They did find, I think, Bonka, but that was about it.
Now we're going to see, obviously, decent purchase on both sides. Tak has already got himself onto the operator. The thing, and again, I'm loving the switch up. Takas obviously flexing onto the jet for split in particular. Always fantastic to see. Actually, this is a kind of a good counter to this slow walk mid, right? There's not an awful lot of utility invested on the side of Guild. They kind of just look to get some control. Oh, okay. Takas nearly actually getting full punish there. They could be eat my words.
Oh no. If you're going to play these slower approaches, you're meant to be holding the extremities well. Leo losing that is a bit of a problem, because now they've lost a bit of the second portion to the hit. Now in we go. Now here comes the problem. Having a killjoy, you're going to get checked on. Akuma does find Yassine. The trade comes out with the ultimate, but Logan now puts himself in the prime position. He has to double check, and he didn't see any instant pressure from Heaven, so he can hold for a second. He does have Jet quite close by. That's not the end of the world. Takas is still near enough by to support this. Rockin's trying to exploit a little bit of pressure, but I'm looking towards what Bonkar does here. They've got no idea towards A. They've not worked this yet, and Logan is purely positioned to catch the cross from heaven. This does mean they forego much control towards B, and now with that gone, he is now vulnerable. He has to make his value noted towards heaven, maybe try and catch that spike. Here comes the flash. Oh, but Takas, the timing in support is absolutely paramount. Now safe. He's an incredibly clutch player, but these numbers are very unfavorable, and that spike is just in the wolf's den. Logan immovable, and this is just a shutdown.
Setup just so good. So good. And again, you'd attack us in that position with the operator of all things to bail Logan out.
Turret out.
Liking what I'm seeing so far. The one thing with Dfuse, right? I mean, we've talked about the clutch rounds and everything. If they can just fix a few of their mistakes and actually come out with like a higher, you know, win rate on rounds, they don't have to rely on those clutches, right? And actually seeing the structure get built behind that. And, I mean, we always talk about the fundamentals and teams kind of looking better in a default setup. Dfuse, actually, more and more recently, we're seeing a lot more variance, particularly on the defensive side. And I love to see that.
Similar approach. Leo a little bit more passive this time towards B halls, but that's a big pick for Draken. Fighting Rodin could create space. Now, you start to be able to read the rotations a little better. You found the mid player. Now, they might actually hold here. This would be a decent time to maybe play a little bit passive, because you can burn some of that utility away from Dfuse. Already Akuma has to invest a little bit of his, but he's actually going to check on that. That's very bold and aggressively, and he even gets a second isolated. A little too much space on the trade, and Akuma gets away for free. And now suddenly all that work that Draken did earlier has been evened.
We'll have to hit the brakes a little bit. Yeah, lots of time to play with still, and we keep looking back to that, but that's always the concern with Guild. Let the round kind of run away from them. Again, Dfuse happy to sit very, very deep. Logan all the way behind Shed.
Logan. Oh, here we go. The control, the flash. They were stunned up. He's still alive. He's going to try and play his life here. Buy time for rotations. You can see Akuma. Oh, Logan! What?
What?
Inhuman work from Logan. Just spins around, just feels the pressure mounting, and it's such a good read.
That was beautiful. That was actually beautiful. Again, Logan able to run the clock down. That Rolling Thunder gets sent through. And then, yes, they can't convert any kills off it, but it forces them all the way back. And right there, safe. I mean, the Nano Swarm being popped at the right time. Akuma can swing in with the flash. This is absolutely beautiful here. And that's even considering Logan had a little bit of a whiff there onto Draken.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It definitely took him a second or two. That was just dirty, wasn't it? Oh, 4-1, Dfuse. Now, the thing is, right, okay, Guild keep trying to do this kind of mid to B crunch, like late crunch towards B, and that's fine. But you got to get past Logan, and now Takas this time posted up. He's going to go for a peek. Now, the scary thing is Frenzies, they can overwhelm. Pistols can kind of smother Ops, but he's going to back away. Gets away without having to burn any of that utility either. This is good. The readjust, though. Lost a couple by Pillar, and now flashed up. He's in trouble, as is Logan. Maybe leaving a little too much space, a little bit too much room to be worked with for Guild, but no, Akuma puts his life on the line for it. And once again, Guild struggle to make this count safe, though. That's big. Tries to make more. No, Logan sprays through that smoke. There's no access to be found here in Draken. There was a moment of mayhem that maybe they could have made something from, but that slipped away from them. The spike now down just beyond the entrance too, and Takas's vision is just trained on that line.
One v4 to do some damage if at all possible, but again, Dfuse just poised. They're even watching the spawn flank. Either side. It's actually Oppie who's holding this mid angle. Oh, he just looks away, but pick it up once again. Now that he's noted, it's going to be really, really difficult for Draken to isolate any of these kills and do any damage.
He's trying it. Maybe someone gets a bit aggressive. He could try, if he could take that up away from Takas, that'd be lovely. But look at this angle already. Takas removing the map away from Draken, just taking it away from under his feet. And I want to highlight there, Hypoc. There were moments where there was like a very high tempo hit. You could see Logan was a little in trouble there, a little bit, you know, pushed to the back against the wall. Your Takas trying to back away, play safe. But Akuma just comes in and just plays bailout on it.
Yeah, I mean, able to just sit back and, I guess, keep composure, right? Right there, Logan another scenario where he's able to just play his life and wait out that rotation coming through. It's Akuma that bails them out time around. Logan and Rodent, I keep saying their names together, man. Like every single time. Why do they always have to have their ultimates up? Both of them.
Now, something... Are you seeing this aggression as well towards B lobby again? That B main push. I like it. Kind of off the back of Takas taking a pretty decent line for Akuma. But surely Leo wins this. Oh.
Surely. But this is the thing, right? And with this kind of 1-3-1 setup, your scene's going to get picked up as well. If that kill happens, it's literally for nothing. Like, I mean, Guild having that one player there is literally for nothing. Now, I mean, just one by one, if he's just able to pick apart this default from Guild, Bonkar and Draken.
Cover going out.
Takas is going to creep as he's going to get this close angle here.
Just takes the wind out of you. Takas not allowing any step here, and Bonkar. Position was noted earlier. There's nothing. There is nothing to be found. Guild have just been met by a wall of force. Dfuse started off with a pretty, I'd say, standard enough approach. It was pretty standard. Now they're flexing on him. The push towards, B lobby, the push up there. Fantastic. We've seen it in a couple of different forms as well. And Leo's normally a name that I'm saying with a lot of praise. He's 0-6 right now. He is losing that fight more often than not. He is not winning that presence at all. And I'm sure that's frustrating as hell, because he's normally such a huge impact for this team.
And this is the thing now, if Guild actually overcompensate for kind of adjusting towards this garage presence that Dfuse have shown, it leaves a gap elsewhere. Now, whether or not we see Dfuse then try and exploit another hole that's created by them just showing presence in a few rounds now, Takas finding a couple of kills. This time around, again, can't read too much into it. A scrappy purchase for Guild. Bonkar still got the Rolling Thunder safe on the neural theft. Leo one away from revive. And again, Showstopper and Lockdown still available for Dfuse should they need it here. But 6-1 the scoreline already. Dfuse making all the right noises early on split.
Let's watch it again. How do they deal with this mid take? It's been consistent from Guild. It's something that Dfuse have seemingly Akuma? You going for this fight right now? This is so bold.
I love it.
Against pistols as well. They're going to burst through that smoke though. That's such a sick adjustment on Bonkar. Leo does at least trade it out now, getting the feel of the game himself. But now Heaven has been lost. They need to keep a track on this. Draken's gone free and he's got a bit of presence, but there's still utility up there. You can see that Killjoy ain't that fussed. They've got utility in the right place.
Leo has res. if... Okay, Dfuse not actually going to challenge back into mid here. So yeah, that's still on the cards for Guild. They want to get another one back on their feet. And now Roden finding Yassine. It makes it a little more difficult whether or not Guild want to invest it here, because it's only him and Draken left. I feel like if it was going to come through, it should have come through pretty much instantly when they got mid control.
I'm with you, because now the timing's so offset. Look at the slow lurk from Takas.
Oh, Takas.
Oh dear. And Draken's going to be in mid as well. He's going to see him. Just misses. And now Takas actually sticking around and fighting is wild. He can dip back away. 30 seconds left, and it looks like Draken wants this fight with the spike. Oh, this is messy stuff. Draken saw an opportunity, but Leo was nowhere near him. Rez not invested. It looks like they've accepted their fate, but still a fight being put up by Leo, but merely a trade for Hoppy. And Dfuse are making it look too easy.
Yeah. Just wasn't pretty. Again, Dfuse happy to give up this mid control. I guess anticipating that that's exactly what Guild are going to do. And they're able to just aggress on the right side every single time. Every single time.
Well, here comes the question. How do you recover from this? Because it seems...
I mean, I'll be honest, Guild need to just hit one side or the other. They need to... They're not converting this mid presence. It's not getting them entry into Mail, and they're not coming through ropes. Takas now, again, third different peak, sorry, in the early round. And it's going to find him a kill once again. Can't punish the res, but at least it drags it out. Leo has to get up here. This is their buy round. They want to get their second round on the board.
Okay, now can they catch the aggression coming in? Logan this time going. He catches Bongo got behind, sees a second!
No way.
He doubles
No
down
way.
and he gets away. That's daylight robbery in action. Logan just found 2, and that's lost so much potency from this hit. It's down to a 2 in mid, and there was that late lurk from Leo coming around with that spike, but B's on lockdown. Go somewhere else.
A little bit split on the side of A. You have Akuma just holding out spawn exit of heaven.
Give me a corpse.
Oh. Kick. All right, I love it. Every single time.
Sure, Guild feel just as happy as you are in that moment. You know? Joyous times. And finally, we have a little look towards A. Now, Akuma's read this pretty well.
I love the passive hold. This is beautiful.
You want to clear this, guys? Okay, well, you give me a fight. Now, okay, red alert. They're over here. That's fine. 15 seconds. Hoppy's still alive. He can just dip into his own smoke. Sees Omen, takes down Drak, and Akuma's right there. He's found safe already. Leo did take down Hoppy, but a 7-second spike plant, and it's only Leo alive. Oh, he's actually taken the fight. GG, no re, boys. This is Dfuse all day.
Yeah. Guild just look absolutely shook right now. And right there, that adjustment is something we talked about earlier. These late round hits, Dfuse, I think right there are reading into that. They're reading into Guild trying to play that game. They know that they're going to slow creep through and try and clear one side or the other. And Akuma just set up like he's just playing close contact, right? If they want to clear deep into the spawn, then he gets a fight, like you said. Otherwise, it's 15 seconds. And the Rolling Thunder, perfectly placed, pretty much shuts that down. Guild actually making big moves on A. The first time we've actually seen them
switch it up. This could be big, actually. We haven't seen this yet, and actually Draken finding success towards middle's massive. That's going to catch the... How did that find not a single player? I do not know. Yasino just gets sprayed away at. Rodin there. Not being subtle, he doesn't want to be. But there's still control towards middle. Draken now not spotted. It's going to relay information. And they're going to go, hey, Logan, get ready. There's no one left here. You've got that mid peak coming out from Takas, relaying that Draken has gone elsewhere. Draken trying to creep out here, but he will be giving away the game. Here we go. Suddenly, red alert rings. Logan now comes online, falls away, waits for his team. Look at this play. Just because, hey, they lost enough of mid control and Draken's positioning to have to pay respect to it. So he's got the sight for that.
Guild will slow down a little bit. Actually, Safe managed to slip his way in behind. This is a massive lurk here. Again, might be caught off on the timing here. The lockdown's invested, and he's not going to catch this flank through to Garage. Guild have to be careful. Leo gets absolutely skinned alive by Takas. He gets the second as well. Bonkar falls Draken. Finally answers back, but there's one more to deal with. Hoppy perfectly timed there.
Safe, go clutch is the call. And now the 1v1 Hoppy up against it. 24 HP, the ultimate invested. He needs to go on this.
Oh, he's got it.
He's
not planted for him.
Oh no! You know where he is? What are you doing?
No!
Safe? No way!
Standing.
Dude, Dfuse are just abs like
Remaining.
I use the term slippery
Yeah, they are.
the other week. It's just stuff like this. It's just watching it again makes it even worse.
You had to check that.
You have to. You
It
absolutely
happens
have
too
to.
often now to not. Even just like a shoulder peek. I know that you're creating a chance for that 1v1 to come around, but you have to give it at least the respect to check. Otherwise, that's just happened to you. They're confident. They are confident for days. Safe now, yet he'll bullish his way through one, but now you're going to have ultimates popped in. This Logan's still alive. You're seeing clears one side of it, but he gets smashed apart. Logan doubles down for 2. Guild are trying everything, and so little of it is working.
Takas and Hoppy remain as Guild are actually going to hit the rotate here. They get themselves free access to A site. Safe down on 1 HP. Gotta catch that heal at some point. Actually, this could be terrible. I mean, if Hoppy and Takas can slip through here, because I'm guessing Safe's going to try and play this safe, and I hate that. But he's going to try and catch this heal. Will get it just there. He did peek through. Yeah, so he will pick that up now. So Takas and Hoppy do need to find themselves a 2v1 and fast. That spike is ticking away.
Needs to be presented easily because they're both playing on this cubby and there is that complementary position from Leo. If they make it past the first two, Leo should shut this down, and even Safe now realizing the timing. Oh, the whiff! The whiff's terrible, but still, this should be wrapped up. Unless Hoppy can just somehow magically make it through Leo, it will be him to save this one. Guild get a second now.
Last round before the switch.
I don't know, man.
Just a daunting scoreline. And especially, I mean, again, I like a few of the things that Guild do try on defense here on Split, but I'm kind of with Lothar. They're kind of like, they're comfort plays, right? They're momentum. They're when you're 2-3 rounds ahead and towards the back end of the game, where you can make plays like that, where it's almost seemingly, unexpected, right? It's the element of surprise. Now with Guild, they have to claw back this deficit. Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, Takas, perfect start.
Takas.
Logan getting aggressive. They're doing everything right. If you want to watch how to play a damn good half, this is the perfect instruction as to how to do so. Everything Guild is trying to do is being met by a perfect answer. Either Dfuse have spent a lot of time watching the previous games and being prepared, which I actually feel is the case here. They seem exceedingly prepared, and the crossfire's there. They do break through it. So now they finally get a good step towards the side. They hesitate. Okay, enough to get the res back up. Now that buys a little bit of time for Rodent. Ball comes in. This is all kind of time indicators here. This will keep Jet a little further back. Takas can't lean into this instantaneously. A little bit of attack comes in, and Rodent finds Draken. Vulnerability and no spike plant. That's now a 2v2, and Hoppy trying to play it around quietly, but Takas playing on the smoke for his life here. No one's walked through. Now they know some of these post-plant positions.
I hope he's still, I was going to say still has the paranoia. He's actually going to invest it to clear out Hell. Difficult here. It really leans onto Takas to find a kill, to be honest with you. The operator, the crutch, so to say. And the retake is actually creeping. He's going to get... Oh, no, the timing. Bonkar finds it. Hoppy will actually respond. Bonkar will fall. So Leo finds himself on a 1v1. Will swing out early, cleans it up. Guild will post their third.
Switching sides.
Takas was so ready for that as well. The smoke goes down on main. He has to swing out in front of it. Unfortunately, just drops out of his scope at the wrong time.
9-3. I don't know how you recover from this, just the way these rounds have been going. If you seem so well prepared. I don't know. Maybe things switch up on this half, but then I pull into account, I'd say, on at least the attacking side, traditionally, having explosive players, like Dfuse have, this almost suits them more, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll see what Guild have in store for us now. Is there maybe a little bit of recovery in mind? Let's see what they can do.
Let's throw this ward out again. Guild, time and time again, go for this early control over A main as Dfuse will actually, yeah, crack a hole in the wall, and that's going to draw one more player. It's actually Bonkar play on top of rafters here, so 3-man lean Akuma. Actually, what?
Why did someone do that? Rodent's found Draken, and that was the trade out coming in for Yassine, at least, that we caught the tail end of. But by now the spike is still being kind of herded toward A. We have Leo being very patient, decides to show hand here, and does Bonker. Really nice kind of, oh no, knife out, no, gets punished, big punish. Bonkar stays alive. Now Hoppy in a 1v2, he's got 46 seconds, plenty of time, but he goes for the plant. Now, a bit of utility not in the right place. Actually, he's got time to readjust from this. Does he get seen on the cross? No. Oh, he could go around the world. No, he wants to fight on one. He's gonna get C2. Oh, this is huge from Hoppy.
No way. No way. Hoppy. It's Dfuse just winning around like that again. How many times? How many times? That is a tilter right there.
One enemy remaining.
Finds the first. It takes Yassine so long to readjust there. Takes him so long. I mean, I almost prefer Yassine settling out first there. Be the first to jump out. I know the HP is a consideration. Bonkar was trying to, I guess, distract a little bit, but a Dfuse-esque round win in the second half, Pistol.
And that's double digits pretty quickly on the board. Force Spike coming out. That's... They did actually get him. I thought they'd get him through that spray, but nothing finding it through the smoke. Now, Draken's still in position. As support. Dfuse just running the map for now. They've still got plenty of time to play with.
Right there.
Yes, yeah, Yassine's got to swing out ahead of it. He will find Akuma, but be quick with the trade. Safe actually slips into ropes. He's going to find 2 huge kills, and that's actually the spike down.
One enemy remaining.
Now, you're going to find the last one as well. Takas, the last man standing. Safe will pick up his third, and actually a pretty clean round there from Guild to swing that one back. Again, I can't really fault what Dfuse tried to do there. Tried to swing away from that presence shown. Safe finding 2 massive kills.
Do you remember who picked this map?
This was Guild's pick.
Okay. This has to be an uphill struggle for Guild now, but they've done what's required. They have their cracker money now building. Is it just one rifle? It is, but Leo on towards the rifle. Ghosts, that's about it on the other side. And just an all-in piece. Just going for the mad dash. Maybe can get a spike plant. Maybe get something out of it. Draken looking to go free farming, but Logan's found Safe. And Logan's found Draken. It still should be okay. There is a plant coming in. Now, the last 3. We still have Leo alive. He is your danger man to watch.
There's one away from the Reds again. Not really viable in this scenario, but consideration to make. Bonkar actually going to clear out L with the fault line, but nobody actually swings onto that. They're going to flash and actually literally spam utility into him. And look at that Guild. 3 quick kills there. Roden, the last man standing, frenzy in hand. Catches the headshot, but nothing else. Really nice retake from Guild.
The timing was just right.
Utility. Yeah, the utility usage was perfect as well. I thought that the fact nobody followed up on the fault line there, but I guess it's just to keep him there long enough so that Yassine can swing all the way into A main. Sure, there's no other deep lurk.
Okay. A little watch back on this. There we go. Logan completely stunned, and nice work from Yassine. Keeping himself sharp in this, and a comfy cleanup on the end. Dfuse, I've got to say, they're still scary. They're still making some value in a couple of these rounds. I would argue at some point, though, Guild have done the necessary steps, right? But this is where it becomes the real game. Because we have potentially Guild on the leftover weapons, so I'm not sure if they're going to try and upgrade those Spectres, or if they even can at this point.
Yeah.
But they're going to come against pretty much a better buy up against them, and they can't really afford to lose any of these rounds now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a consideration to make. I was just looking back at the FPX game, actually, on Split, and Guild did actually close out their defensive half. I mean, they only gave up 3 rounds to FPX. Now, we can lean into that as much as we want. Obviously, it was a very uncharacteristic performance from FPX. They were kind of off their game, to be fair. But that's definitely something to consider here, is that Guild, obviously... I mean, it's difficult, really. With the way that Dfuse play, again, they're not scared to just completely flip it and go charging in, almost on like these... I mean, YOLO executes, almost. And somebody will pop off, Takas will find a 2 or 3, or Roden's going to open the round up.
Back underway. Let's have a little look how this goes, because you're right, there are rounds to play with here, and Dfuse can certainly be a team to do that if they want to, just throw a curveball at them. But now Guild have to be just hyper-cognizant of everything that's going on, which easier said than done with this much pressure. We've already heard the players saying, you know, they struggle with this much pressure on them this early on. I mean, wait till we get to lands and see what happens. This could be a bit of a precursor to some issues, but already a perfect start for Draken. Gets himself the op, finds a good angle to play with, and takes down Takas. Safe, keeping control towards B. No lurk for Roden, nor pressure to be mounted on the other side of the map.
Okay, actually going to readjust to rafters here. Smoke gonna block his vision. We've got to be careful with this DP. Ooh, just gets around the corner, but they're waiting for him. Hoppy and Logan posted up to greet him, and they give them a sight. 3v4 for Dfuse. Logan actually gonna swap over to the operator. This is interesting. He can find himself an early pick when Guild try and re-aggress onto the retake.
Okay, so the alarm goes off that our side is not safe. The TP comes in. Now, this is quite interesting for Hoppy. He could be the kind of late lurk. Did he catch a glimpse then? I don't know how much he saw of Safe, potentially. Clears Heaven really... I still don't know if he's seen him. Somehow Safe might have gone away with this, but Logan's doing well towards Yassine. Now Hoppy from above. That's one. That's two. Death from above. As Safe, though, just keeps control. Comes back in, and Safe somehow maintaining... being unspotted. I do not understand how he got away with that. Not once, but twice he was able to slip through.
Literally a split second. A split second there. I mean, actually, hats off to Hoppy, though. Coming up, the trigger discipline as well to find both of those kills. Beautifully done by him, but just the timing on Safe crossing through.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that, find both of them, and oh, it's so good. So good from Safe. I mean, the only other thing there, if it's planted for Heaven, right? Just imagine. Imagine Hoppy's able to just stay in Heaven.
Okay, now, let's put our minds to this. We talk about comebacks when we get to double digits on the board. They've won Pistol and, you know, they've done pretty well. Guild have done exactly what is required. There is no need to oversell it just yet because the harder part comes in when the full buys start rolling out and Dfuse's economy gets a bit more established. They've just been kept in control by Safe then, and we know that Safe is super clutch, which is the biggest selling point of him. But for now, Dfuse, once again, do get side control, will get the spike down, and now there has to be a retake coming through. This is where things can get a little dicey, and Takas will be the one to try and lead the way on this. Probably has the biggest firepower to play with, a couple of Guardians coming out between Hoppy and Logan. And that's about it for now.
Full on 5v5. Scene will open things up. Hoppy will fall. Road in a cheeky spot behind default. Ace will get cleaned up there. Fully flashed. He's just got to wait out here. But Akuma hosted with the Rolling Thunder here. And Logan with the lurk. Look at this. He's going to find it for free. 2 kills quickly go over to Dfuse there. Another Logan finds the headshot with the Guardian. It's just Bonkar left for Guild now.
Oh, Bonkar. He's trying to split his attention in 2 ways. There's nothing more he do. He just has to back away. And out of nowhere, Dfuse convert this round off the back of 2 Guardians and an ultimate from Takas. And Logan's lurk through middle was just expertly timed. I thought there was such a risk then, but maybe it was noted that he was off the spike. He just took his time to take down Draken then from up towards Heaven and then perfectly played towards the site. Someone like Logan, I guess, with his aim, the Guardian looks so simple with him. But now here are the problems for Guild. This is why we say we're very hesitant to call a comeback. I know some of you guys are a little new to it, but when things like this happen and the economy gets broken like this now is for Guild, suddenly they're 2 rounds away from a map loss. And all that momentum that you get behind falls to pieces. The economy is so deadly in this. So as we're seeing, Bucky's coming out, Judge is coming out. Very viable, but hard to make work. But Roden receiving a whole chunk of damage to start with.
We'll back away here and I respect that setup. Hope he's just waiting for the spike arm to get popped. We can deal with it. I guess actually going to bring a spike over here, so there you go. Takas waiting for the repeak off the back of that spy cam getting popped, but Safe actually playing close by with a stinger, so I don't think, well, I don't expect him to give up opportunity for them, but Lockdown invested in Garage. That might force them off site here for the time being. Nobody actually able to get behind Shed, so Hughes might be able to charge through here.
Takas going to lead the way. Remember the Roden is exceedingly low, and they've gone for Bogdan's. Yassine's just feeding right now, apparently. Not sure what happened there. Now, luckily for them, Safe and Leo are on point. Draken's lurk is fantastic. Hoppy's good for 1, but that's all he can get. Again, credit to Safe. This guy is worth his weight in gold once again. I'm not sure what the plan was then from Yassine, if I'm honest. Maybe a misplay, or maybe we didn't see the full context to it. But, again...
I guess just trying to look for 1 kill on the way in. But that seems so... Yes, he had the Judge, so I guess once he peels away from sight, it's very difficult for him to get back onto site, right, with a Judge. That's the only thing I can think. He's just waiting for one kill on the way in.
Now, this is where I want to highlight players like Leo and Safe. Now, Leo was having a horrible start to the first half. I think it was 0-6. His recovery is great. And if he keeps continuing on this half, that's perfect. And that's a big win condition and a good indicator for Guild, coupled with Safe's capability of clutching. Now, that's a huge, huge element in this. Dfuse, they can weather the storm. Takas, only one with a rifle here. Everyone else on Sheriffs and just a frenzy for Roden. They have got mid control. I'm looking to see if there's anything up towards Heaven. It is Leo's job, it looks like, to try and keep control of Heaven. He does have Yassine there as well. Wall goes up. Really good timing, but they break through on that. And Logan just finds Yassine for free. Suddenly, Safe's attention has to be brought towards Heaven, even for just a second. But they've got the pick. They've expected a heavy rotate, so they fall back towards middle.
Bring back again. There's who remembers it's Safe and Leo once again here to greet them. Safe actually going to give it up, and that's it. The information going to go across there. The showstopper gets popped. The fault line is perfect. Roden going to find Safe.
Oh no!
Do they anticipate Leo though? They're not ready for the 2-stack here. No way. This trigger discipline. He finds the first. He can't connect with the second two. He does. Leo going to stop the spike going down.
Incredible work from Leo. This is the man you want coming online. We said it at the start of this round, and that's why the discipline to wait. The smoke just dissipating on the jet. There's no more that you can do. Now look at Logan. You had a great start. You're working with the Sheriffs, but that round was getting way too deadly considering that was 1 rifle and 4 pistols. Now they found Safe and Yassine, and there could have been a spike plant, but no, Leo kept it safe. No orb for you. Rez comes in to keep the economy building, and Guild put another on the board.
I mean, yeah, talk about nerves getting to you, but Leo with balls of steel to sit here this long. Just an incredible round from him. Incredible round from Leo.
Leo, the saving factor of Guild in that one. Joining now Safe towards the top. This has been a paramount path from Leo so far. Safe's clutching ability has certainly come online too. We're seeing quite a quick, I guess, initiation towards A for now. There are 3 players here on point for Guild, so they are in the right place. Look at this quick rotation. You've got so many players here.
Hoppy's behind him.
4 of them in position right now.
Oh, Yassine just trying to creep up through ropes here. Hoppy will punish him. Bonko actually swings out through the smoke on rafters here, but gonna get noted and traded out. Draken will respond once again. Akuma falls, finds it in a 3v3 now. Kills coming through, back and forth. Leo again comes up huge for Guild.
There he is, one of my favorite players recently to watch, breaking into 21 kills. Just such good positioning. Again, really nice read from Guild. Right place, right time. They're on the site, they had the stack in the right place, and even with that little bit of a danger that happened at the start, quickly traded out by those players towards rafters, and just Leo. Aim just sharp as anything. Money back down for Dfuse now. This is where they start feeling that pressure. We said double digits is where we start paying attention to that comeback, and for a good reason. The money's starting to build up okay for Guild, and it's been broken down enough by Dfuse that they're going to be in a bit of a sore spot here. Now this is Ghosts and Sheriffs. This shouldn't be too much of a dangerous round. This should be 10 to 11.
Yeah, Leo opening up once again. He's again, I respected trying to find something early on with this equipment. I'm going to have to slow things down. Guild really, the readjustment, again, to come onto defense and play it this confidently and be happy to kind of switch things up. Really worked wonders for them so far. Leo might actually get given a couple of opportunities here in this round. Actually, if he finds these two, he's going to be one away from the revive once again.
His positioning is so good, Hypoc. Look at this now. Let's see what the patience is like. They've got to consider there's someone going to be here. No one directly checks on it. That's one found. He knows more of cross, so information can be called out to Bonka. Now clears the bottom of mid. No one's still there, so this is good information. Even the players that you don't see is still a call to be made. You're seeing fed the perfect facts coming out from Leo. Quickly makes light work of them. No danger here. And Logan... Well, look, we've seen him being good, but this is a tall task for anyone, and we are back online. Guild are in the game, ladies and gents. This is a great half from them so far. Dfuse's money hot and cold. They've been broken a couple of times. Now they can get back on the buy, but there is now enough money, enough of a buffer in Guild's pocket to take them into those coming up rounds. And you just had a big win condition work out that Leo is on 23 kills after he went 0-6 in the starting rounds.
I mean, this round literally flips it. Dfuse looking at it, there's only 2 members over 1,000 credits, and yes, round loss bonus is in there, but this is a tricky one for them. And Rolling Thunder, Blade Storm, one away. Other than that, not really close to any ultimates here. Was on the side of Guild. Showstopper, expect Yassine to make a play off the back of that. I actually haven't said that. We haven't this time around. You know, usually that's big factor for Guild. They like these defensive executes. Leo actually going to get hard cleared by Akuma and Ropes. That's a big kill to open this one up. And as well, Leo been doing fantastic the last couple of rounds. It makes it all the much bigger.
Now, mid's a problem. They have seen Akuma. Now they know there's at least one more. Yassine's going to invest the ultimate towards this, and he does actually get them on the way down. Hoppy gets cornered. Takas, however, still trying to work towards the site itself on the way through. Where is that spike? It's down by Sewer. That's a problem of its own, but we can get to that in a moment. There's still 48 seconds on the round, so plenty of time to still be played with. And I wonder where they go to in this. There was intention shown towards A, but they haven't committed just yet. So now they have to start wondering, okay, is this a fake? Or is this a double fake coming out?
I think they are. Safe going to look back towards Ropes here. Leave Bonka. Again, he's tucked in a very deep spot, so they're not going to get the information early enough if Dfuse decide to walk, and that's what they're deciding to do, and they're slow clearing angles here, and actually, this is terrible for Bonka.
Takas clears it. Here we go. Game on now. Spike to be planted. Nothing to stop this directly. Yassine and Safe. Now look, if Safe is alive or Leo's alive, I put a chance with Guild. It's not a big one, though. Now, they're all dedicated towards the site. I know, one by pillar, one back site, and one on the screen on site itself, and you can see how methodically Guild are having to clear this because they've lost a bit of vision. Now that's going to give away the game for Safe at least. We'll just see as well, trying to clear back through. Some close corners are going to make this tricky, but no one taking a proactive fight just yet for Dfuse. Now Logan fancies it, takes it, wins it, and now just Safe, but there it is. Roden watched the push in, and suddenly Dfuse make it to map point.
Match point.
This is actually just a crazy map. Bonka actually going to throw the op into this. Or maybe not. He was thinking about it. Oh, it pop up briefly. It's actually going to be Draken. Yeah, whether they just quick swap out there, but decided Dfuse. They have the Rolling Thunder. They have the Blade Storm. 1 away from the lockdown, 2 off the Showstopper. So some big factors to consider coming into this round. I mean, this is the thing. With this scoreline, I think Guild are going to... Okay, I was going to say I think they're going to sit back, but 3 of them out in mid, and it's a 5-man lean from Dfuse.
This? Okay, so you're going to have Bonga taking contact, Leo up in heaven if they carry on this way. Logan's got... Oh, that's why. Okay, this makes way more sense. Now, last time around, we saw that commitment coming in from Yassine. They're sticking around on this. Yassine's not willing to back away just yet. Bonka... Anyone get caught by it? Yes, there is still that one player caught up by this. Bonka leans back in. He's going to find Takas. That's a great little hit and run, but the spike is planted still.
And it's planted for main. That's the important thing here, Lauren. Guild need to be quick. They need to pressure. They need to find a kill. You can see on the minimap, Logan actually going to lurk his way back into mid once again. We saw him do this in a previous round on B. That could be huge for Dfuse.
4v5. Hoppy trying to play the time just right. Sprays it down. Gonna see one. Look at the gap on that smoke. It could have been big, but Leo on the trade gets the res. Now Logan called upon to clutch this out. When does he show his hand? Just right about now, but Akuma's found 2. Oh, on the spike. Leo sprays in. Akuma goes down. Leo.
Oh my god.
Saving Guild again.
Oh my god.
But wait, the time? He's got this.
No, it's down to the wire, but he's got this. Oh my word. When the Rolling Thunder comes through, that was scary for a moment there, Lauren. The wards are such a huge factor, though, here. Again, the plant for main, it allows Dfuse to just sit back this way. Unfortunately, I mean, Logan, a little bit of a whiff on that first peak, but comes through and finds the second onto Safe, who was the one defusing. Leo, once again, another 3-piece from him to bail Guild out. And this is for Guild to force overtime. What a response in the second half from them.
Okay. I feel like it's got OT written all over this, but Takas does have the ultimate ready to go, and this looks rinse and repeat with just a quicker pace to it. Already Rodin's in, sends that towards Heaven, doesn't find anything, attacks there. Takas finally lands the shot, but the trade for Yassi, and Rodin trades back through towards CT. Site is safe for now. There are still 3 players alive. Draken, Safe, and Leo are still standing for Guild. So there's a big chance in this, and Draken trying to clear back through CT, trying to find his way back through. But the site is preoccupied. They need something big to change this.
Yeah, I think Draken needs to swap out. He has a weapon available in spawn there. Coming through, there you go. He's going to pick up the Phantom. Did you just see it there? Rodin, he finds another kill. He's going to get that paint shell back online once again. Look at Leo. Leo's late here, and the turret's actually going to stop him from pushing through. This is terrible for Guild. The clock's ticking away, Lauren.
Timing. Where's the retake going to come from? It's a trade. That's not good enough. And Logan's found Leo. After all of this work, is this how it falls apart? Safe can't convert. And it's Dfuse in the final moments. Just in that last round before OT, they close down map 1.
Yeah. That last round is kind of just Guild reverting back to what we've seen a couple of times now, which is just hesitation, just no real assertiveness on the retake there. Again, there's a few factors to consider. Leo on that long flank, he needs to be the one that either makes a play or he's there to greet any presence that the other 2 members of Guild show. And I mean, yeah, hats off to Dfuse, a very quick look in that final round for them to come in. And Takas actually defines so much space on the back of 1 flash to get onto side find that first. But again, the setup is huge. Gets traded from spawn, immediately Rodin responds. Every time I see Dfuse play, it just impresses me more and more.
Everything about these 2 teams is wonderful as it stands to me. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Guild put up a wonderful attempt to try and build back in that game, but it all fell short at that final hurdle. So Dfuse do pick up map 1, but map 2 still on the horizon. We're going to go to a break, and when we're back, we'll be joined by the desk.
shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back to the European Valorant Regional Masters, where Dfuse are one map up against Guild. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined by Mitch and Lothar. Guys, I feel like that game had everything. It was up and down. My emotions were all over the place. But Lothar, what do you feel like was the thing that separated Dfuse from Guild in the end?
I feel like this game shouldn't have been as close as it was. Both of the teams kind of failed their attack lines, right? The attack sides, sorry. But I wanted to focus more about how Dfuse played their defenses first. Because if someone was paying attention to in the pre-show, when I was doing the Weatherman segment before my VLC tried to crash the video, I was pointing out how Guild plays the attack on split, right? And Guild was playing exactly the same way for 8 rounds in a row, not counting the pistol rounds. And Dfuse seemed to have it all on lockdown. They exactly knew that there would be a Sage lurking B garage, so we're always prepared, you know, and there was an easy kill for Akuma to just go in with a flash and then just kill her. Then they knew there's gonna be a lurker, this safe will be somewhere next to A main, and therefore you guys going mid. And there was always either a fake on B mail and then go a heaven A, or the other way around. And that was read perfectly by Dfuse, and they had a really good half. But then on the attack, they fumbled, and Guild was actually playing really well, Mitch, right?
I gotta say, Guild's defense especially impressed me to no end. It was the rotations that they're making that caught Dfuse off. They constantly found themselves running into stacks, and I have to say, a lot of that comes down to the information that was being given. I want to compliment Guild's defense, but simultaneously point out the flaws that are coming through from Dfuse. You know, they're not taking map control. They're not making their opponents question where they're going. A small bit of aggression, which when you're on a team or facing a team that has Yasin on it, is going to come through, is all they needed to confirm which side it was. I also noticed towards the A side, Safe is playing solo there a lot. He's changed up his camera position a little bit from when we last saw him, for I think obvious reasons to those of us that watch that game closely. It's now positioned a bit more open on the site where his opponents can see it, let's say, and him holding that control is something that gives them so much freedom. They have 2 players towards B. Leo was able to constantly hold for that rotate through heaven and guarantee those guys on B, not just that they had 3 players there who are ready to hold it, but all they had to look at was a choke point, a small gap as they ran out because their backs were covered. And to me, that's the fall down of the downfall rather of Dfuse on that attack and why they gave up so many rounds. If they had spread out for map control and sold a bit more of a fake every now and then, they could have found this a lot easier.
It's so interesting because what you said about Dfuse and attack also fits to Guild. Like, both of those teams played very awkwardly on the attack without drawing the utility first. Sometimes they, even when Guild was pushing mid, they didn't really try to get any kind of control on the flanks, which would draw any kind of utility from maybe some pops from the Killjoy Nano Swarm, right? Which then allows them to sell that fake, well, let's say, more convincingly than without doing that. And in general, I feel like both of those teams, and this is a recurring theme from the previous matches as well, they really do play well on defense because they're also good on retakes, on clutches, especially Dfuse, right? We know that, like, coming from here, from Logan, from Roden, Akumo, the clutches that we see, and Hoppy also joining in with the pistol round that he did was absolutely amazing. But in general, the teams have no consistent plan on attack, or they seem to have a very small playbook on attack, and it's not really flexible. There's a lack of a call out to swap something up.
Well, that is what we saw on Split. But moving on to Acend next, Mitch. You know, Dfuse recently lost to FPX, I believe, on that map. And of course, Guild also lost to FPX, but beat Alliance on it. Do you feel like maybe this kind of slightly favors Guild more in comparison to the last one?
I mean, look, the fact that we had such a strong defensive side from both teams on the previous, I'm not really sure how to read into that one, to be honest. It was a couple of fumbles here and there, but as we look towards Dfuse, this is a team that to me is incredibly strong when it comes to Acend. I actually think this is a map, in my opinion, just looking at it, that they'll wreck Guild on. If Guild were going to win this, for me, it's map 1 and 3, and Acend should be an easy win for Dfuse.
Is that something that you'd agree with as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Although, I have to say, Dfuse had currently 4 wins and 3 losses on Acend. And which is funny, they have a positive stats on win round performance on defense and negative on attack, but it's like 49 and 52, so it's not that big of a deal. But they played at the data center well, and they have it on lockdown on defense as well, literally and not literally, because, you know, there's also a skill from Logan there being in use. But Logan just sets up a lockdown on one side. The team cannot attack her without destroying his utility first. They go into another side, and then Logan comes in and just clutches. So, easy plan for Dfuse, right, to win those defensive rounds.
Well, Mitch, we spoke a little bit about, you know, the possible nerve issues, but Safe and Leo, as Bone Cold will put it, were feeling themselves. You know, I didn't sort of get that nervousness out of them. So do you feel like maybe they're going to warm up a little bit more on Acend?
I think it's the case in any game where you're feeling a bit weak going into it, whether it's pressure, whether you just have a bad start to the game. Map to map, you're going to get better. That's going to start to fade towards the back of your mind, because it's like stage fright, right? After 10 seconds of standing in front of that crowd, you're good to go. You're ready to get the game underway. So I think they'll be a little bit easier if that was a factor in the pre.
There's no way you get a stage fright, Mitch. I refuse to believe that.
I just picture myself, Nick. Wait, everybody else. I don't know.
Oh, God. Oh, just Jonas, yeah. But we are going to head into Agent Select now for Acend and see what these two teams choose. Again, very much like Split, we're not expecting anything really out of the ordinary here. These two teams are probably going to stick to what they know, but let's find out now and see what they are going for. Well, Lothar, that was a very quick lock-in from both teams. I'm going to have to try and use my memory for this one, but no massive surprises I can see yet.
Guild's standard lineup so far: Killjoy, Omen, Raze, Sage, Sova. So exactly the same way they played 7 times in the past. They have great stats on Acend, but in general, it's whatever we have seen in the past. So maybe Dfuse will again be able to read how they will play on attack.
Although,
it'll be interesting.
I think they normally play with a Killjoy right now, so interesting that they've swapped it up to pick a Cypher on safe. Obviously, we know he's incredibly capable in that role, but I do wonder if we keep a close eye on how that's going to affect his lurking ability now with different sets of utility to play around.
Well, we shall see, because Guild must win this if they want the chance to make it to playoffs. Acend on Acend. No, not Acend even. My mind is going crazy. It's because I keep seeing them on social media, but Guild versus Dfuse on Acend even. Pansy and Hypoc, have fun with this one.
We will do. Thank you so much, Yinsu and the desk there, for kind of giving us a good little lead-in on this one. Now, again, statistics are a little few and far between still for some of these teams. I do want to highlight that Dfuse, to me, have kind of exploded on the scene a little bit when it comes to this. So,
yeah,
again, even when we look at their previous wins and losses on this specifically, you got to take into account some of them are a little skewed one way, and they've picked up some very either close games or good wins against big teams, though. That's what stands out to me. And again, for Guild, they've just got to deliver here. This is one of those things after the first game, losing out in a close game like that, building back in after such a close game, but then to lose at the final hurdle is pretty hard to overcome. So let's have a look, see if they can bounce back, keep that focus in the right place, and it looks like an A-lean to start with.
That's it, the flash comes through. You've seen actually he manages to turn for it. We'll find Logan, whom we're looking to dip back in, but not be greeted by anything, but First Blood will go in favor of Guild. That's a big player actually on the side of Dfuse's Logan. Usually the anchor man or Dfuse. On the back of this, Gus and Rodin actually going to get themselves tucked into mid, but Guild going to hit the rotate. They'll make their way all the way over. Actually, yeah, Draken nearly getting caught off there, but that's going to give some information over. You can see Hoppy already considering this rotation. The fact that they saw Draken backing up here, Guild going to try and find good timing on this wall. Now, they actually use it as the wall's expiring, so I don't like that too much there. That's a big piece of utility.
Unless, considering the flank potential very early on as kind of like a dual benefit of putting the wall there, I'm not sure. We'll see how that affects the later part of this round. For now, the spike is planted. We are into this post-plant 4v4. Now, the wall will come into effect now for the other side, so they get the benefit of that, and they do get at least the sound cues to come off the back of it. They'll be fully aware that there is a big potential on this wrap here. Now, there's no one coming through that mid connector. It is through CT. We've got a triple stack towards stairs. This is a mad post plant for Guild. Safe finds Akuma. They didn't expect that. The push-up comes in, and Hoppy actually finds Safe. Now, look at the HP on this. Hoppy's a little bit low. Takas on the swing out of nowhere. That frenzy is filtered out. Bonkar goes down. Dfuse just played that back in.
That was actually insane. Again, the three-man stack, Akuma kind of solo challenging his way through. He had the second player stacked behind him in the spawn, but it doesn't even matter. Dfuse just re-aggressed onto that. A really clean retake in a pistol round, and I'll be honest, B side very difficult to crack, especially with the setup Guild had.
It was very solid.
Maybe if they just got a little bit deeper with that aggression in towards the spawn, they could have shut down secondary threat coming through from main, but it will not matter. Dfuse will pick that one up, and that's rough.
Yeah,
that's rough for
Well,
Guild.
their ability to turn that after losing the first pick as well is pretty important. I mean, normally the amount of times you convert around if you have your player down, if you're working at a disadvantage, is very low. If you're in a 4v5, now we are going to be seeing an A hit come through now. Of course, better equipped is Dfuse, and Hoppy with a casual 3, making it look so simple. And for now, it does stand to be as such. 4 players stand. Guild didn't particularly take much into that round, so all okay. And they get the buy now. This is going to be the bonus for Dfuse. If they convert this, well, that's something different altogether. But this should be Guild's chance to get one on the board now.
Does Dfuse have a good opportunity here to build some momentum? Again, a pretty clean round 2 win for them. Whether or not we actually see any aggression on the side. There's a 3-man stack over towards B, and again, the objective for Dfuse is to convert these lesser weapons. Guild again going to lean heavily top mid in A lobby. Start of the round. They do like to go for this all pretty much every single time in A main. This time, nobody on the side of Dfuse here to greet them or even contest that, really. You're seeing going to get a little bit of information off the back of the boombot.
Take flight.
Logan tucked all the way in hell. Man with a ghost. It's going to be difficult for him to get anything done here. Hoppy going to face the owl drone, reveal his position. Guild's still hesitant here.
Yeah, maybe looking for the stack, see if there's anything a bit dodgy going on. Trying to feel it out. Now, the one bonus if you're looking towards Dfuse is they do have their player towards middle, which is Akuma, and then Takas just shoulder peeking in and out. Draken over towards Sabrosa, trying to find his way up middle in a cautious way. That's really well done.
Oh.
Nice work from the attacking side of Guild to just go through the motions, be really clear with their intentions, use the utility to clear unsafe corners, even without prior knowledge. That has really created so much space. Yes, they suffered a casualty at the end of this, but they still maintain 4 players against the 3.
I like this actually as well, the lean back towards A. Dfuse have read it pretty well actually. Takas all the way down on B side. He's just playing close contact, so... Oh no, Roden actually going to take a peek into mid, and again, actually, he's going to come back over the perfect timing. Guild going to get free entry. She falls onto Logan. We'll find a headshot. We'll find a second as well. He's already done his job in that spot. Does a lot of damage.
Spike planted.
Takas, the last man standing now. Spectre is definitely doable for him. It needs to isolate one of these 1v1s and quick.
It's difficult. Look at these post plants, so... Has he been there in time to work out? He'll expect 1 hell, but 2? I don't know. He's taking his time. Oh, that wasn't what he wanted.
Oh, he missed the jump.
Bonka finds him. Takas maybe had a window of chance there to do something, but the double stack towards hell is super hard to kind of account for. You're going to be considering maybe someone sitting safe on towards short, maybe, or, you know, over towards long. Logan, I like the work, though, off the back of kind of Roden trying to get the attention on short. He swings, takes a very good fight. He brought it to not necessarily a winnable 1v2, but a possible one. It was certainly up there. But roll it back even further than that. Guild, or Bonka, should I say, just trying to make sure that they clear mid effectively, leaving nothing to chance, and it paid dividends.
There.
Yes, indeed. Again, Guild are going to set up outside A, make a play for this. Logan just charging in. What is this? Yassine going to find 2. Logan and Akuma fall. This aggression immediately cancelled out by Guild.
It's all
Hoppy on the back of this. Yeah. On the back of this, he has to make a play here, Lauren.
Is the timing right? No, it's not. He's shown already. He's looking dead in the water here. A touch of HP left. 14. He's trying to play around the smoke here, and he might be able to get 1 for free. No, Leo even then still shoulder checking out of the smoke. He's not going to take any risks without that reward being substantially higher than it would have been. For now, they're down to 2. Wall goes towards short. That's going to cut off Takas completely. Maybe gets a bit of vision, but already Leo's on the case. Roden's found 1 for free through middle. Bonkar's gone down. Spike's on the way towards B. They're still fighting for this tooth and nail, but he will be behind the curve. The smoke will go up for Draken, and he can start working his way through, but actually through the smoke, you're going to get your head ripped off. Draken not allowing any danger to mount.
Spike planted.
It's good. Guild look way more comfortable playing this reactive playstyle here on Ascent. Again, on Split, it was... their setup didn't really warrant it. This time around, much heavier leans on the attacking side. Again, I just think back to, you know, sending 3 up mid on Split and having 1 on each extremity. Dfuse were able to isolate those fights. And the start of this round, complete contrast. They're there to greet the aggression from Logan and Akuma charging out of A main. So far, a really, really good response coming back into this map.
It's been wonderful from Guild. They've... Let's just, in bigger picture, talk about what they're doing with this. They're dealing with that early aggression from Dfuse on the extremities, which is normally working really well for Dfuse. Like, you know, Logan getting away with so much, a very cheeky player.
Yeah.
If you can quell him early, Great idea. So they've done that. They dealt with him over towards A, and they even doubled down on it. That was, I think, was it Yassine who found that? I think it was. Okay, then they default back to mid. They catch the aggression, because that's always the next thing in mind is, okay, well, if they're going there and they've lost that fight, maybe they want to try and get that flank going. They read it perfectly. Hoppy caught in no man's land, completely outdone, and then fall back to quite a standard, comfortable site hit now with huge favorable numbers. The approach from Guild here is classic, and it's working very well.
You can already hear that natural setup there, but this time around, Logan gets himself all the way through A main. The Guild actually has 5. This time around, lean back towards B. Jarken got to be careful because there's 2 posted up behind that. The Owl Drone going to come through the smoke. Be able to tuck outside, but Takas, I'm not sure what we're watching here, but there we go. We are going to readjust. 2 kills did go in mid there, and that was Dfuse kind of re-aggressing on the back of that early presence shown.
We're just going a little T-Tours. It's all good. And the problem is now, though, for Guild, they've lost so much space. Sean Connery again. God. But the problem is they've lost so much space on the map. They have to retake all of this area with so many potential threats. And considering this is coming up against a team that has Frenzies, Ghosts, obviously Takas has the rifle. Now, the one bonus is that the guns that were lost are quite hard to recover. You probably won't get those into the hands for Dfuse. There's still a solid chance at this. Now, Safe has to keep a lot of space controlled in this one, and the timing could have been awful there, but he does make it out with his life. Bonka finds Logan. Things are now kind of slowly building towards the right direction for Guild. Now, the plant can come in. Safe deciding, okay, I'm going to control short. Great timing on Rodin on that swing, and he knows there's further pressure coming his way. Hearing those steps, backs away to a harder angle, buys more time. This is excellence from Safe. After a round that could have gone so deadly, Akuma still doing some work, but now it's very tricky to pull these last couple of players out of their positions. Getting pretty deep on this plant.
Wait for him to tap again. Bonka, is that safety net? He's tucked all the way at top mid with his Hunter's Fury. Yassine, I'm happy with this. Again, Showstopper invested just to secure the round. Again, 3 HP. You see they were both set up for their ultimates there. Didn't want to give that one away. Guild will go 3-2 up. Again, I love this though. Safe's readjustment. It literally brings them in. Comes out here, makes them push all the way in here. Basically into a bottleneck, right? Safe just picks them off one by one. I love this.
Very nice from Akuma on the way back, but yeah, that was very much Safe's round. And this is why Safe is such a great player. Now, yeah, of course, some of this was against pistols, but that round was pretty scary after they lost the initial 2 players. So, we go back in.
Deploying drone.
5 for both sides now. We finally have that even out of money coming in. Couple of ultimates coming out. A lot for Guild here. It can be said for Dfuse. Guild taking fast mid control though.
We're actually going to get invested by Rodin. He will find Jarken, but no follow-up tag. Now, Leo does have the revive, but you can see he already got towards Marcus, so he's got to reset, but he will. He goes through and invest that one. The Rolling Thunder, actually, they're going to re-aggress onto this thing. They're trying to box them in there. Look at the flank coming through mid from Dfuse.
Yeah, Logan's got Leo down, and you're right. Wait, where's that spike going? Oh no, the Omen. Look at the Omen and the Sova. That's the one that's going to be the defining moment. They're missing each other like ships in the night. They've just passed each other here, and Bonka got around the back, and Hoppy turns around and just absolutely causes so much mayhem then.
Well, I mean, previous map was close. Got a feeling early on. I mean, Dfuse not getting an early lead makes me feel like this is going to go the distance. Oh, and again, really for Guild, I mean, they had a terrible defensive half against FPX. But really, I'm looking for them to make moves on their attack, and already liking what I'm seeing.
Again, trying to keep track of everything that's going on. So Dfuse, bit of a different look here. The switch up where Logan's positioned, I'm going to keep my eye toward. Normally kind of the A player sits around there quite comfortably. A little switcheroo here. Mid-take came out early on for Guild, but the Killjoy utility is probably in place to pretty much greet that, and it's a good way to do it. It'll keep you very much in track of any moves being made by that attacking side.
Guild, once again, trying to get a look into market here. Dfuse around again. Actually, the turret's going to find a little bit of contact. It's safe out in main. Again, the recon going to give it away, though. It's only one position close. With Logan tucked into that corner, they know they haven't got to prioritize a rotate here. And actually, Akuma's holding down spawn here, so they're still anticipating this B hit. Well, the B split at least, but Guild have made their way elsewhere. They're about to split A.
Hoppy with the fadeaway is going to make this one a little bit easier to work with. They could pull around a player, and they kind of need to. Hoppy, timing, watch your back, bud. Just because you hit the button doesn't mean you're safe. Safe finds him, and now suddenly A's looking vulnerable, but Takas doesn't get checked on properly. It looks like he does, but that's a spike up against him. If Takas can take this down and defend it, maybe there's still a chance. In 10 seconds, they didn't actually check.
Oh, is that the pass? I love it.
This is perfect. He denies the plant. He spots out another, and all he has to do is buy time. Now, smart work from Leo. A quick adjustment on the plant keeps it safe. But now Akuma in a better position. They can call for this. And how does he get out of there? Leo's locked in. Rodin's found safe. Logan in the fight onshore, but Draken wins that one. And it's go time. Good trade for Takas. And now Draken's got to go and clutch. A 1v2. Spike being defused. Nothing happens. Takas this time. The MVP of this round.
I love that as well. Doesn't actually challenge on the way in. The timing's perfect. I mean, it's a shame that really Dfuse weren't able to put together a pinch from heaven there. Denies the first plant going through. Like you said, Leo readjusts behind the generator to get that plant. I love that. Again, coming down to those late round hits, right? It makes it so difficult for Bonkar because he can't full clear Wine. He has to throw a little bit of utility in there and just hope. Just hope that, you know, the utility either finds the kill or does enough damage to keep Takas honest.
4-3. Takas doesn't get away with this twice. He doesn't get away with this twice. Gets back in. Bold as anything to go for that sort of movement. Get out of there. Spins over towards short, feeling out the plays. Hypermobile in this, but Hoppy playing patiently, trying to keep his head down.
Shadows traveling.
Take this orb once again. And again, eyes go towards Leo and Safe in this round. The only two with rifles, everybody else with a sheriff. So they're the ones that Guild are going to rely on. Find this opening duel. Yeah, no, Guild sat back right now. I guess anticipating Dfuse to push out, but Dfuse reading it perfectly. Again, a couple of sheriffs ring off in the early round. They want to play distance. They want to sit back. They want Guild to push in.
Scary fight.
And we're getting close to 30 seconds, right? We're getting close to 30 seconds now, and Guild don't seemingly have a plan.
They don't have anything to really start things up with either. No ultimates to instigate. They do have safes, but that you need a pick for that, which maybe he's going to get. No, denied. Takas takes him down. That's short under control. Good trade for Acend, but Hoppy should be the backline on this, the defense, but he actually gets outdone. The site is open. Spike can be planted, and this was a round with just pistols, really. So Bonker and Draken, this isn't going to be comfortable for them, but if they can do some more damage, that'd be sublime. But Rodin says no, that spike is his. Guarding it with his life now as Draken is left in a 1v3. 1 second. He gets the kill, but that's all he's going to get.
Again, nearly got something done out of A main. That the pinch onto short was brilliant. And again, there was no counter peek from Hell there. So unfortunately, it does get traded out after Safe falls. Little bit of damage done. I mean, Logan struggling a bit there, but looks like as if, well, Akuma, Rodin, or Takas can drop him a weapon out. They have the lockdown from the shadows and the revive available. On the side of Guild, the neural theft and Bonkar one away from his Hunter's Fury, but this is a tough round for Guild here. Again, 200, 200, 300, 0. The economy not looking good right now for Guild.
It looks like Guild are hitting a bit of a brick wall. And Takas is still getting away with this. This has to be punished. Now, Hoppy's going to be forced to fight. He's going to lose some HP for it. Wall goes up. The pressure side and mount a bit too much. Now, Draken looking to maybe exploit this by playing up short quite quickly, and that's a really good idea.
Oh, no, Draken. That could have been so huge.
Oh, ooh, it happens to everyone. God, and do you know what? I bet he's cursing the observers like, you catch that? You catch that one, do you? Out of
Really?
everything?
Yeah, you flicked to
That's
me
the moment
then.
you decide to have a watch. All right, shake it off into the next one though. They're deciding we're gonna leave A. That seemed cursed. We're gonna go towards B instead, and maybe the right idea. A little 4v2 on the site. You're still gonna have Logan lingering around though, which I mean, maybe add like another player to the mix on that. Gonna have the turret back up, and the timing is gonna be. They were already out on site, so. But now Roden's gonna be the one dealing with the punch, and look at the amount he's revealed! Sick work on one with the spray through the wall, that's safe gone. But now Hoppy back of the side gets over here real quick, does not want to leave his teammates alone, looks for the fight, wins it, can't adjust towards Bonka, but by now, we're down to a 3v2, still favourable. Now the play back in through CT, Leo, this angle could have been dirty, didn't quite find it in time, but could have been something, all three coming back in, and it's all down to one, just Leo in a 1v3. And he's going to have to do wonders, that's one, that's two! He needs one more! Oh, and he gets it!
Oh, Leo! A massive clutch from him. He was fantastic on split. Right there, that was a massive, massive turnaround for him. Again, with Logan still alive, you expect him to come through and break that hold, man, but Leo's readjustment again. I love the fact he shows a little bit of presence. You can see all three members of Dfuse expecting him to be up on the wall still. Wow.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Here.
Just taking it in, Akuma now. They're just trying to make something happen, and then just like, well, okay, Leo's just dunked on us. Look, this is why I can enjoy him as a player, right? Watching this guy play is impressive. Now this is going to force players opposite. Roden can still do some damage with this. He's trying to make it out of there. That could have been so much worse for Guild. They were all so clustered up. A couple of taps could have been in the depth of them, but look at Draken. This flank could be pretty big as well. Take so much space away. The turret should give it away. That's really good again. This is the value of having Logan for sure. But Roden trying to keep things safe. No connections that he wanted.
This is huge though. If Guild can keep this control of B main again, if they can go and throw a fake towards A or Draken potentially, I think they're anticipating that Dfuse want to play for this res. They want to come back and revive Akuma. It's basically a win. Oh no. Okay, Safe did manage to avoid that. I was gonna say it's basically a win-win. Either Guild come over and they exploit that hole on A. Actually, come through. Safe gonna find Roden on the cross there.
Left.
We'll spot out Logan as well. Guild just gonna sit tight for the time being. Now come on to aggress side.
It's only Logan who can do damage with this in my mind. He's the only one with the gun. He has to do something he can't. Simply outgunned, outnumbered. You saw Guild just pause for a second. Take control of the situation completely. And then execute the plan. 5-5. This is a very close game between these two. We've had individuals on both sides having super high-end moments, but still, this is a close affair. I'm glad we're getting this caliber of game, though. This is a good indicator that things are this close between these teams.
I mean, it's... Guild obviously managed to pull something together towards the second half of Split, at least, and they're bringing that same game across. I'm actually really, really impressed with Guild being able to switch back and forth. Again, the awareness there to kind of sit around and play off that res, knowing Dfuse like to go for those sorts of plays, right? Dfuse are all about risky plays.
They do play just like mad percentages. You calling them like a slippery team, very hard to account for, is so spot on. Now, this is an interesting battle with Roden. Very weird in middle. Still alive, but you can see the pressure kind of coming in from that Omen there. You still Cypher towards mid. I wonder if they continue along this progress route. It looks like they are. Yassine's gonna like barrel into this one. Hoppy will be now noted. He's dead. He's done for. Great work from Yassine, but better vision from Leo as well, keeping track of any potential trade that could have been coming in. Now Roden though does find Safe, but he would need a lot more to be able to kind of find a way through. They can at least corner off short as a potential post plant, but that's about it.
Guild just looks so good for these clearances right now. Dfuse need to break through. The Roden's actually swapped off the operator. Logan did have the lockdown here. Now, I think it's a little late in the day to invest it. But they're going to opt for this save here. They want to play economy for the final round. And obviously the operators, it's a lot of pressure. It's a big weight on the economy right here with that being purchased into this round. So I'm fine with this. Roden might even catch himself a kill outside deep, but I think Guild are thinking the same thing, right? Don't want to give away too many. That's a big win, though.
Yep.
I have to take a look, see if that does have an impact on this final round purchase. Having a look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. It's a Spectre and a Guardian. Actually, 2 Guardians. Hoppy and Takas actually swapping out now for the Bulldog. See what they actually end up settling for. I think maybe Takas just readjusting actually to get a little bit of utility back on the board. Still got the res, still got the lockdown. 1 off the Rolling Thunder, 2 off the Omen Ultimate. On the side of Guild, Hunter's Fury from the Shadows, 1 away as well. Again, Dfuse go for this early A control. Logan's a madman. What is he doing?
They double down.
Again, there to greet him. Oh, no.
The flash didn't catch your scene. I think he was sitting anti-flash at that point, I'm pretty sure. And he was just fine. No worries. That's the second time he's done that now.
This is perfect once again, though. So Guild have done this a couple of times. They greet this A presence. The wall goes down in B. Dfuse readjust. Now, I mean, Takas is in market. The res is pretty much... I mean, it's going to take him forever to get over there, clear all this space, and get the revive off. And straight away, Guild are going to flex back into B.
There you go. Rodent. See if any damage can be... He's not really in a position to do damage from here. Even... Let's see if he can catch an angle on the cross, maybe, but you can see the utility.
Got to go for this res.
Through, and yeah, they do have to invest in towards it, don't they?
And it's... I mean, it should be Logan. They can come back through B main. It's Akuma, so they want the Rolling Thunder, not the lockdown. I was going to say, if they flex back through B main, they could have the attacker lineup for that lockdown. Of course, Bonkar having the Hunter's Fury, I guess, to cancel it out is a consideration to make.
Well, that could be a nice little bit of bait coming in towards CT. Oh, it's a bait in the other way around. It's called them.
Massive.
Bonkar. That is huge work. Rodin goes down. That's the op now gone. The retake's now lost a little bit of that bite to it. Just sending it out for free. Yassine's having fun is now just Hoppy. Alive in the 1v4. Post-plant spike ticking away. Oh, and they're all just up in it. That's a shot and a half. Just taps on him, but still safe on the trade. Style points don't count to the round, and Guild lead on the half.
Switching sides.
That's massive for Guild again. The way they're able to readjust, and I'm glad this actually became an example because they double dip in here. Logan and Akuma go through. They don't get anything at all. You're seen once again there to greet them, and they did exactly the same thing again. I mean, right there on the rounds where Dfuse didn't aggress into A main, Guild grabbed the orb, they default back to B, right? So I think actually there, it's almost like Dfuse are literally giving them the 1 win condition that Guild could possibly find in the early round.
Ready.
Don't know if I want to say it, but maybe a third map. I don't know. I don't want to cast a curse this. 7-5. Starts with a pistol, though. That can be pretty defining. See who gets that. At least normally, the 2 rounds to start with, that little bit of buffer to play with. Bit of a 3-2 split, showing intention towards B, but then kind of leaning back towards A to gather that spike. And they would get a pretty favorable approach.
Well, I was going to say I like that, because all 3 players are over here. Logan, Takas, and Hoppy were all pinged by that recon bolt. I think that's what's kept Draken in mid right now on Pizza. They have the wall down on short. But really... Dfuse finding the only gap through, to be quite honest with you. They're going to execute onto A.
Safe's a scary target for sure, but he's pretty outnumbered here. He does time it really well. All the attention turned towards short. Tried to double down, does a bit of damage, but damage doesn't really do enough. It wasn't enough to really write home about... Excuse me, Akuma?
Okay.
Hello? A little jumping click comes out. Draken goes down. He's having a rough game. And now 4 players stand against the 3. Bonkar, Leo, nice play from Bonkar. Better play from Bonkar, that's 2. And now it's getting back on the spike we go. Rodin, what have you got for us here? You've been doing your homework. You've got your lineups right. He does. It forces them off the spike and into the eyes of Logan. But now he needs to fight. 1v1, but it's Leo up against him. The jump peek on the wall, that's all he had to do is get the information. He's on the spike though. The Dfuse, he's got it.
Leo! No way. No way. I don't believe it. That's a ballsy stick. It's so unfortunate as well because literally 2 more seconds and Roden would have had the recon reset. He would have had the recon reset to put down even over the wall beforehand. You can see here 10 seconds left. By the time he comes on and finds that first kill, it's not available. Oh, that's the second time now we've just seen like the ballsiest sticks in this series.
It's actually sick. And it's you know, Dfuse now on the back foot massively. This is the perfect build for Guild. Gives them that nice kind of cushioning going forward. Safe. A little bit of a tricky spot to work from, but he does have Bonkar there, so attention gets split between the two, which opens up great opportunities. Bonkar just tripling down. There's no vision. He's just spraying in, tapping away, getting that burst fire on the go, and it's perfect.
Last player standing.
Safe, we'll clean up. Roden. It's out to the Ghost. Maybe going to go for just 1 kill here again. And think he can get just damage to the economy. Going to be very full on baited by the recon there. I love this from Gil, just giving nothing away. Don't even want to risk it. The flawless round. Bring this through for a good chance actually to bonus their way to double digits. Now that's huge. That's huge for Guild.
Yeah, it is. That's the thing, is that if you get to this point, and this, I don't want to say it's super viable, it's not, you know, pound for pound, you put this even in Dfuse's hands because of the weaponry they come in with, but be able to supplement a buy with those 2 Bulldogs that they have, it does mean that Guild actually has a fair amount of crack to this. It's not just Spectres, it's not as one-dimensional as you get with just Spectres, so they could still do a bit of work on this. We'll have to see what they come up with now.
Guild actually now looking to flex out a little bit, some deep utility. Side is safe at least. Gonna try and just poke, see if there is a hole in the defense. Aldrone's gonna cross paths here. I don't think either of them really gonna spot anything out. As Takas just creeping up, gonna find Leo in Pizza. Yasin now going to try that nade is perfect. Yasin, a brilliant clearance from him. Brings it back to a 4v4. It looks as if Dfuse want to prioritize A here. Still 2 over here though.
And timing's the timing. He tried to make the play in the smoke, and Hoppy's just waiting. Now Safe's getting a little bit predictable here, it feels. He's been playing that spot quite a lot. Almost called off one, but no, Hoppy's still on the case. Now the Hunter's Fury popped, but I think only a tag was found, not quite enough, but there's still 2 guns left in this. Bonkar with the Bulldog, and you're seeing with the big boy AR. Now look at Roden's position. This could be nice. And they kind of equal things out, but Yasin's still making plays, and this is a shutdown. And now just 1. Hobby had to do so much earlier, and he's got to do so much more. Fades away to hell, and he sends him right there.
That was fun.
Hoppy, boy, 7 HP, the readjustment. They did not anticipate him repositioning to hell. Picks up the perfect transfer. Tap on the first, readjust.
1 enemy remaining. Clutch.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Hoppy. I thought Guild had it there.
Same.
Again, 2 players low HP. Yes, the Hunter's Fury comes through. Doesn't get a kill, but gets a tag. It makes it very doable for Guild.
Oh, 9-6. This is such a close game between these two. I've got to say, I'd say Guild overall have been showing off a little more, but as it stands, you know, the awakening of Dfuse, who knows what happens. You know, Logan comes online, we start to get a little bit of that magic coming out for them. I would say Hoppy's normally a player I'm used to being, like, you know, putting on the pedestal, but if he carries on like that, hell yeah, throw him into the mix with the others. Tak has no subtlety towards middle, wants to work quick, and the door's still open. Yasin and Leo becoming very aware of the possibility of some mid-pressure and a quick crunch towards B.
Yeah, don't like that challenge from Logan. Yasin gonna double down. Hoppy finally trades out. Well tucked in spawn again. Expect him to play his life for the time being. Leo again from backside, just getting work done. Garkin finds another. Roden will find Leo, but a 1v3 here. Safe cleans it up.
Nice work.
Again, yeah, just a weird challenge there from Logan. He breaks the wall. Again, you have to anticipate either somebody playing behind or on the wall or close enough to see you if you do push it. Again, just half a second off with this challenge. I mean, if Takas can swing at the same time, I like it, but the fact that Yassine's able to find two, it kind of shows the mistiming.
You bang on, and maybe a cool mistake, maybe just a little bit of uncomfortable timing, but you're right. It can make a big difference. And maybe Dfuse feeling a little rattled in this. Guild came in and they've looked pretty formidable, and it's not necessarily just the normal names. Of course, Leo had a great round here and there. We've had a couple of moments, but Yassine and Bonkar are the ones making the moves. You know, which I'm happy to see a bit of a flex from the rest, because I'm used to Safe and Leo being towards the top end, but seeing these guys come in and have a good performance, really good indicator. But when was the last time we saw Logan? A little underwhelming on this map. This was the one where we started going, who the hell is this guy? Now he's a bit quiet.
Oh, keep your eyes out. Gonna be a Yassine showstopper early round. They're up for it initially. Actually, no, it's just gonna be a full-on dry peek. The slow orb comes through. Akuma, some reason, charges through. Draken gonna find Takas now. But straight away, 5v3, and I mean, nothing invested into that.
This is lackluster from Dfuse here. Bonkar tempted to swing, but, you know, there it is. Finds Logan. Or Hoppy. How do we see him pulling off the 1v4? Well, starts with the spike being planted. Now, here's the fun part. He's got all his goodies to work with. He gets nothing. Yassine kills him, and that's going to be 11 on the board for Guild. They are now just a couple of steps away from taking us to that map 3, which, if I'm not mistaken, is it Haven? Have I got that one right?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I'm just checking my notes. I was like, wait.
Decider Haven,
okay,
yes.
so that's on the horizon now. This is starting to get there. The Dfuse look flat. I'd like to see maybe a timeout for them to talk through some options and just kind of come up with a plan. Because
Dfuse don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't. They
no, they don't.
I'm not. I just feel like they don't have anything. They look so flat in this, which I don't know if maybe they've just been worked out here a little.
5 ultimates here, and I mean, you could argue this is a must-win round for them. Oh man, actually a third player in the mix for Guild. Got a little bit of presence on A. And there you go. That is that showstopper coming out. But Gamble's on the wrong side. Yassine actually to invest it for nothing. Actually, oh yeah, Akuma considering. Oh, the Aldona just spotted him out. So now actually, Akuma forced into a position where he has to challenge this. He doesn't have to use. He doesn't use the aftershock to clear Yassine, but Roden good for the trade. Dfuse will force the issue here. Leo's got himself into hell. Will he get the angle to Takas? Here he does indeed, yeah, Takas. Drifting a little too far. Bonkar still tucked in lobby. That's the spike down. 2 members left for Dfuse now. Logan and Hoppy find themselves in a 2v3. Logan actually has the lockdown here. Now that could zone them away out of A main.
Player standing.
Hoppy's dead. This is done for. Logan's got too many angles to worry about. You pull that off, do you, Safe?
I love that.
Do you? Because I don't. I don't like risky plays like that. It works just fine.
I love it.
That's no. Play safe. Live up to your name. 12-6.
That's yeah. Looking at it, Akuma and Takas are going to struggle again. It's going to be Guardian. Takas, Akuma. I mean, he could get a light armor and a Guardian, but he's not going to have any flashes. Yeah, I don't know why he did. Like he had the aftershock. He could have cleaned Yassine out there with no risk, seemingly no risk at all. That's tough. I mean, still got 4 ultimates.
Okay, what do they do with this? Dfuse look like they've been lost for an answer for a while. And they're going to have to try and come up with it in the last couple of minutes. Here we go. Investing the ultimate. See what they do with it now. Rodin going to try and clear through. Still very aware of the possibility of a couple of players very close by, but they have given away the site for now. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. This could have been maybe a bit of a killing blow. Doesn't quite find as much as I'd imagine they'd have liked it to, and now this is looking... Wait, how did Safe just get that?
Actually, no, they're going to get boxed in here. The fault line comes through, but Dfuse not able to solidify. Yassine finds 2. The second is beautiful with the recon ping, and right now Guild straight away swings it back in their favor. Huge investment here for Dfuse. Again, backs against the wall now. Logan's got to make a play.
And he's trying to, but he's got nothing. He's got nothing to work with. He gets 1, and it's now all down to Akuma. Guild on the verge of the victory, taking us to the 3rd. Akuma on the swing, and it's Boncar to close. Guild gonna make it to 13 here, and I've got to say, all credit goes to Guild in this one. They came in with a plan. They had everything in the right place, and Dfuse looked lost from start to finish.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Guild. I mean, just that setup on attack time and time again. It was the one round actually they were able to punish it so effectively with that rotation over towards B. Just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This time around, I mean, Guild, there wasn't much in the form of hesitation. Now, that was something that plagued them on split. And yes, maybe it's a little bit of a mismatch there. That 1-3-1 default on attack, they just weren't able to find any value in mid. This time around, their default way more effective. I mean, they pretty much left mid open every single time, unless they found a kill.
Okay, map 3 is going to be Haven. Now, before we get there, we're going to head back to the desk to give you all the information on what we just saw. Maybe a little prelude as to what to expect in that upcoming map. So guys, stick around. We'll be back with them in a moment's time.
Let's get the money.
have a game on our hands. Welcome back to the last group stage game of the European Valorant Regional Masters. Guild have managed to bring it back to 1-1 on Acend. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by Mitch and Lothar. Mitch, this wasn't the outcome you expected, but Guild really stepped up their game here.
Yeah, Guild definitely looked good on this map. I think they got away with a lot more than I've seen them get away with in the past. I'll put it that way, and I'm sure we'll touch on those points later, but that is one way to step back into a series. You set the tone for this map, or we did collectively, that this looked like it would be where Dfuse would close it out from the get-go. This was the map Dfuse chose, and they looked best on, and yet Guild come in absolutely swinging, and I mean that in every sense of the way. I gotta just start by bringing up Acend, because we talked about him in the pre-show. We mentioned that this guy, he liked to get aggressive, he liked to participate in opening duels, and Lothar made the, and again I agree with this point, very valid, that Acend, while he might have a lot of opening duels, they're not always as valuable as you would think, because he gets traded back, and if you're on the defensive side, you push forward, you get a kill, and then you die. Oh, statistically you look great, but when you actually look at the impact of that round, thinning out the defense is absolutely not a good thing. You know, the map stays the same size, but you've got less players to defend it. For Acend in this map, those opening duels mattered so much because he was getting doubles, triples, and then surviving even. If he did go down, he was at least +1 or 2 on that engagement. In fact, in opening duels, he participated in 10, and he won 9 of them. That is insane for somebody that's just W keying with blast packs into one of the best teams in Europe. They should be able to counter that.
Yeah, you can't even, like, Acend is main talking point here right now as well, but you can't forget about Bonkar. He actually showed up big time on Acend. You can, like, he's the guy that, you know, he's calling the shots on the map. He's typically the guy that is supporting more. He gets the utility to help him teammates get frags, but this time he was fragging out. He actually, if I'm not mistaken, got 20 of them on this map. This is not something that you see often, and kudos to him. I feel like him and Acend were the main points of why Guild were looking so dominant on this map. But now, when it comes to Dfuse, they fell flat. There's not many maps where I can just not put like my finger on something when it comes to the strategy, how the team played, and say, this was unfortunate or like really badly planned or something. The team just kind of fell flat on the duels, and nothing was coming together. This is not the Dfuse that we're accustomed to, especially on maps like Acend, where Logan doesn't show up, Akuma doesn't show up, nothing is happening when it comes to the trades, the sprays, nothing is hitting. You know, it's like kind of uncharacteristic for Dfuse to not hit their shots.
Well, Mitch, what was lacking there for you when it comes to Dfuse? Because like Lothar said, they just didn't look much like the Dfuse that we've come to know and love.
I think he hits the nail on the head, to be honest. Like, they didn't win a lot of these early duels, but they also didn't set themselves up for success to take those duels. There was one round in particular that myself and Lothar completely lost our minds at. Acend just blast packed into the A site, and we saw Logan pushing forward, weapon in hand. Knife in hand, actually. He was being covered from behind, but that player didn't have an angle on this ludicrous push. And let me be very clear. I'm not sure that they should have. If you're playing Valorant, you shouldn't have to be ready for Acend. But when you're playing against Guild, you have to adjust your game plan. You think, oh, no one will ever do that. No, Acend will. If you think no one will do it, then he will do it. And that's exactly what he was doing all game long, catching them off guard, finding openings, and putting them into a position where Dfuse had to fight an uphill battle from the first 20 seconds of almost every round.
Well, Lothar, you guys have spoken a lot about Acend, and of course, Dfuse played with no duelists. Do you feel like that kind of was a factor into anything, or is there nothing to do with the team composition? Because in the end of the day, I feel like, you know, Guild are not going to take Acend off of
Yeah, I don't think the lack of the duelist was of any impact, to be honest, because how we currently have seen Dfuse play this map is there were just no setups that we have seen before. They didn't do any follow-ups for trades, even if they failed like the first duel. There was no confidence in the movement, and it doesn't matter if someone is a duelist or not. You're gonna have the same problem whatever agent you have. you know, and like the fundamentals just were not there for Dfuse, but you have to make it clear, at least I have to make it clear for the viewers, that this is not something that we see often from Dfuse. They play their fundamentals great, but it happens, you know. Sometimes the team will have a bad map, and that will just happen to everyone. Can be a FPX, can be NIP, can be Dfuse, can be G2, whoever that is. Sometimes you will have a bad map and everything will fall apart.
Well, Dfuse will probably hope that, you know, that was their only bad map today, because we are going to move on to Haven next. This is the decider. Mitch, what do Dfuse have to do here to come back into this game?
Got to show us the same form that they have recently. I'm not talking about the 17 overtime game against Alliance, but moving forward out of that versus Movistar Riders and Team Finest, they've looked good on this map. I think the reality is this is not an uncomfortable place for Dfuse to play, but on paper, I think we're in for a very tight matchup if they don't deal with Acend, because on Haven, this guy is even more aggressive than what I see from him generally on Acend. So it really all comes down to the man that likes to make decisions not based on what his opponents do, not based on any sort of information, anti-stratting space they sense. He just feels it. He just does it. And most of the time, he gets countered for it. But in this series, he's found a safe haven. And let's hope that Dfuse are ready to snatch him out of that safe haven coming into this last map.
Yeah, I would like to talk a little bit about how both of the teams approach Haven. First of all, Dfuse actually picked defense to start with, right? And that's a little bit odd because the map is just so evenly spaced for both sides. And I feel like even more a little bit towards the attackers. So Dfuse has to be feeling really confident on this map. But the thing is, from all the maps that they played on Haven, they played really aggressive defense side. They push through mid, they push through A side, through A long and short, they push through C long, because there's always a push happening every round. If Guild has that read, they can just play a very strong default, which just is basically what Guild always tries to play, right? And read Dfuse with all of those moves, and that can set up a very bad first half for Dfuse. So I'm a little bit worried for that team, you know, if Guild has that read.
So it's a clash of playstyles here, right,
Correct.
Lothar?
Like, I would say completely different approach to attack and defense from both of those teams.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select shortly and see what they're picking here, because this is the last map, you guys. This is the last map of the group stages, because after tonight, we're going to be heading into playoffs. But one of these teams still have to secure their spot. On Haven, it's a must-win for both teams. And as we can see on Agent Select, pretty standard, unless Draken decides to lock in that Yuri.
I don't think he is. I think that's going to be a controller that they desperately need in that lineup. Look over towards the Dfuse side again. We're seeing something that we're quite comfortable with. Ray's coming out on Takis. He has taken the Jet in the past on a map like Split, but on this map prefers the value that you can get out of that nade. What I will say about Dfuse is I love watching them on Haven because they switch up their defensive side setups so much. They have comps where Logan will go to A side by himself, play with an alarm bot on long and his turret short, contain that control completely. He also does the more standard, and also just to point out, on that play, they'll have the alarm bot. Once opponents push down and get tagged by it, usually most players will hear the alarm bot and look at it to shoot it for their teammate or to shoot it for themselves. And then Logan swings while everybody's staring at it, takes kills. He plays conventional towards B. He'll play C side, and they swap it around so much. It's hard to really get a read on where the weakness is.
Well, thank you very much for the analysis, guys, but this is it. This is the decider. One of these teams will be going through to the playoffs at the end of this map, and the other will sadly be going home. Take it away, Pansy and Hypoc.
Oh, there's nothing sad about that, Yinsu. I love a bit of misery. I can't help myself. No, there will be a bit sad. These are both really good teams that we've actually got to come and really enjoy the progress of. Guild, hot and cold, sure, but today, pretty hot, at least in map 2. Now, again, you got to look towards Dfuse. They kind of burst onto the scene, taking names, Hypoc, but now we're in a third map, and I don't know which version of which team we're going to get.
Well, as well, just to come back to that interview as well, to be the team to force the third map, right? Momentum-wise, it's got to lean into that confidence for Guild. that interview earlier saying how, you know, sometimes the nerves can get to them. Sometimes they get to the big stage or the biggest stage they've seen so far, and it can get the better of them. So you got to be feeling good right now if you're a Guild fan. Have to see how they start this one out. Nobody over towards A lobby. Yeah, 3-man stack from Dfuse. Logan actually going to slip out after dropping that alarm. But I know, just talking about that utility, but a quick C hit here. Actually going to split the way through. There's nobody to greet them on site, and they're going to get it for free.
Okay, spike down. No worries. Post plant begins. Let's look at that first step back in. Where they come from. Okay, Garage being the first kind of port of contact. Got Akuma trying to play back through towards more CT. Now, they've got nothing so far. There it is. Suddenly out of nowhere, they just pry safe out of the site. Nade towards the back box. Not bad, but no one really there. But it forced the fight on towards Leo. And suddenly Dfuse burst back on. Bonkar left baffled by all of this. Like, oh no, this is terrible. Okay, well, I don't really know what to do about this one. Does his best attempt, but this matters not. The Dfuse came through. And Dfuse, as a collective, came through. What the hell was that retake? It was like nothing, and then they just burst out.
I mean, that's the one real condition for Dfuse to flip that around. Giving the site up for free means they invest no utility in trying to stop that. So they come back into a full clean 5v5 retake, and actually Guild, you know, invested a lot to get that control, right? Whether it be, you know, abilities on cooldown or whatever. Dfuse just showing there. I mean, they stack up, the nade comes through, clears out a couple of key angles. Really, really clean retake from them.
Okay, bit of utility used early in this one. Look at the mad utility from Killjoy as well, just spread throughout middle. But this is going to be an A lean, at least to start with. Coming in.
Deploying drone.
For now, Bonkar. Clearing up sewer. Quite the job on his hands. Rodin. Ambitious with this weapon, but he's going to get at least the information. But the site will be once again probably given over to get to Guild at this point.
Shock dart.
Got the shock darts as well. First one going to go in, do a little bit of damage, not too much though. Safe, tagged up. Guild stabilized for the time being. Numbers advantage for Dfuse in the retake. Safe, got to be the man to find a kill here, to be honest.
The hop out bad. Down to Draken.
Oh, it's
it
so
is
clean.
very clean. Dfuse looking composed after a pretty shaky start to things. Now, Draken seemingly accepting fate. Dead now. Logan's found him, but let's talk about the kind of momentum swing here, because you're right. The thing you said about coming in after being able to take it to a map 3, the swing is completely in your favor, right? This is something that's completely in your favor now. But you lose that pistol. Suddenly, you're just a little bit baffled by things. All of that momentum just gets peeled away from you. So, for now, I think this is an equalizer. I feel like this is a little bit of an equalizer for both teams to kind of get them like, okay, game back on. Right, Dfuse actually are a deadly side. Something went terribly wrong in map, 2, and they just looked lost. And we had an excellent look from Guild, but map 1 was a bit of a different affair. So, once again, this might be an even playing field now.
Satchel out.
Guild sat back very deep, and again, it really leans back on Dfuse trying to convert this round, right? So expect them to play close contacts. Where we've got one deep in sewer, another out on sandbags, but again, you're going to find C site completely open. Do you have the Hunter's Fury? You can see Rodin, if he can get into B site, he can potentially cancel this, but he's not going to invest it to deny the plant comes through. Draken actually finds a lot of space through spawn. Doesn't like what he sees though, going to back away. Once again, a 5v5 in the post plant here.
Unique way to play this. Now, the bonus for Safe is he's a wonderful clutch player, but he's actually lost out, and that's a gun now recovered and a little bit more potency to this play back in. You could see the way they lent through that. He kind of baited out the window would be a chance. He's going to peel Breach away. Leo now has to keep track of that, but it is going to be through Garage at least for them now. Now, where's the playback coming in for Akuma? Okay, through CT, but Draken not really doing much about it. It's all going to be Guild locking this one down. Akuma tries to do the damage, but no. The weaponry falls short. This was the bonus round, and Guild make it through with 3 alive, and the spike about to go off.
Okay, yeah, Safe can... He's going to get dropped out a weapon. Bonkar down at 1,000 credits. So we know Dfuse is going to be buying back. Only really Rodin that's going to carry any sort of economy into this one of 1,300 credits, but on guard down on the Bulldog.
Oh, chat was panicking. There was no predictions with the channel points, but don't worry, it's there now. Good work, mods. Shout out to you guys.
Scanning ahead.
And you get even a little look at it. You get a little glimpse. You're like, okay, pistols, got it, right? We've got a little idea now. You get a little start to things, but I think this is where the game actually starts, as weird as it sounds, is when they both have a full buy. It's kind of, everything else gets put in a box in my mind. MR12, of course, it's a little bit shorter than something like Counter-Strike, for example, but if anything, just adds more pressure. Now, speaking of pressure, Guild are taking their time here. No rush. No heavy investment towards either side. Takas, considering this, well, the boombot comes his way, so we might have to show a little leg on that. Pop his back, and it kind of equals out any sort of instant pressure. No one's come through yet.
A very considered approach here from Guild. So, you know, tried to bounce that nade off to clear that angle, but again, this is what we see Guild do a lot, right? They show presence, they try and walk away from it. Now, there's nothing else to keep Dfuse interested in holding on to A. They're able to just maintain this default. Again, 30 seconds now. Guild have to re-explore so much of the map. They have no control elsewhere.
His timing could be pretty... Oh no, he's just walked... I think that was a little messy. Falling for that late in the day hit, going, surely they're not in garage at 15 seconds. Why would they be? And now Draken's converted. It's Hoppy! That's a spike lost 6 seconds. They can do nothing about this now. They just have to live. Hoppy has saved the day. Draken can't plant anymore. Spike is lost. And so is the round for Guild.
And this is something we've talked about. I mean, if you're trying to sell a fake with 30 seconds left, you need somebody else to kind of counterbalance that pressure. You need somebody with a position to pick up information elsewhere. But it's a 4-man fake with just one piece of utility, which is Yassine's nade. They haven't got the time to hit that rotate. They simply haven't. The round just concludes itself.
And that's even in mind with Akuma just kind of giving them a chance. Now, you know, misplays happen. Whatever, you read the timing wrong or you just go for a walkabout. And that was with an additional chance. Imagine he was still there, bought a bit of time. There'd been no presence coming through garage. Now, let's look at what Guild get up to this time. Expect patience. It looks like an earlier intention towards A this time. Intent being highlighted. Safe going to be kind of avoiding any bits and pieces, flinging down the alley. The peak. Nothing noted yet. Oh, Takas? He's pushing this. Oh, he's caught in no man's land.
Yeah, the outdoor going to come out. Yeah, we can't really commit to either there. And this time around, Guild, they will try and follow up on this. Plenty of time left on the clock, so he'll be cautious on this approach. Hoppy will ult himself into heaven. We're actually going to get tagged up there on the cross. That was a 20 HP.
Wait,
oh no.
Was that Spike?
Broden actually does get the tag. Yeah, it was Spike. It's down on site.
Okay, this suddenly becomes a problem. They have to bail in towards this one. They can't leave it to go to waste now. Safe. Oh, good work from Draken to find Hoppy. Spike going in, goes down. Okay, it's just Logan. That's one, but he took some damage. Now a 1v3 presented. Utility being thrown in, stunned up, backs away. Not much to play with here, and he's got so many unfavorable angles to work with. Smoke comes in. Less options presented, and I think he knows he's not getting anything from this now.
Yeah, Draken's still got the paranoia as well, so even if he finds Leo all safe, Draken with the utility late on in this round, sure he can close it out, and Logan actually going to opt to save this one. I'm fine with that.
Where's the tool?
My bot.
Be hunted down either. But Guild, this time around, I mean, that's fine, but the fact that they're exploring sewers and getting aggressive on it with like more than a minute left on the clock, I'm fine with that. It's when they do it and they're walking through and then it's 45 seconds left and then they go for a peek. If you lose that one peek, like, I mean, in my eyes, you still just try and take the 3v2, try and take the 3v1, whatever it is.
You got to do something. 2 to 3 now. What's left over is just Logan with that rifle. They've supplemented it a little with some sheriffs coming around. You've got Takas, Hoppy, and Roden. stacks? No, but Logan is in the right site at least. If they continue this way, keep in mind, they could always turn around and head the other side if Safe maybe gets a read. If they continue this way, maybe. He's kind of doubled up with his turret. That towards the corner now. This could be the problem. The drone does some work, and there he is. He's been spotted. So that's all for nothing. Now he should get checked on. He gets away with one, but the trade's there. Pretty effective work from Guild going forward. Perfect take towards long, as we saw from the sky.
Spike planted.
Cinematic view.
This is your 6 p.m. news report coming to you live from the sky over towards C long.
Oh.
No. No.
Okay, Takas actually just hit that headshot on Draken. That was actually nuts. But
Still survives.
Guild will tie things up. I like that though. Dfuse on the round where, you know, they have this scrappy purchase after leaving C open. They're kind of anticipating that Guild are going to say, right, their economy's bad. You know, let's take C and play the distance on it. But Dfuse try and stack it. So I like that little switch up there. And both teams kind of anticipating each other perfectly.
Patience being shown, but once again, rinse and repeat, this time with Yassine kind of packing more of a punch, but Logan somehow takes... Logan just takes everything from them, ripping their heads off the shoulders. That's 3 back-to-back. Yeah, he'll die for it, but he just completely destroyed the entire team trying to walk up C-Long. Logan, he didn't get the chance last time. Maybe that just pissed him off a little bit more. Comes back in twice as hard, now safe. You can pretend that you weren't spotted, but you definitely were. But these shots coming out are so sharp today, but it is just Drakeneft in a 1v3. No where to run and hide in this. I think he got spotted out, he did. Akuma found him real comfy on that.
Logan, man. I mean, what do you do when there's a guy like that in the server that can just literally single-handedly either shut a round down before it starts, or close out a 1v4 if he's the last man standing? It's been so insane the last few weeks, Logan.
And that's what surprised me on the last map, is that we didn't see that Logan, right? Like he was quiet, and that was probably one of the bigger maps.
I mean, he slacked big time.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like that was the big map that we saw him come alive on Ascent. That was the one where it was like, holy hell, this is a sick Killjoy coming out. You know, one of the probably most characterized in Europe as it stands. A little bit of a different look this round coming in, though, for the defensive side. We did see them kind of doubled up towards long before, kind of utilizing that cheeky corner that Omen was just in, but actually pushing further forward. Yassine's going to be tasked with keeping control of that. Oh, did he see? He did, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love this as well. Yeah, Taka's going to try and re-aggress on that. Oh, Yassine actually slipped away with the satchels.
Absolutely so slick from them. Backs away, makes it out, but Dfuse still hold territory. Akuma in towards middle, kind of playing around in those smokes, leaving it in a 5v4 here. Trying to play up towards A at this point. You got the double stack on short, I don't mind that. Hell, if there was a Killjoy on the attack, I'd be waiting to see one of those mollies come up and over the wall. I love these adaptations. But a 2-2 split to try and crunch towards this. It's going to be a filthy fight. I don't think they're going to clear both. And Hoppy, good for one, didn't quite find two. Now Takas, gonna focus on short. Roden's gonna be careful of the side. Takas finds safe. There's Roden. Really nice work on the coordination between the two. Bonkar slips around, but gets met by force. Dfuse, well controlled.
They're really, really nice. Again, there's just that double stack on short. Like you said, it's unlikely they clear both, right? Or even just getting the one and being traded out. The big win for Dfuse, because it makes Guild want to push in, right? Right there when Safe gets picked up on sewers, they know that they can play it more aggressively on site. Really good stuff. That readjusted a start there from Yassine. But again, the fact that Hoppy gets spotted and Takas is like, right, okay, yeah, instead of, you know, leaving you out on an island or backing away, he comes in, they try and re-aggress onto that to catch Guild. I think Dfuse have got a really good read on exactly what Guild are trying to do in the early round now. Whereas on Ascent, they didn't. They literally looked as if they didn't have a clue.
It's night and day. I'd still say this map looks quite nice for an attacking side. If you're both comfortable on it, I'd say attack keeps up really comfortably just because there's so much variety in it. Now Akuma's in such a good spot. Now last time I didn't like how he played through Garage. This time I'm keeping eyes on it. I wonder if he caught Raze dipping in towards a window itself, but he definitely saw the barrel on, I think it might have been Draken's gun maybe? I'm not 100% sure, but Yassine and Leo are the danger men, but Akuma double dips. He goes back in on the peak. Now Yassine's position gets noted. Akuma! Oh, he commits on the angle, finds Yassine. That is the rifles now filtering through to the next player. Safe picks up the mantle, but look at him. His vision just gets dimmed. He can't do too much, and now Rodin waits patiently, just cowering in the corner for the moment to strike, and is perfect. Safe can't do anything. Leo now, the next man, charged with doing some damage. He's done. Oh, mistakes being made and punishment being drawn out. Now Hoppy called upon to deliver in a 1v1. Leo using everything he has, and he clutches it out for the side.
Oh my word. These rounds are so close. So close. And I'm fine with that. At the point where Hoppy finds the kill, the return, I mean, he even turns for the flash there. Picks it up, makes it a 1v1. Draws out the Rolling Thunder, which again, on attack, unless Guild, unless they make a play around it, it's difficult to really find value on Haven in particular.
Got the spike.
With that ultimate, so not necessarily a huge win. Dfuse to kind of draw that ultimate out, but there's actually Dfuse going to swing all the way down C long. Information going to come over. Logan playing on site now. You see, managed to slip all the way through.
How?
Get traded out, and again, Logan.
Okay, it's like, okay, who's gonna do more damage this round, Leo or Logan? And I really don't know the answer to who, but now already the problems start to mount as poor old Ray's feeling very alone. Takas here gonna pop a little nade on the way out. That's not bad. Could do for buying some time, and they're actually going up towards heaven. How quickly does that internal clock tick to go? Right about then. Oh, it just looks away. The timing. Heartbreak for them. But Akuma, no way, no way did they expect him to do that. And now Leo put again in the 1v1 against Hoppy. We've seen this before. We might just see it again. Leo's got time, but no idea where Hoppy is. And they've just passed each other. They've just passed each other. Hoppy saw him. Hoppy saw him. He saw just a pixel out of place, and he's going to slowly work through this. 34 seconds, though. Does Leo ever consider there's someone behind him?
Left.
He's looking towards long, sees nothing. Knife out, just makes it around the corner. Oh, it's time to run. You got 20 seconds. Where do you go here? Straight towards C. Oh my word, Leo.
But again though, Leo, a lot rides on his plant position here. What decision does he make? He has no idea.
The gamble from Hoppy, he's going through garage. He thought it might have been B. He was trying to hedge his bets potentially, but now Leo gets to adjust, and now it's game on. Leo, it's going to be just surely on him. He's done it again.
Oh my god. Leo. Oh my god. Leo has come up huge for Guild today in a number of scenarios, but this round, I mean, you could play that out again 100 times. I don't think you'd see the same thing. Crossing paths, left, right, instead of the timing on every single one. I mean, even if Hoppy is half a second earlier on getting into sewers there, he catches Leo for free.
I am taken aback by this. Timeout comes in.
That's a round you do not want to watch back in world review. Where you're just like, oh my god,
a split second.
God.
Literally a split second between them. Unreal. Unreal stuff.
As much as I say that, I want to watch it back.
I know. Oh. Okay. We go again, 5-5. It's not a clear-cut game, though. Like, look at this. It's still 5-5. This is still very much game on for either team. If someone can maybe dig a little deeper, find some repetition. Guild have stabilized off the back of the few. Now, Takas takes out Drac and falls away. More info's been found. He needs to call for support, but you can see the playthrough garage pretty predictable at this time. Surely that's going to be one. Actually, it's Akuma who wins that. The trade, though, does come out for Leo. That's the surprising part. And now they have to back away from middle. They've lost a lot here. Now the guns could be picked up. These are recoverable if they want to try and make the play, but you can see Guild already taking the vast majority towards A. Now, yes, okay, they've got vision on A long. That is Rodin waiting. Fully geared up, everything he needs. He's got his ultimate. This could be big.
He's got both shock darts as well, so Guild decide to plant on default here. Yeah, actually,
Spike planted.
yeah, can't get too much damage on. Actually, will get decent damage. The second one's going to do an awful lot as well. You can see you're seeing down to 2 HP, and actually the lockdown invested here. Dfuse want to go
Here
for
we go.
this.
Safe waiting though. He's found one. He's going to push for more. He finds more. That's 3. Safe from the shutdown, and now it's just Rodin. What can you do to try and pull these players out of place? Nothing. You're going to get shot in the... No! You're not going to get shot in the side of the head. You could have 1v1. The time is ticking though. And Leo, the man made of just ice cold in his veins. There's no way you're getting past him. He shuts down the round. But again, these get so close between these two.
Last round before the switch.
This is a crazy, crazy game. This was so good. The fault line is perfect as well. Look at it. I'm pretty sure Logan and Hoppy were both caught in that fault line. That was absolutely beautiful. Leo setting up his teammates to clear through and completely negate the lockdown. A massive investment from Dfuse to try and turn the tides in that round.
This game is nuts between these two. And Yassine now takes quick territory towards Garage, going to continue forward. This looks like a set piece to maybe set Logan into motion, and that's done just that. Great work from him, but he commits to this. Oh, Logan's so ballsy. He couldn't quite convert towards safe. He was desperately trying. You can see that focus trying to pull it back in, but still a 4v3 to work with now.
Yep, safe invests the neural theft. Aren't coming in onto C. Not an awful lot in terms of utility for Guild here. Rodin actually going to pop through the Hunter's Fury, but the plant's already come through. Does he get the second tag? He does indeed. Will get that one out. It's just one left. Akuma cleans it up. Dfuse will tie it up for this half, and that's a big win, to be honest with you. The way Guild played through that, I almost feel like they deserved the lead coming into the second half, but effectively a reset.
Switching sides.
This has been a sick game so far. Like, I haven't seen this many, like, clutches or, like, crazy plays. And you're like, oh my god, you're so biased. You said, like, Leo's one of your favorite players. Do you blame me? Like, I'm pretty sure I predicted Dfuse to win, but can you blame me for enjoying Leo playing and then throw in that you might get, like, a mad safe round in there as well? Like, they're exciting to watch. Oh. And then we've had the Hoppy clutch. We've had Logan, like, just dominating people. 6-6. What's your prediction, by the way? Did you go for Dfuse? I actually don't remember now.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't remember. Maybe I don't know who I vote for, because honestly,
it was Dfuse. It was Dfuse, but I feel like Guild are now gonna win.
I'm not gonna.
Don't tell chat. Don't tell
Look,
chat.
someday people will realize we don't really care about the predictions that much. They're actually worthless. But we won't say that, of course. That's no.
We'd never dream of it.
No. Gas? We've got this much space. No one can see him back here. Now, luckily, the timing's just right. The race to come back around. Yassine keeps track on it.
I love this though.
Ooh.
Okay. It's not often you see a classic wallbang, but there's one for you. And actually, straight away, I mean, Takas was the diversion there. He was the distraction. Because this Spike was over in A lobby the entire time.
Okay, Spike.
Oh, the shock dart gonna do so much damage as well.
Akuma now has to kind of consider what to do with this. The Bon cart getting ready to facilitate this retake already. You can see first contact towards CT. Logan happy for the fight. Turret's there, that's going to give away a little bit of the game, but the nades are sublime. Yassine, so well prepared. Now here we go, 3v2. Rodin and Hoppy try and hold on. The Dfuse is, of course, in their favor, but Yassine's sitting this. He wants half. He wants half for a maybe. A body. No one's there to challenge. What is this plant? Oh, no, what a fumble.
Guess they didn't anticipate the Dfuse.
I'm leaving you with that. I can't.
Dude, how many times in this series, seriously, like, and again, that there is just a slip up with the plant position. He has to readjust because of the shock darts, but
sitting in your post plant still, though, in that situation,
exactly. You can't sit in the post plant. You have to re-aggress. You have to. If you haven't got the ability to watch the spike, you have no choice.
Hello? 1, 2, 3, counting with Draken. What is going on today? There's something in the water and Draken is just drowning in it.
Oh my god.
This game is insane between these two.
Yeah, and they're going to have a clear, well, flawless approach to their bonus again. This is the spot. This is like the stars align, and you're just like, there's one weapon you want here, especially when nobody has any armor.
Boom.
It's the Marshal, and you're on top. You're on top of default on Seaside on Haven.
Must be nice. Must be nice. 8-6. Guild have got the beginning they want. Here is the bonus round, though, where things can get a little bit different. Where the hell did Yassine just get that from?
Oh my god.
Squeeze me?
Confidence-wise, I can't help but feel Guild are going to start running away with this. Sorry. Oh, safe. We'll find one. Again, though, numbers advantage still. Draken could find another one. Low HP on Akuma, but manages to slip away.
Kuma, Logan, Roden. They've got the better weaponry, but they're down the numbers. Spike's coming in safely. Gonna look for any interesting post plants, maybe around the world. For Roden? There's a little bit of utility. Leo's got plenty to play back in with. This is where things get a bit dicey now. Even with these guns out, Logan's gonna be called upon to deliver, I'd say at least 2.
That's done. One enemy
Who
remaining.
finds one Akuma? Will double dip as well. Actually finds Leo also. It's just Draken remaining. He'll upgrade to the Vandal and he's gonna try and save this through. Maybe get a little more damage.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, I guess just save it out. Part of me feels like Draken, if he'd sped up a little bit, it could have maybe made something out of that, but I guess not. I don't even mean with like the rifle, but even just kind of working through Garage a little bit quicker, but I guess he was kind of stuck down on, I think he had the Frenzy at one point, trying to work back in with that Marshal, but still. Bonus round, not achieved, kind of more standard, that's fine, but there was a fair bit of damage. There was, I think, was it 2 alive or 3? I think it was 2 from the previous round.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't want to lie to you, so.
Got it.
But look at it. I mean, coming back in, decent progress on both sides, ultimate-wise.
Boss B.
Yeah. Speaking of ultimates, yeah, look at this. The Rolling Thunder immediately invested. Going to get themselves in very early on, but Leo perfectly times that one. Quickly traded out.
And Logan just turreting around. Doesn't even need the turret to do it, just the gun at his side. And pushes a little further on here. Safe's gonna hear a fair crack of this and actually works on that. Great work. Now double dipping. Oh, that's perfect play from Safe. Brings us right back in the hands. And now a 2v2. Spike with the Omen. That's gonna be Hoppy trying to get across towards site. No immediate threat. X towards long. They've lost so much track of where players are in this because it's been such a mayhem-based round.
Planted.
Now Spike planted, what does he do with this? Try and maybe progress towards CT, but it's just seen to find Akuma, and now it's just Hoppy. Left in the 1v2. He might get some work towards this smoke. I wonder if it's been noted. He's found Bonker. He's got to move, though. He knows that there's a rocket with his name on it, and this could be big. Does he catch him with it? I'm not sure, but Hoppy... Timing is everything. He's going to work back through. Sap the Dfuse. He's seen it all! Hoppy with the clutch to get that scoreline back all even.
I love that. Hoppy anticipating. Obviously, the showstopper gets popped. He has to regress onto the steps towards spawn. Does just that. And you can see even Yassine readjusted. He's expecting to have forced Hoppy all the way into garage window. Showstopper maybe should have been invested onto the stairs. Nonetheless, Fuse will tie things up here. 2 Buckies, a Vandal, a Frenzy, and a Sheriff. A Guild coming into this round. Draken actually, they're going to find an early kill here. Going a man with a rifle, so that's pretty huge for Guild early on.
Yeah, that is big impact being done. Keep in mind where the Spike is as well. That's still going to be kind of in charge of... Oh, not Hoppy. No one's picked up the Spike. Little interested what they plan to do with this. Kind of on Hoppy to become a huge problem, and I guess that's fine. Who needs a spike when you can just get all the kills, I guess?
And this is when it gets scary for Guild. I mean, if Dfuse are the one to switch up the pace and they can play off this momentum, I mean, they're finding first bloods and they're instantly closing the distance. Back in on Guild's buy round now. We'll take a little look at the economy once they do finish up with the buy.
And this was just terrifying to me that the spike's still left back at the back of window.
Yeah.
And fortunately, the Hoppy just pops off because if, as I said, if Guild managed to kind of get control of the pace there, kind of just chilled out a little bit, just put the brakes on it. Obviously, they have lesser weapons, so they're trying to make anything happen that they can. That's completely understandable. But Dfuse getting away with it then, I think is the best thing to say about it. I don't love seeing that.
Yeah, but the big difference being that's not a 30-second
Correct.
hit for Dfuse, right? They have the time if they need to readjust. If you know, if it turns absolutely disastrous from that round, then it's not lost, right? The difference being on the side of Guild, where we have seen them do things like that. It's desperation plays, it's audible calls, and yes, it's looked a little better on Acend a few times where they're able to kind of bait that out from Dfuse, but that's the big difference. Dfuse not afraid to do it, just full force in the early round.
Now, last time, Dfuse lost a player to the kind of madness of Draken just on that peak towards C long. Now they've kind of tripled down on it. Rather than just one, you've now got 3 down here. Rodent gets himself ready for his ult. That's another element to add to the fray for Dfuse.
So looking at it, Lockdown and Hunter's Fury. Obviously, Bonkar has his Hunter's Fury. The other side of that, the cancel, and Dfuse actually making their way back over towards A lobby. I know you heard it.
Taking control. Force the rotation. Now I'm going to keep my eyes on Raze and on Killjoy because this is a very obvious show towards A. There was no subtlety to it. So I'm wondering if they're going to double back around potentially. I don't think B, but potentially C. If Tarkas gets some room here, it's all going to come down to Draken on the back.
30 seconds
And the support from Safe. This is a late round hit. This has pulled the rotations in the right place. Very committed towards A, but here we go. Draken and Safe, how much can you control? A little too late on it. Draken goes down. Tarkas is there, and now Safe. Oh, we didn't expect the push to come out. The commitment in the end just smothered with players.
Spike
Hey, you've seen a Leo have to back away. Try and cling on to these weapons for dear life. Again, the hit came through so fast here. No surprises to see them sit this far back and hold on to the weapons. It's completely overwhelmed. The speed of that hit. I mean, the Guild don't even get an opportunity. That Draken caught with his pants down. To be honest with you, paranoia in hand. Takas charges him down.
It's a fine balance. It could have been great. It was a second or two's difference, but close round now clearly favoring. You can see them trying to hunt down these rifles as well. If they can get these gone, start working on their money. Okay, here we go. You're seen. Not getting out of there. Akuma grabs him and just drags him to the ground. Leo, a couple more seconds to survive. No one finds him, so you get to keep one rifle, and that's about it.
Now, again, this scoreline, it's worrying to see a purchase like this come out because Dfuse aren't really investing much here. And yes, it's effectively an eco round for Guild, Phantom aside. But I mean, if you look at it, if they come out with the win here, Takas, Akuma, Hoppy, the only ones without ultimates. If they win this out, they go to 11. They have full ultimates. You're seeing actually going to walk all the way into window. He's actually spotted out there, Logan. Anticipating such a thing. A-site completely wide open right now, and Hoppy spamming these shots through has actually dragged everybody from Guild towards this side of the map. Only person not there as you've seen in mid.
Timing. Draken, there it is. Third time's a charm.
Thank God. Thank God.
But this, if anything, spurs on the hit. Taka straight in now. Might just send this down towards CT. He does. He doesn't quite find a target, though. That's a problem. Now he's got the sight, but he needs the rest of the team to get there. One's already slipped through the net, though. Finds that. Takes down Leo, the adjustment. That's so well done by Takas.
Wow. That's literally just off the back of one ultimate. I think he threw it through to stairs there. I'm not sure how much damage it actually did. Look at it here. Yeah, your scene was super low. That's the only thing he took damage from there. Now that's worrying. Again, coming back to it, Akuma now 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. They're not going to make a play for an orb early on. They have a few times for the C-Long orb. Bonka just been holding on to this Hunter's Fury, just anticipating the lockdown, I think. Not really had an opportunity to use it, but Dfuse now on the brink of putting themselves on series point here on map 3.
Boombox to lead the way. Scene waiting on the other side, forced away by the Shell, but safe. Still gets away with a fight. He's fancying it. Gun barrel noted. That's one. He gets the one, but Logan did find a scene. He needs the second. He gets the second. That's the value of safe coming in. Good for 2. And information now relayed. Pressure mounting towards A. Now they can't deny the plant, I feel, but that retake's going to be sketchy.
Shock Dart gonna catch Draken to 73 HP in heaven. Tap this one out. We're gonna Bonka opted not to, and Leo gonna find a kill elsewhere. Dfuse down to 2 now. This is big win for Guild if they can turn this one around.
Does have his ult, so if that gets pulled into play, maybe something. No, Draken's taken down, and it's just Hoppy now in a 1v3. Everything to do. Position noted. Look at these various angles to play with. Trying to make something out of this. It feels like a matter of time. There's the drop. There's one. Gets off the spike. There's a second. Safe with the save. The 2 early on. And now this to shut down the round. 9 for Guild.
Spike diffused.
Good. Puts the stops on Dfuse for the time being, but again, Takas already close. That ult, once again, was he 3 away? 3 away from the showstopper. Everything else online. And look at the economy for Dfuse. Sitting so pretty right now. They rode in the lowest at 27, but everybody else over 4,400. Now, things are a little more fragile on the side of Guild. They can't keep trading rounds back and forth like this. Score aside, I mean, they need to get this victory clean as well if they want to keep that buffer if Dfuse go to map point.
Rinse and repeat, Takas. Not this time. Look at the stack towards that C sort of garage area. Rodin's got a target-rich environment but can't find much for it. The trade-out happens towards garage, and maybe an indicator of how light it is on the other side of the map. It's just Bonka here, and that's it.
There's a Bulldog as well. Needs to get something. We'll find a headshot, but it's not going to... Actually, it does. It takes Hoppy down to 35. He can back away. I like this. Try and play safe. He's got his shock darts. He's got his Hunter's Fury. He's still got the Owl Drone.
You should run.
The player's life with his utility here. Lockdown comes through. Bonka second guessing. Using the Hunter's Fury, actually, and force them away. The paint shells late on is going to make sure they can't get the spike down under that lockdown blanket. Draken finds a Kuma.
3v3 now. Hoppy's still alive and well. Yassine finding Logan means that Yassine can now pop that. Get on in. And there it is. Guild are unrelenting in this now. They are taking this as far as they can do. That was a sketchy retake as well, but they managed to pull it off. And now they get to double digits themselves. Their money probably still not perfect, but it will be enough to fashion something together. I want to see the economy now between these two.
Yeah, Draken safe, 3,200 each. I mean, Yassine... yeah, he's got to sell something out. I mean, it's satchels, so it's... Have a look at it once it settles down a little bit. Bonka actually going to come back in with the Bulldog, so... Again, though, if Dfuse make this costly, it still leans in their favor. I mean, look at the economy. 1,000, 3,300, 2,500. Everybody's sitting pretty at Dfuse. They can take another one of these rounds.
Go again. Dfuse, how much do you want this? How far can you take this in your scene? Now, last time... Oh! The intuition. Those alarm bells are going off. Okay, what's going on here? But they pushed through on garage door as well. This is very... Logan! How did he just snap to that? But Dfuse take the site with Takas leading the fray, and the flanks being held, but only for now. Draken breaks back in. Logan's dead and the flank's open. You're going to see Hoppy now have to turn attention towards that way. Dipping out with the spike, can't plant right now. Takas goes down to the ult. Bonker's found it. Draken's found the flank. And this is all falling to pieces for Dfuse. There's still life left in Guild, and they are unrelenting in how they're holding on. Just Roden alive and caught in a trap. Leo takes him down. We're all even.
What a swing. A massive investment though. Finally, Bonker using Hunter's Fury after the lockdown in the previous. What a swing back from Guild. Again, so much space is bought by the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder onto C. And you know what? Actually, again, it must suck to come back and watch this from a top-down view because you've seen drifting all the way down the middle. A was completely open there. Giving it up for retake.
I have to say, and I don't like highlighting performances being poor, but Bonkar needs a little more, I feel, at this point. 4 to 18, not quite enough for me. Just needs to elevate a little bit here. Again, you're seeing Leo safe, Draken, everyone's fine. Draken's having a good performance. It doesn't have to be huge. I think double digits at this point is a fair ask. Takas struggling a little bit as well, but you can see the space Takas is trying to take, whether it be just opening himself up for a trade or just putting himself in harm's way. Again, I don't necessarily mind it so much. For now, though, Guild even things up at 11-11. Even with Bonkar not having the best of days, it's still working okay. But you're seeing, taking that peek towards long, how much did he find? Akuma has been split apart here. He's a little ahead on the others. Hoppy gets sent back packing, but now, already you're seeing on the swing, Akuma's found him. And now Dfuse have a step in the right direction, but Leo, great work from him. Comes out with the trade, effective, but now going to be trying cornered off here. But are they going to fully commit to this?
They're trying to dig Leo out, but he's dug in. We'll find another one as well. Logan falls here. Can he get another? He will. 3 on the round. Roden falls as well. The fast comes through. It's going to be huge here if he tries to swing back out. And this he does the 4th. He got readjust. Can he get the 8th? It's the 8th for Leo. What a legend. What an actual legend.
Match point.
When it matters most, I swear this guy just has like another gear to go to. I don't know where he gets it out from, I don't know where he pulls it from, but every time they call upon him, that was sick, and he knows the second's there, takes a bit of the damage. While that's happening, knows that there could be pressure on long, no worries, that's the spike.
Down A.
Back towards side, and look at the way that they didn't have the timing on the hit right. He uses the utility so well, so blind.
Anyone else want to try?
That's actually beautiful. Guild straight away though. Gonna try and flex down C long, a completely different look once again. And Bonkar in position to stop this garage split coming through as well. I see the Rolling Thunder gets sent through. They want to clear out garage there. Guild really feeling themselves now.
I hope we can fix this UI because this is really frustrating. There we go. Okay, we're back on now. Let's have a look at what we've got left. This is what it all comes down to. Guild either win now or we go OT. But Roden's got other matters to say about it. Trade comes in. It's Leo once again. Yassine finds another. This is sick work from Guild. A 4v3 out of nowhere. And let's look at what we've got. Roden, Logan, and Hoppy. It looks like all eyes towards A. Roden in a trap himself. Caught. Draken's taking him down. And the adjustment back towards the side, buying more time for rotations. Hoppy tries to lean in. He spots one in heaven. He gets sent to hell. And now just Logan left alive in a 1v4. 40 seconds. And the team's life on the line. Guild bringing it back from nowhere. But Logan has been an absolute god. But this would need something unbelievable. He knows heaven's a threat. He's trying to toy with it, and Yassine says no. Guild win it out at 13-11.
Wow. What a response coming back into map 3 for Guild. That is absolutely heartbreaking for Dfuse, but Guild stepping up to the plate, and there have been questions. Again, I come back to that interview. You know, the nerves getting to them. We've seen it in other series here. Right there, remaining composure in a 3-mapper as well. 4 elimination here. Wow. What a step up. Leo, man, dude, go get some fresh air, take a walk, anything. That must have been exhausting.
Normally
for them.
people, you know, production, like, look, we'll give some options for the people at home. If you don't vote for Leo in the player of the match, you are watching another game.
I'm done. I'm done.
Don't give them that option, all right? Don't let them know there's an option for us to leave. But again, get over onto the socials, guys. It'll be down below. Get your votes in so we know the player of the match in your eyes. I have to say it's Leo, man. That performance was so good from him. His elevation after having a shaky start as well. Roll your mind back to map 1, Hypoc. He was not having a good game. He was 0-6. He stabilized. He never got down on himself at all. Came back in and delivered so well. So well.
I actually can't believe it. That's all you could want for an elimination game here. The 3-mapper. Thank God we're not going to overtime on Haven once again. Thank God.
I think we need to go and get some fresh air as well, saying that. So thank you so much for joining us, guys. It was a pleasure to bring you these games. It's good to be back casting with you, Hypoc. We're going to head back to the desk. Yinsu, you a fan of Leo as well? How do you feel? Who's your player of the match?
Well, thank you very much, Pansy and Hypoc as well. And don't lie, Hypoc, you love OTs on Haven. This is what we live for. But to answer your question, Pansy, Leo was outstanding. I'm in agreement with you. Y'all at home are trolling if you don't vote for Leo. And Mitch and Lothar, I'm going to bring you guys back in. And Mitch, we talk about these nerves issues and the possibility of Guild maybe faltering when it matters, but Leo is 17. This guy is 17 years old and absolutely unflappable.
I think it's a fair narrative to what we started this day out by saying as well. After that first map, you can have a bit of a shaky performance. That's where the nerves are going to hit you the hardest when you're showing up for the first game of the day. But after that, it settles in. It's like stage fright. It's mostly before or the first couple seconds. Once you get in the swing of things, it's all good. And I think Leo, I can't say 100%, but it looked like he was feeling a lot more comfortable moving throughout that. I gotta say, though, he kind of stole the show from Yassine. Up until this last map, I would have been happy to say Yassine takes that player of the match, but I've been won over after that. Leo was just phenomenal.
Lothar, go ahead.
I mean, it's kind of a weird map because I feel like Dfuse showed up big in the first 6 rounds. They had great setups. They played open side. One open side that was always every round, but they swapped it. There was one side open to allow for a plan, and they play retakes. And I played them really well and exposed guilds like weak points. Because an example, guild in a 5v5 pistol post plan didn't push from the post plan situation, and they just waited for all the utility being used on them. But I feel like there's one point in the match where Dfuse just broke mentally, and the clutches that were lost against Leo, I think that was the point. It was like a melting point for them, because there were like, if I'm not mistaken, 3 clutches in a row where Leo just closed them out, and the one that just is like imprinted in my mind right now is the one when we have Hoppy versus Leo 1v1. Hoppy sees Leo going on the A short. He sees his back, right? And he knows exactly where he is. The time is running low. There's like 15 seconds to plant. And he hears that Leo starts running. So the only thing that he has to do is follow him, even with a knife out, and just start running, because he knows that Leo has to go on long C and plant it. And then he gets an easy kill from there. But instead, he just opts to go slow with his knife out and loses in the garage door, because they meet head to head, like, just look at each other before the duel. And I think that was the moment where Dfuse just broke and lost all of their fundamentals, because then we see situations like the Leo the Leo ace. Everyone just picks him one by one. It's something that we don't see typically on this type of this level of gameplay, right? In Pro Valorant, like, you just can't allow any player to not be traded, because you lose rounds like that. So to sum it up, what I just said, I feel like Dfuse just kind of broke because they outdid themselves. They tried to do the hero plays, but it never worked.
Well, Lothar, before this tournament, the narrative around Dfuse, right, is that they always kind of fall at the last hurdle. This is the furthest they've ever been in a competition of this size in Europe. Do you see this as then maybe sort of repeating that habit because they're not making it to the semifinals and the playoffs? Or do you feel like maybe they just were a little bit outclassed or had a bad day?
I feel like this is an absolute win for Dfuse. They're a team that is playing for a very long time in the Valorant history in Europe. They have the same lineup since, if I'm not mistaken, 7 months now. And every time they were a little bit short on the qualifiers, but this time they're in the absolute top of Europe, and they did prove that they have an absolutely amazing team, absolutely amazing solo players as well. And the only thing that just kind of fell short right now today is just the personal performance from them. And that can happen. But as a team, I do see Dfuse as a top tier European team, and we have many of them.
What's worth mentioning as well, while we've got like a final farewell for this team, we have to say Dfuse team, they're no longer Dfuse team. They've lost their organization there, they've left it, and so they're going to be looking for an org. So if you're an EU organization out there that hasn't got a team, I mean, these guys made it pretty far. They definitely could do with a pickup. So that's I'd be surprised if we see them under I think it's Opportunists they play with. I'd be surprised if we see them under that banner in the future. And they can definitely be proud of their accomplishments. I think for a team that's in the state that they are, the most important thing was to get this experience under their belt. You know, nerves are really going to hit you hard when you're playing at this level for the first time, making it to the main events and struggling to get to playoffs. The Dfuse team, they put up a hell of a show versus FPX. They've cemented themselves as one of those top 5 teams that can compete. I look forward to seeing them bounce back from this.
I mean, I'm sure there is a org out there that wants a full French roster representation, right? It's like that's something that we do see in other FPS games. So I'd be very, very surprised if these guys don't find a permanent home. But, you know, moving on to Guild a little bit just before an interview we have coming up. Lothar, what does this mean for them? Because they've had those issues of closing out games and that Haven on those last few rounds, which it probably would have gone to OT if this was last week. But today they shut that down.
I feel like something that they said in the interview about the nerves, about the pressure getting to them and so on. But like this is the moment when they actually break the curse, right? And as a younger team, as a younger player, I feel like this is the moment when you gain that confidence, and in the future you're gonna have really great matches, and you're not gonna have a stage fright anymore, and that's fantastic for Guild, and also kind of shuts up all the haters, right? Because there's a lot of people in the scene who say, Guild, and they're not really that good, but they did prove 3 matches in a row now. They can upset basically every team they play against, and that's great to see because as I said, it just shuts up the haters.
Well, what do you make of that, Mitch, as well? The fact that they've managed to make it this far.
I mean, it definitely says that they're doing something right. When you look at the teams they're playing, like they managed to take a map off of FPX over on Split. You're definitely showing there's potential there. What I worry about is versus your FPX versus your Heretics, they're going to be able to push it across the line, these established and well-rehearsed teams. But taking down Dfuse, that was definitely a step in the right direction. It's a real milestone for them. Now they've got a pretty tough task in the playoffs.
They do indeed, and right now we do have an interview with their coach, Barbar. Hi, Barbar, welcome back to the stream. Congratulations on your victory today and avoiding elimination. You guys had a bit of a tough BO3 today, so talk me through Split first of all, because you guys have been very, very good on that map lately. What do you think were the issues today?
I think we, like we talked about before, to stop their momentum, but they kind of got all the momentum in the world. Start of Split. I don't think we necessarily did super much wrong in the map, but I think they kind of were more and more prepared than us, and we were slow started a bit for some reason that we need to take a look at. But no, Split was all right. We at least managed to stress them in the end, which means that they will not come super comfortable into the next map, which is the goal in the end, even if you lose. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think what you guys did well today, especially compared to previous days we were discussing on the desk, is of course, you know, avoiding overtime and being able to close the game out. We saw that on Haven, and how happy are you with the fact that you guys didn't go OT this time around?
Yeah, I mean it's like stressy for a old man to watch this. It's a lot of close game. Sorry. No, but I mean, somewhere we have a bigger heart. You know, it's not beautiful. You know, like everyone can say, it's like how are they winning games, kind of. You know, but I guess we are hard to beat in the end, you know. It's good experiences also for the guys to get these close games and comebacks from 4-8, 3-9, and I mean, we were prepared to be in this scenario. Meanwhile, they lost their close games against FPX, and I think that when we came back to 11-10 and stuff like that, I felt like they couldn't close it out. Maybe because of the memory they had yesterday from yesterday's game. So yeah, no, fantastic game, huh?
Well, it's stressful for an old man, but the young man on your team, Leo, was cruising. He was having a great day today, and I can announce now that he is the winner of Player of the Match. And Baba, I know we speak about these sort of nerve issues, but he doesn't seem like the kind of player that suffers from that, at least not from where we're sitting right now.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic talent who is among the one percenters of the talents. He kind of have the whole package, and it's inspiring to be able to work with so many talented Swedish players during the years, and he's definitely among one of the biggest talents I've seen in a FPS game. Yeah.
Well, speaking of talent, we also have had quite a lot of discussions about Yasin. You know, he is a very aggressive player. If you look at his stats, his first bloods are kind of crazy. You know, today he was one of the difference makers for sure on Acend as well. Would you be able to explain how sort of his aggression fits in with the rest of the team and your game plans?
I mean, it sometimes can look kind of ridiculous, right? I know what you mean with it. Like he's trying to become like he's a very raw diamond in kind of the entryways, and then many times he's doing magic or not, you know. And in the end, we don't want to stand and fall with if Yasin is doing good or not. Like so I think we're getting more and more better and better to see where the opportunities is. I need to say Yasin is doing a great work to try to really answer the criticism he could be given in choosing the wrong situations to go, or instead of falling back. So no, I think he's a crucial part of the team, and especially his personality is a personality you really want in a team, and I'm super happy to be coaching him. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your insight, Baba. Appreciate it as always. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, let me bring back Mitch and Lothar. Guys, he addressed a lot there, but I definitely want to touch on that Yasin point. Mitch, what was your takeaway from his explanation as to why Yasin does this sort of aggressive playstyle?
You know, I feel like when you've got a player like this, almost fundamentally it revolves, or like his mental game revolves around trying to take that space, and it's acceptable to do it. If you can figure out a way to make your team work completely around the notion that at any point in time, I'm sure it's structured than that, but this dude might just run forward and get a kill and die, or get 3, as was the case in this series, then that's something I can definitely commend. You know, one of the most important things in Valorant is that there's so many different ways to play the game. And if you can come in with this style and catch your opponents off guard, it can pay serious dividends, which, as we saw in this very game, it did, because Dfuse were not ready for that. I mean, I would put Yasin as the reason that Dfuse lost map number 2, or the lack of Dfuse being able to deal with him or figure out a way to counter him. So it's definitely a valuable asset. The thing is, for me, and what I've always said, and what I'll always believe until I'm proven wrong, when you come up against teams that I have a lot of respect for in the tactical and the adaptation side, your NIPs, like your FPX especially, because they've got a proven track record, I don't feel like that style of play works. It's the same reason I was never a big fan of G2, although they're a much looser team than just having the one player doing it. I think that when you try to get this mental game flow and you start to play for your chakra and all this sort of stuff, FPX will shut you down. And then what do? You know, if you've rehearsed it a million times, but you haven't got a B plan or a C plan to fall back on, you can't be a disciplined player. It can cause some problems. And so far, I don't know that I've seen Yasin sort of combat that.
Well, let's talk about that, you know, how this would work against other teams, because if we take a look at the bracket, the end of the day bracket now, you guys will see that Guild will be moving on tomorrow to play Heretics. Lothar, do you think the clash of playstyles there is going to work for Guild tomorrow?
Hard task ahead of Guild. You know, Team Heretics is a team like Dfuse, I would say, but more structured and even better at shooting and having that buddy system. Something that Dfuse lacked today, right? They didn't have those fundamentals going for them as we did see in the past. And Team Heretics is absolutely phenomenal at that. That's something I recognized when I was watching their VODs in the first Strike event before everyone was kind of like on the train of Team Heretics support. And they do improve in that aspect with every single match I see them. So for Guild to win this match, I don't know. I don't want to say that they're going to just be like, oh, we're already here, now we can lose and it's going to be fine. Because I'm sure that professionals want to win every single match, and Guild definitely has that mindset. But it might be a very hard task for the coach to actually sit down and try to find a counter for Team Heretics, because there's just a little bit of a gap between them in the department. Let's say like this.
Well, Guild will be moving on tomorrow, but earlier we saw Nip get eliminated. Mitch, I just want to quickly talk about that before we wrap things off, because, you know, looking at this top four, not seeing Nip there is just weird. It's not something that I think many people would have predicted in the beginning of this tournament. And what do you think this means for Nip to be out of the tournament at this stage?
One of the big pitfalls that I have with expectations in Europe is that organizations tend to play a big role in how we respect teams. And I think that is shown by Vitality, who have had next to no impact. And I find myself sometimes even look at results and go, oh, they beat Vitality. And then going, oh, never mind, that doesn't mean anything. And then I think the same thing can be said for Acend. They're a team that are on the opposite end of the spectrum to that. They're a new organization. Even with their previous name, they didn't like garner respect. They're not a tier 1 org in another FPS or in another title, let's say. And so they're not a team that you kind of instinctively go, oh, like NIP, G2, Liquid, these teams, they should all be in the finals, right? Because they're backed by big orgs. Acend, if they were backed by a G2 or a Liquid or any of these kind of guys, I don't think we'd have as tough of a time believing that they won today. And when you look at just how they play, I don't think NIP are going to walk away from that and go, oh, that was a series we should have won, we had to win, we lost to a bad team, any of that sort of stuff. I think though that's a perfectly acceptable loss for Nip to take and learn from, and another established character in the EU scene for us to give respect to.
All right, I have to intervene a little bit, because now I have refreshed stats and I have to go and backpedal a little bit about Leo, because I couldn't get those stats before, but now they're updated. Leo, just to kind of show how big of an impact was he in during the series, had been in 11 clutches over the 3 maps. Clutches as in 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, and so on. And guess how many did he win? Mitch, tell me a number. From 1 to
11 total.
11
all right,
total, yes.
I like this game.
I'm going to say, he was solid. I'm going to say 8.
Okay.
I'm going to say 10.
He won 7. And that's... You guys went nuts.
Yeah, we did.
But Leo went nuts as well. It's like 64% out of his clutches are won by him. I would have to like check all the history in the matches and Masters, but I think no one had a history of clutches in one series like that so far in the Masters and Valorant. And that just shows how big of an impact one player can do for an entire series. And I feel like Guild has to like be aware of that, because Leo just did a Herculean task for the entire organization.
I feel like he just sucked the clutching abilities out of Logan
a bit, right?
And was like, I'm going to take all of your clutching abilities and blast it back at you. But anyway, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining me once again, Mitch and Lothar. And of course, thank you to Pansy and Hypoc as well. Before we round off, we are going to look at predictions super fast because I got 0 today. So production, can we just have like a 0.5 second graphic and just, yeah, that's enough. That's enough. All good. Cool. Tom Biz, you're the biggest brain on production, but Mitch, it feels like you and I have swapped places.
Yeah, I got Acend. I went for the crazy pick. Went with FPX, no surprise there. But Sue, I gotta say, you talked about my curse, you talked about me getting 0. It's nice to see karma come back and get you.
Thanks for that, Mitch. But yeah, I will come back and hopefully do better tomorrow. But Lothar and Tom, you guys are definitely in the lead right now. But thank you once again for joining me. It's been great today. And of course, we're going to say goodbye to Nip and Dfuse, but only temporarily because they will be back competing very soon. Thank you, of course, to Pansy and Hypoc. And thank you to guys at home for tuning in. We will be back here tomorrow with the semi-finals, starting with Guild versus Heretics at 4:30 p.m. We'll see you then.
Etrafından dönen oyuncuya karşı çok güzel bir headshot. Bir tane daha vuruyor. Braskoneler yapıyor.